Besides this, this is obviously going to be this. You want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Elvis has left the building. It's done. It's over.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we, people? Hope you're all well. Not sure if my audio's too loud or not. I don't know, but hey, hope you're all well. Dennis Sweeney in the house. Oops, guilty Den. Look at you, Den. Dirty Den. There we go. How we doing, fella? Brandon, how we doing? Morning to you as well. Sassy bartender, leaning on guilty. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Rhode Island Deb. How we doing, Deb? See, you remember Deb? Hey. I'm not sure if it's Debbie, Deborah, but Deb. Here you go. How we doing, my darling? Good morning to El Chatty as well. Good morning, Disney Queen. How are you, Carol? Hope you're well as well. Amy's in the house. Hey, kids. Top of the morning to you. Hey, darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Lou. Hello, stranger. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. I've not seen you for a while. Hope you keep you well there, Lou. Hi, neighbour. Hey, Zach. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hey, hippie chick. How are you in Indiana there? Hope everything's well with you. You go. Big Red's mama comes in with a guilty. She's guilty. There you go, Big Red's mama. Sassy, Lady in Boston, beautiful day. It is a beautiful day. It's not nice here, but yeah, so 3 of them. Uric, Tully. Who's the other one? They're under investigation now, aren't they? Okay. Did you watch TB live last night? Yeah, Mark Bedrow. That's good news for Turtle Boy. Mark Bedrow is now his attorney. He's got 2 attorneys now. So Mark Bedrow is joined the Turtle Boy team, which is good news. He just needs to be confirmed, I believe, because he's not set at the bar or something for mass, but it's an easy process, Aidan said. So yeah, that's good news. Mark Bedrow involved in Turtle Boy case, which would be amazing, I think. SRA, hello, good morning to you, my darling. There you go. Bond, James Bond. Right now I'm leaning we will be destroyed by a massive Yellowstone explosion. Oh, wait, wrong. How are we doing, James? I hope you're well, my friend. Nice to see you. Audio's fine. Thank you, my darling. You did remember I am Deborah, but like Deb, that's fine. I know now, Deborah. I did remember. I will sometimes forget. right? I will sometimes forget, but keep on my case. I'm not bad. So same as Lady in Boston. I know her name's Amy because she was first introduced to me as Amy. So that's why I remember that. Even though she tries to trick me to put the lady in, but it's Amy. So same with you. Rhode Island lady is Deb. Stacey, Stacey, good morning to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Hope work's going okay for you. Fanning, that's the one. Fanning. That's the one. Sassy, thank you, my darling. There you go. Scribs here early today, mate. Hey, Wayne, how you doing, fella? Yeah, you were an hour behind yesterday, but you're back. Guess who's back? Scribs is back. Hope you're well, fella. Hope you're well. Morning, everyone. I didn't watch the whole trial yesterday. It was a tough day. I know. It was a tough day for you, Lou. I know. Hope you're well, though. I hope, obviously you go through it. So for people who don't know, Lou lost a dog. Her dog unfortunately died yesterday. So, thinking of you, Lou, thinking of you and the family. Hope baby Archie's well, though. Do you know what I mean? He'll always put a smile on your face, I'm sure. But yeah, it's nice to see you back, Lou. I did notice you'd gone missing because the chat went quiet. And you normally are in the chat, so I thought you may have darted off. Nice to see you back, my darling. Can't believe Fanning was cleared. Meanwhile, he was the MST at the courthouse. He was overseeing the jury. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, James. Hello, Bond James. Good morning, Yaya Trucker. Good morning, Dylan. Wishing you a lovely afternoon. Thank you, my darling. There with Winnie the Pooh. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Takes a bow. Dylan, you inspired lady in Boston with a my darling. You see? Nice to see I can, inspire something in people. So there you go, Amy. Oh, so sorry, Lou. Yeah, Lou lost a dog. That's a hell thing when the dog's been in your family for years as well. So here we are, people. We are back. The court starts at 9 today, 9 Eastern, 2 o'clock UK time. So I just want to come a bit earlier just to say hello to everyone. All the streams are now set up. So let me just get this ready. Hang on. Where is it? Here. I got it. We go to Law and Crime again, as we were yesterday. And here's this. So just as a reminder, we went through a hell of a lot yesterday. I think about 8 witnesses yesterday. We got, I believe, if my maths are mathing correctly, we got 11 more state witnesses. There's 2 which they failed to go through last night because there were motions against them, but they're short witnesses today. And she said there's a further 8 on top of that. So it's 10 to go through today. And then tomorrow they got 1 left. One of them can't be here till tomorrow. And I believe they are a key witness. So yeah, we'll see with that. So by tomorrow morning, midday, the state should be rested. They should be done. I tried to find a witness list, but I couldn't find anything. I've not seen anything for a witness list. So I don't know how many people the defense have. So they've reserved the right to recall about 4 from yesterday, I believe. So we'll see how that works out. And the state have reserved the right to bring back Eva, the daughter of the victim, as well, but only if Ashley herself testifies. And that's going to be interesting because in most self-defense trials, the defendant actually does testify or is deemed that they should testify. So that's going to be interesting to see if she does actually testify or not. So we'll see. Wow, this judge really. Oh no, hang on, I went too far. Has Proctor really flipped and confirmed? Oh, I don't. I've not heard anything. I'm not. So just as a reminder, Sean is going live tonight. I believe at 7 o'clock Eastern tonight. He's going live. So those are great questions to ask him, actually. And he will cover all that. I presume he will know more about that than I do. So I'm not gonna, even speculate on anything like that. Unless Sean or somebody that I 100% trust tells me directly, then I don't deal with it. But it'd be good if he did. It'd be great news if he did. There you go. This judge really works hard. I think this judge is really good, James. I think this judge is very good. A lot of judges can take a leaf out of this judge's book, I think. Clear something is very shady. Well, hopefully, the results of the hearings, the investigations can be made public. Because if he is cleared, want to know how he was cleared, why. Lou Barber, um, thanks, Delancha. That means a lot. He was 14 and a half and was my best friend, so I'm hurting. But baby Archie's helping me with his snuggles. I know. Baby Archie came at the right time for you, I think, Lou. There. But so Lou is from Cornwall. Lou Hillier is also from the UK. So Lou, meet Lou. If you've not met each other before, Lou Barber, meet Lou Hillier. They're both from England. Obviously, Lou Barber is more Cornwall, so she's technically a bit more Celtic than Lou Hillier, but you're both lovely. I hope Proctor has. I will believe it when I see it. He may literally know where some bodies are, but he would know a lot. She can expect to not guilty pleas if she testifies. If she doesn't, I don't think it's going to end well for her. A lot of people say that, you see. A lot of people say that. A lot of juries say that they expect the defendant to testify in self-defense cases. And the most recent ones we've seen, self-defense ones, last two in the last week, one was found not guilty and one was a mistrial with the defendants testifying. So, because normally I just say no, never testify, but they say that you should. I don't know. I don't know. Sweet Jesus, Sean is going to be on fire tonight. He's will be on fire, yes. He's actually just texted me that right now. I'll respond to once the trial starts. Sorry about your dog from a fellow Lou. Judge was excellent in this case. Deb, I totally agree. He is outstanding. Outstanding so far. Hello, Christine. How are we doing, my darling? Hello, thank you. Where in the UK are you from? I forget where Lou is from. She's down south, anyway. She's down south. She's a southie, not a northie, anyway. But oh yeah, I don't remember Lou where you're from. I know I think it starts with a B or something, isn't it? I want to say Bournemouth, but it's not Bournemouth. It's more towards London than that. What are you doing after this trial? Good question, Christine. I don't know. We'll see when this finishes. What we got here? Because this could be finished by like mid next week, before the 1st of August, this could be done. So I don't know. I need to look at it. I need to look what trials are coming up. I thought this will go on over 2 weeks, you see, so I've not really looked at it. But also I've got to remember that the Karen Reid hearing is on the 9th as well. So it depends when this finishes. Depends when it finishes. Fanning only cleared in text messages dust up. He's in deep shit otherwise, in my opinion. Yeah, I hope they release all the investigation so it's transparent and stuff, so we can all see it, so anyway, we got this year. Oh, hello, Donna Graves. Hello, my darling. Good afternoon, Sutherland. Good morning, beautiful chat. I'll have to listen today, moving my son and daughter in-law into their new home. Oh, nice. Excited part there now next door to us. Oh, happy days. Happy days, Donna. That's nice to get family right on right next door to you. That's great news, Donna. Well, good luck with the move today. I hope it goes well and smoothly. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. It's one of those things. Once it's done, it's like, oh, but I'm sure you're excited. So that's amazing news. I hope you have a great day, Donna. Lou's from Dorset. There we go. Why did I think Bournemouth? So not too far from Cornwall. There you go. Because you were going to move and stuff. So that's why maybe I confused myself. There you go. 2 Lou's in the house. But we've not seen Lou Hillier for ages. Oh, here they come. Let's have a look to see. There's Dirty Tommy. If people don't know, this is Dirty Tommy. Oh, mofo. He moved. Stop moving, Tommy. Tommy trying to hit it on. Try to Get it on. Let's get it on. With Ashley Benefield. Is he sleeping? I don't know. Hey, 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 Mo. Well, hey, big grin. Hello, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's like a face on a seal. Da, 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 da. Okay, so excited! My grandbabies are at my disposal all time. Well, that's babysitting sorted. That's babysitting sorted uh, for your son and daughter-in-law. Bournemouth is indoor. Oh, there we go. So I wasn't. I was actually pretty good then. That's good. Don't know what witness. I don't know. I haven't got a witness list, Wayne. I don't know. I've been looking for a witness list. I can't find one. So I don't actually have any clue. I know there's potentially 10 witnesses today and then one tomorrow. Or if they don't get through the 10 today, it'll be, some tomorrow. But all I know is the defense should be resting tomorrow after they one or however many witnesses. SRA, good luck, Donna. Lift with your legs. Yes. Keep that back straight. Lift with your legs. Up, down, up, down. That's a good workout, isn't it? Amy says the person with the backpack looks creepy too. There's a lot of people look creepy there. Do you know what I mean? But hey, the lady seemed to like it. Who was the lady with him yesterday with creepy Tommy? She was a bit, all right. That's Tommy's wingman. Tommy's wingman, hippie chick. Come on, let's get in here. They look like brothers. They probably are brothers or related. Hello, beautifully appropriate. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, as always. Oh, excuse me. Hope the injections are working or kicking in all right with you now. Pervy Tom will be sitting next to some poor woman. He sat next to this woman yesterday. Like she was very pretty, and I thought, you dirty mofo. You dirty mofo, trying your on with these women like 40 years younger than you. I'll be directing the move. I'll be there for you too. That's the best way, Donna. Direct it. Just tell them, oi, do this. Oi, put that there. I know. It's the best way. You need somebody like that. You need somebody to direct it. I like what direction. I'm like, yeah, I'll just pick stuff up. You tell me where you want it. Easy. Hey, El Chatty. Melissa. Melissa's a new member. Hello, Melissa. How are you, my darling? Welcome to Erin's Taco Club. Thank you for being here and thank you for your membership. Look at that. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Nice to see you, my darling. Escape from Canton. Good morning from Mass. Hope everyone is well. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? How are you? I was going to say sir, but I don't remember if you're a sir or madam. Hope you're well, though. Hope everyone's well with you. Dorset is lovely. I've only been once, but I loved it there. Dorset, Corset, Cornwall, Corset. Why did I say Corset? But anyway, where's she going? Let's have a look. She's going next to Tommy. That's the one next to Tommy yesterday. Okay. Oh, jeepers. The prosecutor does not look too happy. I got some more injections. Oh, coming up next month, and a wisdom tooth extraction on Monday. Bloody hell, you got it all. You got it all. Beautifully appropriate. Well, good luck with it. I've had, I think, 2 or 3 of my wisdom tooths out now. So I got you, girl. I got you. But good luck with it all. Sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to make sure, that's all. Because I thought you were sir, but I do want to call you madam. Hello again from South Australia. Hello, Kirsty. How are you, my darling? Good day, mate. Good day, Sheila. How are we? Put another shrimp on it. Or you say prawn on the barbie, but we say put another shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, good day. Good day, Kirsty. Hope you're well, my darling. Okay, that's fine. Melissa, good morning from Rhode Island. Again, thank you for becoming a member, Melissa. Welcome from Rhode Island. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. No, Baba, we are lucky in the southwest coast counties, aren't we? Cornwall was stunning too. Oh, I need to put my thing up here. Navy pilots insatiable. What's insatiable? Insatiable. I don't know what that means. I don't know what insatiable is. Oh, he's what do you mean horny? Probably is. Hey, Steph. Hey, Dylan. I've missed you since Canada. Hey, how we doing, Steph? Good day, mate. Good day. Good day, Sheila. Good day, Steph. Put another shrimp on the barbie. How are we, my darling? Hope you're well, Steph. Nice to see you back. Hopefully you come and join us for some streams. It's been good. But yeah, hope you're well, Steph. Unfortunately, I have to chauffeur my kids to activities today. We'll pop in when I can and rewatch the rest later. You all have a great day. Oh, hugs to Lou. There we go, Disney Queen. Enjoy your day, my darling, and I'll catch you later. Thank you, my darling. Crafty cows in the house. Afternoon from hot and sunny. It's it's muggy here. It's not nice here, Crafty cow. Hope you done and chat are all good. I'm very well though. I'm very good though. But yeah, it's not nice weather though. It's gloomy. Let's go to Scotland. You're sorted. Do you think Ashley got support? Support. She's got family behind her. She's got family behind her. So you meant horny. There you go. Yeah, I think these guys are very horny. Definitely very horny. They say sometimes any hole's a goal, and these guys don't care. I don't think. Kathleen, hello to you, my darling. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well there. It's always nice to see you in chat. You were here for a little bit yesterday, I believe. But I'd love to see you. You're such a sweetheart. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, darling. Over there in Australia, mate. Prawn on the barbie. I can't say prawn on the barbie. I have to say put shrimp on the barbie. That's how I've always been taught. Oh, get distracted with things outside my window. Escape from Crampton. Happy days. I spoke to Larry earlier on as well. Larry phoned me. Larry Curran, who calls into the show sometimes. He phoned me earlier on. Just out the blue, like Larry does. Gives me the whole life, what's going on in his life. I love that though. When he could just reach out and he just phones me. Hey, how's it going? I was like, yeah, good. How are you doing, Larry? Fucking miserable. Fucking miserable. Okay, Larry. Let's try and make you feel better than Larry. I need to catch up with this case. I didn't know how to answer the poll. It's all good. Well, if you don't know how to answer the poll, that means that she's not guilty. If you're still unsure, any unsure bit, she's, because remember, if she's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So, I don't know what I'm exactly right about. Larry sending me more videos. I can't play the videos, Larry, because they're mostly rude. So, yeah, the jury been told to come in by 2:45. So, normally the court starts at 8:30. But because they did so well yesterday, not once did they redirect yesterday. Not one redirect yesterday. This is some bang, 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 bang. Let's go. Let's get through it. It's like, let's get it on. And I like that. I just, Oh, okay. I never heard that word. Sorry. I never heard that word before. Insatiable. I don't think I've ever heard that word before. Yeah, and to us, that means horny, but cannot quench thirst. Yeah, because Tommy was very, very horny on this case. Didn't see that option. I'm really undecided. Because there's no. If you're undecided, that means you're not guilty. That's why I don't put undecided up, because if you're not sure, that means that you're leaning towards not guilty. Because the only time you should say that you are guilty is like, okay, nothing will change my mind. She's 100% guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why I don't put option of undecided, because it's like, if it's even a millimeter of doubt in your mind, that means not guilty. So, there you go, Bond. Hey, Dawn, how are we doing, my darling? Nice to see you again. We saw you yesterday, and you're back today. Hello. Right, hang on. don't have as many people here today as we did yesterday. We must have frightened a lot of people away. That's all good. Now we need people to like. Oh no, this is why I need to play the tune. Hang on. Hey Darcy, how are you? Lovely to see you. Let me play the tune because some people haven't done it yet. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Crofty Cow, loving this judge. No time wasting, just get on with it. Yep, he's told them in pre-hearings going, I am not waiting. Get your witnesses ready. We're going. Go, 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 go. So, loving this judge. No time wasting, just get on with it. They think doing it like this, the jury don't lose the thread. Yeah, no, I like it as well. And that, it's an easy as well because it's 6 jurors. So just a reminder to people, 6 jurors, 3 alternates. So, and 5 of the jurors are women, by the way, and 2 of the alternates are women, just so you know. In case you didn't know, I think I could be biased that she's guilty based on the media reports, but I will keep an open mind. Yeah, all you can do is keep an open mind. Because I go back to the Cole Karen Reid case, right? Just remember, there's a lot of things that were put into that trial that we didn't know anything about. So that's why we're always going to be influenced by media and stuff like that. But just remember, until it's put into court as evidence, then it's hearsay. So, as long as you can keep an open mind on it, you'll be fine, Kirsten. But yeah, and welcome, my darling. Where are you from, Kirsten? Are you from the US or UK? Don't actually know where you're from. Good morning, Darcy. Hi, Darcy. It started off slow with the people in chat that he picked up. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, Trucker. There's a lot of people streaming this, though. There's a lot of people streaming, a lot of big streamers streaming it as well. So more than I thought, actually. There were like probably 30 or 40 streams going on yesterday about this. Does everyone else sing along with Dylan? Dylan plays the jingle. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. I sing to it as well. I don't remember. I think I know the words now. That's the thing. Sassy, Rhode Island. Love this judge. I know he's one of my favorite judges as well. I don't enough to judge her yet. No, that's fine. Yeah, 2 p.m. start today. The judges there ready. We're just waiting. Alabama. Oh, here we go. Roll Tide. Alabama, the elephant. I live in New York City now, though. There we go, Kirsten. Sorry. I said Kirsten. I apologize. Kristen, sorry. So we got Alabama. Roll Tide. Sassy, how's it going there? Good morning, Chrissy. How we doing, darling? Good morning, my favorite chat and Dylan. Sing along rock. How we do? Oh, here they come. Here she comes. Oh, she's dressed. Hang on. She's very thin, isn't she? They haven't shown me anything yet to find out. No, I'm the same. Not based on total evidence. I'm the same. Hey, Chrissy's a witch as well. Not a bitch, she's a witch. Roll Tide. Yay, there you go. I can't wait for football season to start. Roll Tide. No Nick Saban this year, though. Ooh, it's going to be tough. He should be teaching Auntie Bev how to be fair. Yes, I agree, Lou. I agree. Did you say Roll Tide? Yeah, because we got Alabama. You're Alabama as well. We got another Bama girl in the house. There's 2 of you now. Hey, Emma D. Do you live in Alabama now? Are you from Alabama? Dylan, don't get scared today. Oh, I know, it gets me every time. It's just because with no warning, poof, comes on. I'm like, whoa. Kristen, roll tide. I'm a Bama girl. I'm a Bama girl in a Bama world. Everything's fantastic, but it's plastic. I'm a Bama girl in a Bama world. Roll tide, roll tide. Let's go party. Let's go roll tide. Maybe that doesn't make any sense, but I tried. A witch and a bit. No, you're not a bitch. You're just a witch. Patriots camp opens today. Does it? They've announced Bissett. He's a starter, isn't he? For training camp. So I'm not sure if May is second or third string at the minute. But he'd probably be second string by the start of the season. Hello, Lisa. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. I knew you were already amazing. Would you all believe my kid goes to Auburn? And like, oh, you said this before, Emma. I remember you. You said this before. He goes to Auburn. I can barely get the words out. War Eagle. Because it's just down the road, isn't it? Hang on. No, the court is on mute. Not me on mute. So court's on mute. Hey, Maureen. How we doing, my darling? Please say good morning to my friend. Ooh. Hey, Ooh. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well, Ooh. And hope you're doing well, Maureen. Been here way too long. Oh, Emma. Lolderland, great singing. Thank you. Crimson and Houndstooth. Houndstooth. Never heard that before. Maureen, I jumped every time yesterday as I have earphones in. Good morning, Mama Ames. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Love Drake May QB. Yeah, we'll see how he does. I think it'd be good for him to sit for a year, I think, or just play a bit part role, I think. That was for Wayne. Good morning, Emma. Hope you're well there in Alabama. Wish they would stop zooming in on Eva. She's not on trial. No, I don't even like when they zoom in on her. Ashley even. Oh, right. This should be starting now. The court is still on mute. It's not me on mute, people. It's the court that's on mute. So just... Hey, I love college football. And obviously, big part of college football is Alabama, obviously. So, Nick Saban and all the... I follow a lot of college football, so big part of that is Alabama. So, like, the tradition of Auburn against Alabama and stuff like that. I love it. I do love it. I watch a lot of it. Watch every weekend. I watch NFL and college football. Jeepers, he looks creepy. I shouldn't say that, but he must be related to Tommy. He's on the prowl. He's like, right, what lady can I get from here? Good afternoon, Tudley. How are we doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Lol. Countdown till game day. I love, and also game day at ESPN. Pat McAfee and the lads there on game day as well. ESPN. I love that show as well on the countdown. Saban's going to be doing a bit of work on that as well. Yes, you spelled my right name correctly, Emma. You did. Spot on. The jury on the way in, by the way. So you spelled my name correctly. Let's put a timestamp on this then, because 34. Because I need to put timestamps in. Otherwise, I got Murph shouting at me. 30. No, she doesn't shout at me. 34. Court. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. Dave, Hamburger, how we doing? Go Pack, go. And now, do you believe Jordan Love not playing? Oof. Hey, Gitmo. Hey, Gitmo. Are you in the UK and working for a company, I believe, office? Yeah, I'm in the UK. I'm in Wales. I'm in Wales, Emma. And Yorkshire's about 4 hours away from me. Hello, Jenny. Hello, my darling. Right, let's get to it, people.
Right place. Those are yours. Check your pins. Make sure they still got plenty of ink. All right. Good morning, everyone. Just want to make sure that nobody began discussing the case amongst yourselves or started deliberations. Nobody discussed the case last night or this morning with anybody outside of the jury? Nobody approached you or talked with you or tried to influence you in any way? And you didn't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
All right, everybody says no. Thank you. When we finished up yesterday, the state was still presenting its case. So, state.
State calls Alicia Byres.
Well, this is a good trial, Jenny. This is a very good trial. So stick around. Yesterday's trial was good, and today. Now, people, let's get it on.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Scoot up just a little bit. We need to get you about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. If you speak in a loud, clear voice right into it, it'll pick up everything.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Please state your name.
Alicia Byres,
Can you spell your first name and last name, please?
ALICIABYERS.
And your relationship to Ashley Benefield.
She's my daughter.
And when did she start living with you in Florida?
I can't clearly remember.
Okay. Was there a time when Ashley moved in with you when she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And she was married at the time, but it was just Ashley that moved in?
Yeah, he brought her down.
Okay.
And yes, and yeah.
And she moved in with you?
Yeah. He told me I needed to take care of her. He dropped her off.
Okay. So she stayed with you from that time on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does Ashley have a concealed weapons permit?
Yes.
Does she own firearms?
She doesn't now, no.
Did she own firearms then?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2, I think. Yeah, 2.
Did she ever go to the firing range or anything?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. How frequently would she go?
Well, we did all the courses to get the concealed carry, and I don't remember.
Okay. And very shortly before the shooting, she went to the shooting range with your neighbor, correct, John Fantz?
I don't think that was close to that time, no.
So it may not have been close in time, but they have gone together? Ashley and John Fantz?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. And you and your daughter obviously are very close. You lived together, just the two of you, right, for a while.
Mhm.
And then once the baby was born, the baby lived there with you,
Correct.
correct? Okay. And around that time of the shooting, were you planning to move to Maryland?
Yes.
And you had a house that you inherited in Maryland?
It was the house I grew up in.
Okay. And you inherited that house?
Yes.
So your plan was to move to Maryland with Ashley and Emerson, the baby?
Mhm.
Okay. And Doug, Ashley's husband, was also moving to Maryland?
He was moving somewhere else. He was, yeah.
Okay.
He had found his dream job.
So he was moving to Maryland, but not moving into your same house?
Correct.
Okay. And he was moving, packing up to move at the same time you were?
I assume so, yeah.
But he was coming over to help
Yes.
you move?
Yes.
And on a regular basis, almost every day, he was at your house?
Maybe the last week.
Okay.
Yes.
Helping move boxes and things like that?
Yes.
And you all rented a U-Haul, right?
Somebody rented a U-Haul. I don't know who.
It was in your driveway though, correct?
No, it was not my driveway.
The day the shooting happened, was it in your driveway?
It, I think it,
If you don't
the
know, that's
U-Haul
okay.
was getting there when I was leaving.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you also had a pod, one of
Correct.
those
That was in my driveway.
in your driveway? Okay. On the date of the shooting, what time did Doug get to your house? Do you remember?
No, I mean, it was, I can guess, maybe like 5 or something. I don't know.
So it was still light out?
Oh, yeah.
And maybe in the afternoon sometime?
Yeah, I don't clearly know.
Okay. So when he showed up, what did you do? Did you stay there or leave?
I was leaving when he pulled up.
And where did you go?
We went to the park.
Okay. And when you say we, who is we?
Oh, Emerson and I.
Okay.
Yes.
So just you and Emerson. And
Yes.
how old was she at the time?
So I guess 2, maybe. Yeah.
Approximately.
Yeah.
And at the house, was it just Doug and Ashley then
Yes.
when you left?
Mhm.
And you've obviously been in contact with your daughter almost every day since the shooting, correct?
Leading. No, I will.
You've been in contact with her basically every day, correct?
Not
the-
initially, no.
For the last several years, you've been in contact with her every day.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I
And
don't know how to, okay, yeah.
did she ever, during any of these conversations, tell you what happened when she had to shoot Doug?
Never. Nope.
When you came back from the park, I'm assuming she was already in the squad car or she was already with law enforcement?
I had no idea where she was.
Also staying.
Okay. So at the time that the shooting happened, she didn't tell you what happened?
No,
Correct.
we've never talked about it.
And
No, overruled.
to this day, you've never talked about it?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
Good morning, Miss Byres.
Morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes, very.
Scared?
Yeah.
All right. Just try to relax. If my questions aren't clear, please just ask me to repeat it.
Okay. Thank you.
Was there ever a time when you and Ashley resided here in Bradenton, in the home, that Doug lived in that house?
Never.
Would it be safe to assume, and perhaps you can enlighten us a little bit, how was your relationship with your granddaughter, Emerson?
Oh, very good. Yes.
Okay.
We're very close.
And would you try to spend time with her?
Yes.
Would that include you taking her somewhere on a regular type basis?
Yeah.
Would that be to the park?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Byres, how often you engaged in that practice of you and Emerson going to the park?
Usually several times a week. And we'd go after it cooled down because the park does not have very good, tree coverage. So it was very hot. That was the only comfortable time to go.
So we think trying to avoid the heat or minimize it, it'd be later in the afternoon.
Yeah, it was brutal out there otherwise.
Yeah.
Florida,
Almost as bad as it is now.
Right, exactly.
How far away was the park?
It's a short walk. I mean, we'd always walk over there. So I don't know, take us maybe 5 minutes to get there.
Okay.
So
And on this particular day, I think you told Miss O'Donnell, if I'm not mistaken, you were actually in the process of going with Emerson to the park when Doug arrived?
yes, we're walking down the driveway and I had her in the stroller.
And on this particular occasion, there was nothing unusual about you going to the park, just
Oh,
like
no.
you
No,
did
but
regularly.
Yes.
Give me a moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes, sir.
I believe that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms.
Can you redirect?
No.
Oh, hold on, ma'am, don't get up yet. No redirect.
Yeah.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, you are released from your subpoena. Your, the rule of sequestration had been invoked, but you're now released from your obligations.
All right, thank
There
you.
you go. Thank you.
Judge, I apologize. In consulting with counsel, I do think I want to leave her under subpoena for.
All right,
Sorry.
Ms. Byres.
So what does that mean?
I'm going to explain that.
Okay.
All right, so what that means is you remain under subpoena and subject to being recalled at the trial.
Okay.
The attorneys at the beginning of the case invoke what we call the rule of sequestration. So the instructions I'm going to give you are similar to what you've already probably been told by the attorneys. You're not to discuss your testimony here in court, the questions asked of you with anyone else, including the attorneys. You can't talk with other witnesses about what their testimony was or the questions they were asked. And it's my understanding this may be online. You are prohibited from watching anything that's going on within these four walls, ma'am, until you're released from your subpoena or until the jury comes back and the verdict is released. Okay? All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go for now. All right, State.
State will call Barbara Russell.
Oh, this way. There you go.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God, I do.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches away from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. But if you just speak directly and allow clear voice into the microphone, it'll pick up everything.
Thank you, sir.
And please state your name.
Barbara J. Russell.
Can you spell Barbara Ann Russell?
BARBARARUSSELL.
And what is your profession?
I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I have a doctorate in clinical psychology, and I work as a clinical and forensic mental health professional.
Okay. And how long have you known Ashley Benefield?
I've known her since April of 2020.
Okay. And when you first became involved with Ashley, it was on a professional level, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then since the time that you had that interaction, you have stayed in touch with Ashley.
Correct.
Okay. And subsequent to the shooting that happened, she actually moved into your house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who all lived at the house?
Myself, my husband, and my 19-year-old daughter.
All right. And approximately how long did she live at your house?
Approximately 8 months.
And you would see her on a daily basis?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. Did she, when you first spoke, when did you first see her or speak to her after the shooting?
About 1 o'clock the following morning.
Okay, so this happened in the evening time, so it would have been 1 o'clock the next morning. And at that time, did she say to you, oh my God, he came after me, I had to shoot him? Did she say that?
She didn't discuss what had happened at all, nor did I ask.
Okay. And to this day, are you still in contact with her?
Not that one. I'll overrule on that question.
To this day, are you still in contact with her?
Yes.
Okay. And to this day, has she ever told you what prompted her shooting, Doug Benefield?
She never gave any kind of narrative of what prompted the shooting. My understanding is that
I just want to know if she told you. I just want to know what she told you. She did not tell you anything, correct?
She never gave me any narrative about what had happened.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Russell. I have a question from your own personal knowledge. You're aware that Ashley's lawyers instructed her not to discuss the facts, correct?
Of course, any good lawyer would do that.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course, yes, sir.
Did there come a time, Dr. Russell, when a detective, Warren, contacted you about the case?
Yes,
Did you have discussions with Detective Warren?
I met with him once, yes, for about 90 minutes.
And in that meeting, did you relate to him that,
Objection, yourself.
I'm asking a question to this witness?
Well, I understand, but if it calls for hearsay, why don't you approach so I can hear what the question is going to be?
Here we go again. So those of you that missed yesterday, there was a lot of objections to the defense questionings. Like, to be fair, the defense attorney did push the questioning. Oh, they're not at sidebar yet. They're going up to sidebar now. There's a lot of questions and objections and stuff like that. So I think the state are very concerned with some of these witnesses. They have to call them, but they're very concerned with them, I believe. Because lots of these witnesses lean into the defense more than the state. So they're ready to pounce at every single question. So EPMD, hello. Witnesses and attitude, yes. It's the same reversal back and forward. Same yesterday. The sheriff or the trooper had an attitude, and yeah, they all do against the opposing ones for whatever reason. Kelly Barber, hello Kelly, how are we doing? Nice to see you, my darling. How are you? Long time no see. Or seems like that anyway. Hey Peggy. Peggy Sue, how are we doing? Don't know this case. This case is about a woman called Ashley Benefield who shot her husband, and now we're trying to find out if it was in self-defense, as she alleges it is, or whether it was second-degree murder. So that's where we're at with it. That's where we are. The mother, so they know basically they have her on because what they're trying to elicit from the mother was the fact that Ashley had been at the firing range, and they thought they could get it in through the mother, basically, because to show that Ashley knows how to shoot a gun and she knows how to handle a gun and stuff like that. Because the defense is saying that she's inexperienced with pews, but that's why, basically, or one of the reasons why. So we'll see. Sidebar. It's a sidebar today. Here we go. Park the car for the sidebar in Peabody, Worcester. Park the car in Harvard Yard. So 5 shots, 2 hit them. So Doug Benefield didn't have a pew. I don't believe so. He was attacking her. Is how it's been portrayed. We're still learning to the pip as it's going on. We're still learning. I mean, we don't know the whole story yet. Well, all the things we know are things like in the past he has shot the ceiling, punched walls. So yeah, we're learning.
When you spoke to Detective Warren Justin, you identified yourself.
Correct.
Okay. This was a face-to-face conversation.
Yes.
If you were to tell us today in court about the discussion you had with Detective Justin, would it be any different than what you told Detective Justin on that day?
No, of course not.
You have an opinion, do you not?
Objection.
Rephrase. As you sit here today, do you have a conclusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, give me a moment. I see the pictures that were in here yesterday. Dr. Russell, you had an opportunity that morning, from what you had to say at approximately 1 o'clock, technically the next day, to observe Miss Benefield, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to pass you a picture that's previously been marked as State's Exhibit number 21, picture of Ashley Benefield that was taken on the day of the incident.
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Does that picture reflect any swelling to Ashley Benefield?
Objection, as interpreting the picture.
Sustained.
Did Ashley Benefield look like that when you saw her prior to the day of the homicide?
Prior to the day, no.
Okay. What was different about her?
When I saw her after the incident, there was edema, sweat swelling on the side of her face.
Okay. And did that include her right eye?
It included her left eye.
Left eye, rather?
Yes.
Okay. And when you saw her before the homicide, did she have swelling on the left side of her face, on her cheek and her eyelid?
She never had, no.
In fact, when you saw her immediately following the incident that morning at about 1 a.m., was there any indication that by Ashley that her head was hurt?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Spontaneous statement, Your Honor.
That existing mental, emotional, physical condition.
Can we vote?
Yes.
This is what pisses me off. Like, you know, it's your witness, the state. It's your witness. You knew she was going to say all these things. You know, so why are you calling her? Okay, I know the defense is going to call her anyway, but I mean, I don't know. So she's saying that Doug Benefield. So the story Ashley's saying is that Doug attacked her. That's why she shot him. And she's now saying, you know, that her face was mangled. So, hey, Blackpool. I've been Blackpool for years.
Did Miss Benefield that morning give you any indication that she was in pain?
Yes.
And did you refer to any particular area?
Yes.
What?
Her head.
Thank you.
Good, right.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes. I'm sorry. No. She's to remain under subpoena. She can be released through this time.
Ma'am, the rule of sequestration has been invoked by the attorneys, so that means that until you're released from your subpoena or until the jury is discharged, you're not to discuss your testimony in this case with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You're not to talk with any other witnesses about your testimony. You're not to talk with any other witnesses about their testimony or the questions that were asked of them. And it's my understanding this may be online, so you're prohibited from watching anything that's going on within these four walls.
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Just
you.
leave the picture there.
I will do so. Thank you.
All right, State.
Judge, the state called Lieutenant Dan Dickerman. I know he was caught in the line, so I just want to make sure it's here.
Remember, we have an issue here I'd like to take up for just a moment. I don't know if you want to speak for the next 5 minutes.
Hold on 1 second. Who approached him?
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Oh, I do like to be beside the sea. Oh, I do like to be beside the beep, 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 beep. Quizzical girl, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well there. Good day, mate. Hope you're well. Good day, Sheila. Blackpool. So people that don't know from the US, Blackpool's a famous place that people used to go years ago. It was a hot spot of where to go. It was a Las Vegas of the UK years ago.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Oh, sir.
Yes, sir.
My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right, however you read it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice and should hear it.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Daniel Dickerman, Dickerman.
And where do you work?
At the Manatee County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked there?
for almost 29 years.
What is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in road patrol.
And what was your position back in 2020?
I was the senior homicide investigator assigned to the Manatee Homicide Investigative Unit.
Okay, so Manatee County, say that again?
Manatee Homicide Investigative Unit, MHIU.
MHIU. Okay,
Yes.
so you were the senior investigator in that unit.
Yes.
And if you could just explain a little bit, what is that unit?
So that unit is a group of detectives formulated from all the agencies within the county, the Sheriff's Office, Braden Police Department, Palmetto Police Department, and all 3 beach agencies. We all respond out to all homicides that occur within the county, regardless of city jurisdiction, everything, so we can all work together and investigate that and determine if any criminality as a result of that homicide will need to come forward.
And just discuss a little bit how you work as a unit, and is that different than how a detective may work in a different part of the sheriff's office?
Yes. In the sheriff's office, most cases are assigned to a single detective. They go out, they do all the work, they write the report, they bring everything together in a normal, a smaller case. In these cases, we determine what we call a lead detective. That lead detective then becomes, for all intents and purposes, the supervisor of the case. He makes assignments. We go out, all the other detectives, we do our respective assignments, we report back. The lead detective becomes a basic gathering point and a keeper of all the information to make sure the flow goes smoothly to one location and we're not duplicating efforts or stepping over each other's toes, and then he makes the ultimate decision once he has all the information.
Okay. And are you, as a unit, a part of any decision-making that happens within the unit or that happens in a case?
Yeah, we have meetings on every case to discuss the comings and goings and the happenings of the different case.
And so did you work in this unit, the MHIU, at the time that the shooting occurred?
I did.
On the date of the shooting, were you notified of the shooting?
I was.
Okay. And about what time was that
It
approximately?
was between 7:30 and 8 p.m.
Did you go to the scene?
I did.
And when I say the scene, where the shooting happened?
Yes, to the neighborhood of White Rock, I believe it was.
Was the defendant there?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in the back seat of Deputy Burley's patrol vehicle.
Did you go into the house?
Not at that point. I did after the crime scene unit had already documented everything and made sure nothing could be contaminated, done their investigation inside. Then I went in briefly at the end.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw some blood trail on the floor, a bullet strike in the wall of the bedroom from a projectile. And that's about it.
And were other members of your unit there at that scene?
Yes.
Were there other members of the unit at other scenes or other places?
Yes. Detectives were also sent to our main offices, criminal investigation division, which is where our interview rooms and our offices are located.
Okay. And from the beginning of when you arrived on scene, you knew that there was a self-defense element of this crime. Did you know there was a self-defense element when you got there?
Object the leading.
I will rule on that.
Yes.
Okay. While you were at the scene, were you made aware that the defendant was going to be going to the station?
Yes.
Okay. Was the defendant's mother, Alicia Byres, there?
Yes.
Did you speak to her?
Yes.
And at some point, did she hand you a phone?
She did.
Okay. And did you know why she was handing you the phone?
Originally, no, but then I found out shortly after.
Who was on the phone?
A lawyer.
Okay. And did you speak to that lawyer?
Object. Sustained.
Did you explain to Alicia Byres what was going on and where her daughter was going to go?
I did.
And ultimately, how many lawyers ended up at
Relevance.
If you want to approach and explain the relevance.
Oh, so they're getting it back now. She should never ask about talking to the lawyer because that's private. That's attorney-client privileges. She knows that. So why did she ask the question about did he speak to a lawyer? There's no need to ask that question because he's not allowed to divulge anything on that conversation anyway. So it'll be interesting. I'm glad that the defense are pushing back a little bit with these objections. Hey. Oh, Dana, I need to send you something as well, Dana.
At the time the defendant went to the station, was she under arrest?
No.
Was she ever arrested that night?
Object leading.
Sustained.
When was she arrested?
Sometime in November.
Okay. And the shooting happened?
In September.
Okay. And that seems to be a month or two delay. Do you know what delayed that?
But for the investigation to continue into the self-defense claim.
Okay. Did you go to the neighbor's house, John Sant?
I did go there briefly, yes.
Okay. And did you have any discussions with him or anyone?
I did not, no.
Okay. Was Child Protection Services on the scene?
Yes, they were called to the scene.
And just briefly, what is Child Protection Services?
Objection. relevance, consistent with the court's prior concern 403.
Overruled.
What is Child Protection Services?
At the time, it was a division of the sheriff's office entrusted with protecting the children from abuse, or make sure they're in good locations, or just make sure they're healthy.
Okay. So do you know why they were there?
Objection.
Did CPS try to speak to Alicia Byres?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when
Yes.
Alicia Byres?
Yes.
Was Alicia Byres cooperative with them?
I wouldn't say fully cooperative. She did ultimately answer a vast majority of the questions, but not cooperative per se.
Okay. And was there anyone else present at the time when they were trying to speak to Alicia Byres?
Off and on, Barbara Russell was present.
Did you also assist in executing a search warrant?
Yes, I was on scene
And where was that search warrant? Was that at the house?
at the house.
Okay. Did you have any assignments for gathering evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence was that?
To originally look for video in the area of the park of the neighborhood.
And did you do that?
I did.
Were you able to obtain video?
I was.
And on that video, did you see what we believe to be Alicia Byres and the child at the park?
Yes, they were at the park.
Did you also obtain other types of videos?
Yeah, I also viewed ring video from the scene itself.
Objection, relevance.
What video?
Ring from the
Ring.
scene.
But overruled, I mean, you could say he viewed it.
Okay. And in viewing that, did you see any part of the incident that we're here about? Was it captured on the ring camera?
The shooting, no. The arrival of the U-Haul and the arrival of the deputies were on there.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
False.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
So through your testimony, among other things, the state proved this morning that there was a U-Haul truck there
Yes.
and that the deputies arrived
Yes.
and that there was a homicide.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that often the practice is when you respond to a homicide, it takes some time to conduct an investigation to determine if there's criminality.
Absolutely.
Okay, so in other words, you don't come upon a homicide and determine as soon as you see a dead body, it's murder.
Correct.
Okay. If I wanted a job in your unit that you supervised and I felt all homicides are murders.
Objection.
Fair question, Your Honor.
Objection. Pre-trial ruling.
Sustained.
You mentioned that the arrest of Miss Benefield, well, let me start from, I think you told us she was in the back of the squad car.
Yes, sir.
She was in handcuffs.
Yes.
And this is a squad car with the doors that you can't open from the inside in the back, correct?
That's correct.
With a cage.
Yes.
So she's in the back of the squad car, in handcuffs behind her back,
Yes.
in a car with a cage, and you can't open the doors, but she wasn't under arrest.
No, she wasn't charged with anything.
Okay. So I think you told us that the reason for her being arrested approximately 6 weeks later, I think, was so that the investigation could be conducted.
Correct.
Because you had to determine if there was criminality.
Correct.
Okay. Could have been a homicide that was self-defense.
Could have been. That was the claim.
That's the whole point of the investigation.
Absolutely.
And that kind of an investigation, understandably, takes time
It does.
and patience
Yes.
and professionalism
Yes.
and knowledge and experience.
Yes.
Do you know how old Lieutenant Alicia Byres is?
I don't.
Do you recall meeting her?
I do.
Approximately, give us your best shot.
I mean, I would guess in her 40s to 50s.
All right. Was she a young woman?
No.
She was pretty exhausted that day, wasn't she?
She appeared to be. There was a lot going on.
Yeah. Would it be a fair statement, Lieutenant? You seem like a pretty straight guy. Was she emotionally distraught?
Yes, there's a lot of emotions going on there. Yes.
In fact, her first thought upon coming back from the park with the daughter and seeing the cars was that her daughter was dead.
Sustained. Unless you'd like to make an argument for an exception, then you can approach.
Rest gesti?
Well, if you'd like to approach.
It's all right, Your Honor. I think, Lieutenant, excuse me, you told us that you went into the residence after crime scene had completed their portion of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall crime scene was there before or after EMS?
A crime scene comes after EMS. The sanctity of life always comes first.
All right. So EMS was there first, and you were there, so you know they dragged Mr. Benefield out of the home from
Yes.
the bedroom.
Yes.
So when you told us that crime scene was there to preserve the scene, can we agree, Lieutenant, that what crime scene preserved was the scene following the EMS people not only working on him in that bedroom, but moving?
Yes. As always, that we preserve the scene after we attempt to save the life.
Okay. And so those crime scene photos show us, for example, what that scene looked like when crime scene took the photograph.
That is correct.
It doesn't show us what the scene looked like when EMS was running around doing what they do.
That's not possible. No, that's correct.
Okay. And that would have included the initial deputies on the scene as well.
That's correct.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate your candor.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released
Yes,
from your
sir.
subpoena? Sir, you were released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, Stacy.
Can we approach?
Oh, they released him. There's a lot of these people, right, that are going to come back because they're the subpoena still. I think they're going to bring them back for rebuttal and stuff like that. So, so even though we've just seen these once, we might see them again. We'll be like, guess who's back? Back again. Tommy's back. Tell a friend. Tommy's back. Tommy's back. Tommy's back. Pervert's back. So yeah, they could all be. Well, Tommy doesn't come back because he was released, but there's a lot of them that could come back. This is great speed. Jules. Who's Jules? Don't know who Jules is. Mama Ames. Looks like a TV face, pretty speedy lad. It's great. 3 witnesses down, 7 to go today. And we've only been going for 51 minutes. We've been going for 51 minutes. Deef is going to go for the old DVR. Not sure what they're going for, but I don't see much. Well, obviously, there's another 7 witnesses today, plus 1 tomorrow. 8 witnesses left. So there's plenty of witnesses to go, but I don't think they've made a case yet, in my opinion, the state. So.
So you can step back into the jury room. Please close your notes, leave them right where they are. It should be 10 or 15 minutes. Stretch your legs, get something to drink back there, use the facilities. Please don't begin discussions amongst yourself. You are free to still use your cell phones to send and receive text messages, calls, anything like that. But please don't discuss the case outside of this group and don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Thank you. All right, y'all can have a seat. We'll be on recess. Bless you, 10 minutes.
Oh. We're actually on break then. Okay. Is Ashley going to be the only witness to Trudy Matters? I don't know. See if she testifies or not. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. At the minute, I don't think she needs to testify. But obviously, we've still got another 8 witnesses to go. But I would suggest that there's nothing here that... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if she testifies. She's a local covers TikTok. Oh, yeah, that's why I don't know her then. No idea who she is. Spread your legs. Oh, Corn Pope. Spread your legs. Freezing. That is freezing. Wonder what she's thinking. No, it's muted, damn. It looks like Jews. Stretch your legs, you mean, Judge? Yes. What did you say? Spread your legs. That's funny. Mum, I remember her doing the Maya case. Good morning, Bella. Good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. Happy days. How are you, Bella? Hope you're well, my darling. Pink shirt there in Maya case. Hey, Jem. How you doing? Hey, did you tell your hubby about his beard? He needs to change his beard up. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. That's what the judge says. Spread your legs, ladies. Because most of the jurors are ladies. So, like, spread your legs, ladies. I'll be back there in a second. Judge, you dirty sod. As a guy picking veggies, the judge just told the jury to go and open their legs, spread their legs. She has to testify if she claims self-defense unless it's obvious stating. Well, this is what I mean. I suggest she probably does have to, but at the minute, I would suggest she probably doesn't have to. You know, long hair, no. Keen to see what, if any, evidence they're using that turned this over to murder 2. Spread your legs and fly. Good morning, Bo. Defense lawyer is highly regarded. I don't know. I think he was. Yesterday, Peter covered this case. He was a ponytail. I'm going to play him during lunch break as well. I did tell everybody yesterday that I was going to play him over lunchtime. He's got an hour video out. So, ladies, I'm going to play his take on during lunchtime for you, video on for you. Ruka, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. How is things in Chicago, land? Hey, 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 hey. crap. I'm looking for something. I can never find it when I try looking for stuff. Oh. Nope, can't find it. Damn. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Back to the chat. Hey, Jessica, I did see you coming in, but obviously the trial started, so I give you a wave instead. Hope you're well, my darling. Haha, I saw Josie. Oh, here he comes. You're everywhere. Fuck. Hey, Lisa, nice to see you, my darling. Patty, nice to see you, my darling. I'm really torn so far in this case. I start feeling one way and then I hear something else and I start going, or maybe it's the other way. Yeah, well, we got to hear all the testimony first, Patty, before making a decision, you know? So it's all good. It's all good. So it's, you know, it's based on reasonable doubt. If you got any slight doubt, it's not guilty. So I could not convict right now. I could not say guilty right now. I got too many questions. So it's all good. Cut off Tommy. Yeah, judge is like, Tommy, go fuck yourself, Tommy. These ladies are for me. Go spread your legs, ladies. There you go. Do you know the song Didn't We Have a Lovely Time the Day We Went to Bangor? No, I don't. I don't know that song, Gitmo. Rainy in Chicago, yeah, it's rainy here as well in Wales. But allegedly, it's nice in Scotland. Bastards. I'm okay though, thank you, Ruka. Kind of, the judge sounds like he doesn't do HR classes for employees. The storms are coming in this way in Indy. Indy gets a lot of rain though, doesn't it? Barbara, words matter. Hey, Barbara. Yeah, that makes sense. Big storms, but nothing too bad. Dave, Ruka, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Rain is a myth. Go Pack, go right now, please. Send it to Sedona. Hot and sunny. It's always hot and sunny apparently in Scotland as well. Sunny Scotland. But in Wales, it's not raining, just damp and depressing. Quite honest. Dave Gladly, let me get my rain dance boots on for you. Oh, fuck down. Bear with me. Bear with me. Hey, hey. Thanks to someone. That someone is Dawn for the coffee. Thanks, Delan, with a kiss. There you go. Thank you so much, Dawn, for that. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, hey. Let me get the stream back on before I forget. Right, let's get back to El Chatti. Always raining in Ireland, too. I know. Hey, Tim. How's Susie? How's Susie doing with you, Tim? Hey, Delan, we love you from Florida. I think that's Florida. Susie and Tim. Thank you, Susie and Tim. Nice to see you both. Long time no see. Hope you're both well. Jessica, gloomy mass. Oh, no. Hope the boys are well. How old are the boys, by the way? Fucking hack. Is Wales real, though? The national animal is a mystical creature. Dragon. A draig goch. Red dragon. I often wonder that. It's peeing it down here. Yeah. But you're north of England, or you're totally south of England. Yeah, so yeah, peeing it down. Peeing it down does not mean pissing your pants. It means it's pissing down with the rain, as in the rain's coming down. Thanks, Dawn. Ruka, my daughter and her husband live in Oregon. Bucket list, my son-in-law, Cubbies fans. They were there last week for games. Oh, there you go. Go Pack, go. I love Dragons in the Midlands. Stafford, isn't it? I prefer defense, not overly keen on prosecution. I don't think the prosecution doing a very good job at the minute. I mean, look, their key witnesses are going to be at the end, so they just put in whatever witnesses on now. Their best witnesses are going to be at the end, so we just have to wait. But yeah, I'm not very impressed with them so far. Scotland have a unicorn, so it might not be a real either, Hackster. Close fine are my kind of people. They were right by me. Ah, there you go. 7 and 8. I have to send the stuff they made. Oh, don't worry. It's well, if you do send them, if it's posters, I'll stick them up. But no, it probably costs a fortune though, Jessica. Honestly, don't worry. But yeah, I'd love to see it though. I'll be wearing my Karen and John T at Blackpool the Pack there. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know. I'm from Stafford. Because for me, Stafford's more on the going towards the north, you know, but they toured Soldier Field for your team's practice. Hey, there you go. Yeah, for people that don't know, I spun a wheel at the end of the season to see which team I will support in the upcoming season, and landed on Chicago Bears. So I'll be a Chicago Bear fan this year. I've normally been supporting Indiana Colts, but that's probably my second team. I like the Jets as well. There's a few teams I like. Maureen, Dylan, please say hi to Liz, Laurie, Dara, and woo. Hey, how are you doing, Maureen, my darling? Hello to you, Liz, my darling. Laurie, my darling, and Dara, how are you doing? I'm not sure if you're a darling, but I'll call you a darling. How are you? And woo, darling, how are you as well? Hope you're well there, and you're all enjoying yourselves there. Glad to hear you're big fans. Soldier Field, they got a new stadium coming though, haven't they? New stadium coming in a few years' time. Bandwagon Dilly, shut it, bro. The rigged wheel of you got away with it, Huckster. You did nothing on that wheel, and you were supposed to do stuff, so you got away with it. We got to do we should do next members only. We should do a mods stream. Get you mods on the stream. You don't have to be on camera or anything, but you're on. That's it. Let's do a mod stream then next week or something, or weekend or something. We'll get all the mods on. Whether the mods want to be on screen or not, that's up to them. I'm not going to force that, obviously. And then we'll get a mods takeover. Go Colts! Yeah, I love the Colts. I really do like the Colts. My first ever NFL jersey was a Michael Pittman Jr. NFL jersey. Joke for you. Why don't bunnies make noise having sex? They have cotton balls. Lol. Look at you, Deb. Dirty minx, you. What time do they start? They should be back now. Hang on, let me just tell you. They won't break a 122, so another 2 minutes. Anyone in the chat, Lions fan? So yes, Mighty Meters. There you go, Hackster. Pick the Bears to piss me off as a Lions fan. There you go. The wheel spoke, man. You know. Mighty Meat, good idea. Yeah, Toots, we'll get this mods on here. One minor league in West Virginia is called the Dirty Birds. Da 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 da. West Virginia Mountain. Whoa, got the back. Hello, Youngs.
Folks, I need the audience to sit down and take your seats, please. We need to get started.
Here we go.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hopefully no one started deliberations amongst yourselves, talked with anybody outside the jury about the case, did any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
No, sir.
No? All right. State, call your next witness.
State called Stephanie Murphy.
Yes.
There they go already. Come on. Stephanie Murphy, right? Let's put this in there. West Virginia, Mountain Mama. Da, 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 da. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low. Da, 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 to me, baby. Do, 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 What are they talking about? Come on, Eileen. Let's go see. You'd have thought they'd have done this. Oh, here we go. Right, let's go. Right, Dave, behave. I know what you're thinking right now, so behave.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning, Judge.
My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over the case. Get yourself about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right. Just make yourself comfortable. When you speak directly into the microphone with a loud, clear voice, we'll hear everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
Stephanie Murphy.
How do you spell first and last name?
Stephanie is Stephanie. Murphy is Murphy.
And what is your profession?
I'm an attorney.
How long have you been an attorney?
This is my 23rd year as an attorney and actually in the Sarasota, Bradenton area.
And are you with a firm, sole practitioner? What do you do?
My husband and I have our own firm, and I've had that firm for 16 and a half, 17 years. Before that, I was at a larger firm in Sarasota.
And what is your topic of law that you practice?
I practice family law, which is generally comprised of divorce, custody cases, or what used to be called custody cases, and adoption cases.
Okay. I want to ask you about Doug Benefield. Did he hire you?
He did.
And approximately when did he hire you?
He hired me in March 2018. He came for a first consultation on the 13th. He hired me on the 14th of March 2018.
And what was the purpose of your duties to begin with?
Initially, the purpose of hiring me was to draft a letter to Ashley Benefield, who was pregnant with their child at the time, which I did. I drafted a letter and sent it the day after I was retained. But the purpose of that letter was actually just to initiate.
Relevance. She stated that she sent the letter, that she was retained to send the letter. Now going to explain something.
Okay, overruled.
What was the purpose of the letter?
The purpose of the letter was to
open the door for discussion about Doug's participation in the upcoming birth of their child, but also to advise that if she did not feel comfortable with him being present at the birth, he was respecting her need for space.
And when did you send that letter?
I sent that letter on March 15th at 9:59 in the morning by email to Ms. Benefield.
Okay. And did you receive a response to that letter?
I did not receive a response directly from Ms. Benefield. She checked herself into Tampa General the next day to start induction.
Sustained.
So when was the child born?
Well, the child was born early. She was born on March 19th, I believe, is when she was finally born.
And you said early. How many weeks early was that?
Well, the child was originally scheduled, or her due date was April 8th. So I think.
Sustained.
Okay. So you said you never received a response?
Not from Ms. Benefield.
From Ms. Benefield about the letter?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, did Doug ever receive a response?
To my knowledge, he did not receive any response from Ms. Benefield or anyone on her behalf.
Okay. And I think you might have said this, but the child was born on what day?
She was born on the 19th of March.
Okay. And at the time the child was born, did you or Doug know that the child was born?
No, gosh, we didn't know for a good 5 or 6 weeks after she was born.
Okay. And how did you find out that the child was born?
I actually found out because I had been monitoring the docket for Manatee County court system, just because there had been no response. And so on May 6th, I saw that Ms. Benefield had filed a petition for protection against domestic violence on, I think it was April 23rd. So about 2 weeks prior to me finding out, she had filed the petition. And in that filing, there was, she identified the birth date of the child, as well as I think the child's name, which is the first time we learned about that too.
Okay. And you said she filed a petition for, what did you call it?
It's a petition for protection against domestic violence. So it's an injunction. A lot of people refer to it as a restraining order, but it wasn't granted as an injunction at the time.
Okay. So when, just for knowledge of people that may not know, when someone does a request for an injunction, what is sort of the procedure that it needs to go through?
So a person who files a petition for an injunction, they file it at the courthouse in the clerk's office, and then that gets sent up to the judge, usually a family law judge who's just in charge of injunctions that day. And then the judge has 3 options, I believe. One is just to deny it completely. The second option is to grant a temporary injunction, but then there's a follow-up or a return hearing.
I'll overrule.
And then the third option is what happened in this particular case, is that the judge denied the petition as a temporary injunction. So there wasn't enough evidence in the petition to warrant a temporary injunction, but a hearing was set to review it.
Okay. And when was that hearing set approximately, to your knowledge?
I believe it was originally set for May 8th, but Ms. Benefield made a request to continue that hearing.
Okay. So it was then continued?
It was.
Before the hearing actually happened, did you file any documents on Doug's behalf?
I did. So, well, of course, I filed a notice of appearance in that injunction case. And then we started an entirely separate case. So I filed on Doug's behalf a petition for a parenting plan unconnected with divorce. So he wanted to establish a parenting plan so that he had really time sharing and decision-making for his daughter, because he had none of that up to that point because she was withholding all that information.
And some of the lingo may be familiar to us, but so time sharing, what is that?
I'm sorry. So time sharing is what lay people and a lot of people used to generally call visitation. So it used to have custody, parent had custody, and then another parent had visitation. That was changed, and now in Florida at least, and especially in our circuit, we have parenting plans, which is a comprehensive agreement or an order by the court that lays out all the details of parenting as a not intact family. So the major components are decision-making and time-sharing schedule. So how often the child spends with each parent.
And you said not connected with a divorce proceeding?
Right.
So I would assume that means it can either be with a divorce proceeding or without.
It can be, and of course, it can be also in a paternity case, so parents don't have to be married. But in this case, because they were married, Doug was not initially pursuing a divorce because he hadn't had any contact with Benefield for a while. His initial...
Sustained.
Okay. So initially it was not connected with divorce.
Right. His priority was his daughter.
And you mentioned the injunction case and then your motions. Were they two different case numbers?
They were two different case numbers. So the injunction case number was 2018 DR 1823. And then the new case that I filed for Doug was 2018 DR 2318. Now they're companion cases though, so they might be separate cases, but they travel together as companion cases and they're assigned to the same judge through this unified family court program.
Okay. So when the hearing was set and ultimately heard, were both of those case numbers heard?
Both of the case numbers were heard, but it wasn't our first pleading wasn't the same pleading that was heard at the time of the injunction.
Objection. It's narrative, non-responsive to the question.
Sustained.
So what generally were the allegations in the injunction petition?
Generally, Ms. Benefield was alleging that Doug had been violent toward her. She alleged that he had hit the dog, fired a gun into the ceiling. The biggest allegation was that he was poisoning her and their child in utero with heavy metals.
Okay. When was this hearing finally held?
The hearing was held in two parts, actually. It was July 30th, and then the second part was September 17th.
Not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
And that was the year 2018, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what judge was this in front of?
It was in front of Diana Morland.
Okay. And you said it was held on 2 days. Why was it held on 2 different days?
It took a very long time. So we had, both sides had experts, toxicologists, and we had a number of other witnesses appearing. We had...
Objection. Not responsive to the question.
Overruled.
There were also people from the child protective team testifying. And so there were too many hours. And so we couldn't squeeze it all into one day.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of this, did Judge Morland make a decision?
At the end of that, she did. There were other decisions along the way, but ultimately she made a decision on the two matters that were set as the companion cases.
And what I meant was on the second hearing day, did she make a decision?
Yes, she did. September 17th.
And what was that decision?
There were two parts because, there was two cases.
Objection, Your Honor, just final decision.
For the prior motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Overruled.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. For the injunction, she made a lot of rulings and a lot of findings about lack of evidence and then denied the petition.
We don't want to talk about what went into that. We just want to know what her ruling was.
Okay, she denied the injunction. So that was the first part.
Okay. And then the second part?
The second part was on the parenting plan case, the time-sharing case. And so in that, she entered a ruling for a time-sharing schedule. That would be an introduction schedule because Doug at that point had never met his daughter, and that would increase over time on a temporary basis. And then she entered a ruling that he would have ultimate decision-making authority over the child's medical needs and otherwise share decision-making.
Overruled.
And otherwise, I'm sorry.
Otherwise share parent responsibility, which is joint decision-making.
Okay. And as of that day, was Judge Morland's ruling timed? Like, was it immediate? Was it in the future for the time sharing?
It was immediate. Well, not that day, but she said the first day, and it was just a couple of days later, the 21st, which is when Doug was supposed to meet his daughter for the first time.
Okay. And this time that Doug met his daughter for the first time, were you present?
I was, yes.
And where did this happen?
It happened at Manatee County Sheriff's Department on, I think it's 301.
Did you arrive together or separate? What's up?
Oh, we arrived separately. When I got there, Doug was already there.
And how old approximately was the baby at the time?
I think she was around 6 months old. She was born in March, and this was then the 21st of September. It's about 6 months.
And can you explain how that interaction went? Did you observe it, first of all?
I did.
Okay,
So when I arrived, I got into Doug's truck and we just waited because we were there early. And then he saw Ashley arrive with the baby. And so he pulled the truck closer, and then we both got out of the car and started walking toward Ashley. And then it was just an odd kind of interaction, actually. She turned to me with this nasty look on her face and said to Doug,
I'll sustain as to the characterization.
she turned to Doug and said, "Are you dating her?" And so obviously we both said, well, of course not, no. And then I hung back, and Doug then was standing there, and Ashley approached him with Emerson, and they started talking. Eventually she let him hold the baby, and they just kept talking for a few minutes. Then I was advised that they were going to be leaving together, strangely, that Ashley was going to be going with them for the time sharing.
Was this a surprise to you?
Absolutely. We had just been in knockdown, drag out litigation for months with just horrendous allegations that were unfounded. And yet she said, "I want to go with you." And he said, "Okay."
Objection to the characterization of the allegations being unfounded and continued editorializing by this witness.
Can we approach?
Sustained.
Yeah, this witness has got it right in for Ashley. She's a lawyer. She knows she's not allowed to do any of this stuff, but she's doing it anyway. He shouldn't be, half the stuff she's saying, she shouldn't be saying. About Ashley's character and stuff like that, giving her opinion. Just stick to the facts. What did you do as a lawyer? You represented her, fine. How did you do that? What was the outcome of some of these hearings? Don't go in, oh, she gave me dirty looks, she did this to me. She don't care. Don't care. That's not what you're here for. You know.
So when they told you they were going together, what was your response?
I pulled Doug aside and I cautioned him about going with her. I advised, I'm his attorney, and so I did advise him. I said, "This isn't a good idea. She's trying to set you up for something. Don't do this." And he said, "I understand. I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway." And so I stayed and observed as Ashley strapped the car seat into the back of the truck, and she got in the truck with Doug, and then they left together for his first time sharing with his baby.
Okay.
For their baby.
So after this first time sharing, did this seem to start a time of peace, so to speak?
It was a time of peace. Actually, before the 26th, but on the 26th, Doug and Ashley both signed a stipulation that I had drafted at Doug's request, which expanded the time sharing that Judge Morland had ordered at the hearing on the 17th. So within a week, they had already agreed that he was going to have even more time sharing than Judge Morland had said.
Okay.
And so that was filed in the court file. It took away the restriction of meeting at the sheriff's office if they chose.
Non-responsive.
Overruled.
So yes, that was the beginning of a time of peace that extended for quite a period of time.
Okay. And during this time, well, how long did that last, the peace?
It lasted, to my knowledge, about 11 months.
Okay. And during this 11 months, did you see Doug and Ashley?
I saw them in magazines. Actually, they were attending gala events together, and so they were kind of the
speculative and hearsay.
Overruled.
So other than seeing them together at the sheriff's office, I didn't personally observe them out in public, but I did. Like I said, I saw them in various forms of media. They're quite the couple.
Okay. And you said this peace lasted about 11 months. What broke this peace to your knowledge?
Well, it was my understanding from Doug that they were getting ready to move in.
Let's not talk about what happened with what Doug said was supposed to happen. But during this time, did Ashley stop speaking to him?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
During this time, did Ashley stop speaking to Doug?
Objection. How would you know it calls for hearsay?
Effect on the listener.
Overruled.
Thank you. They continuously spoke to one another for 11 months until August 16th of 2019.
Objection. I thought that was a yes or no. Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. So around this time, you said November 16th?
August 16th,
August 16th.
of 2019.
Okay. What happened at this time?
Doug was supposed to be moving in with Ashley and her mother, Alicia. He had moved all these things in.
And we're not going to talk about the specifics of that.
Sir, counsel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Drunken, I request the instruction from the court about,
Can we not do speaking objections?
Do you need to approach?
Oh, she does not like that. The prosecution do not like that. Speaking objections. Oh, are you back at your work when are you, Patty? This is not good. This is not good. All right, okay. This is a very strange. I think the prosecution is very flustered here as well. I think this attorney is actually causing them more pain than any good at the minute. This attorney actually is probably the worst witness we've had in terms of her conduct. But be interested to see how he deals with this now, the judge. Hmm. This cause there's quite a bit of objections from both sides now. The prosecution definitely do not like the objections. You can see from their face they hate these objections. I think they feel that they shouldn't be objected to. I love this judge, Bo. This judge is very, very good in my opinion. I don't like the headphones that she's got here. I wish there's better headphones. But she seems immersed in this. She's writing notes. She's diligently writing notes. She's speaking a lot to the paralegal. Is that a little bit of white hair she's got there? She got some salt and pepper going on? I don't know. I don't know. I think she's dressed all right. I don't know. I don't know how you would dress for court. Do you know what I mean? So it's easy for men because men just put a shirt and tie on. Judge, is your dad delayed? No, he's not, Dave. Stop.
All right, members of the jury, this is one of those situations that's going to take us a few minutes, so I'm going to excuse you back to the jury room. Again, please don't begin the deliberations amongst yourselves. Please don't contact or speak with anyone outside of the jury about this case. Don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about, but certainly you can use your phones and everything else to communicate with folks. Thank you. All right, the jury's out. You can all have a seat. Ms. Murphy, at this point, I'm going to excuse you from the courtroom so we can have our hearing. Ma'am, the rule of sequestration has been invoked.
He's just doing that now. I was just saying, I'm not sure if you heard it. Yeah, I knew about the. I just wish every defendant had the headphones. Every defendant, I think, should be able to listen to sidebars, in my opinion. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you feel better, Jody. It's nice to see you. We've missed you. I hope you're feeling better though. And yeah. Why are you drinking water? Just get the fuck out. Hey, Kings.
All right, the witness is out of the courtroom. Do you have,
Judge, I don't have a specific instruction. We may need to craft one, but what I'm looking for so that the court knows is an instruction to the jurors that these hearsay statements that have been repeated by the witness thus far, and for purposes of the remainder of her testimony, the other statements she will undoubtedly try to get out, are not being offered for the truth of the matter, but rather being offered for whatever reason that the court wants to ascribe to provide the context to her narrative in response to the question.
so as I said, go ahead, do you want to be heard?
No.
So as I said, I'm not aware of a standard jury instruction in the 2.1 to whatever it is, 2.8 range or 2.9 range that does that very thing. So I want to give the parties the opportunity with the jury not present to look and see if there's a standard jury instruction.
I don't think
I can give it. Like I said, I drafted one for a prior homicide trial where there were a number of statements that were admitted by me, by the decedent, where there were objections, just like we're having now, numerous objections to hearsay. But obviously, none of them were being offered by the state for the truth of the matter asserted. That's what was argued, and I made that finding. So in order to have just a blanket instruction, I crafted the following, and the parties ratified it. So I gave it specific to the decedent's statements in that case to, it was either an attorney or some sort of financial planner about some final wishes. And here's what it says. You are about to hear statements made by declarant, and I put the name in. These statements are relevant only to explain the reaction and responses that they elicit. That is, the effect those statements had on a reader or a listener, because there was also a letter that was involved. You are not to consider the statements by declarant's name as true, but only to establish the context of readers or listeners' actions, reactions, and responses.
that'll be fine, Your Honor.
Except for the you are about to hear me, because they've already heard some, so.
So the court want to substitute, you've already heard and may continue to hear. And by suggesting that, I'm not suggesting that I agree to the further admission of hearsay or her interpretation. That's not directly responsive to the question.
So reserving on other objections. And certainly there may be objections you have as we go where you think that they are not being offered for the effect on the listener and that it's hearsay without exception. So those still may come up. All right, so when we bring the jury back in, you want me to give that instruction?
Please.
You have heard and may continue to hear statements made by Doug Benefield, to Stephanie Murphy. These statements are relevant only to explain the reactions and responses that they elicit. That is, the effect those statements had on Ms. Murphy.
If I may, Ron?
Yes.
I would suggest that it just name Stephanie Murphy, not Doug Benefield, because I think in her testimony it's been broader than that. So I think by identifying the instruction as it relates to this witness, the jurors will consider the testimony appropriate.
All right, so let me go through this again, because I have declarant and recipient, reader or listener. So you have to tell me where you're talking about.
Sure.
You are about to hear statements made by Doug Benefield.
Yeah.
These statements are relevant only to explain the reactions and responses that they elicited. That is, the effect those statements had on Ms. Murphy. You are not to consider the statements made by Doug Benefield as true, but only to establish the context of Stephanie Murphy's actions, reactions, and responses.
Okay, so here's my concern. For example, Ms. Murphy also testified about Judge Morland, about a couple of the medical records and things like that. And I would prefer, and I think the fairest interpretation would be, ladies and gentlemen, Stephanie Murphy has previously said and may continue to refer to out-of-court statements. You are instructed that these statements, if and when made, you should not consider them for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather for context as it relates to Stephanie Murphy's testimony. That's how I think appropriately it should read, Your Honor.
Response?
Judge, I think these things that he's talking about were objected to and they were stopped. So I don't know that it's better to highlight it anyway, but I don't know if adding names in of people to fit this, statements of Doug Benefield, this person, this person, I don't know that would be effective to the jury. So I'm a little confused about how to handle it.
All right. Any final thoughts?
No.
All right. I'm open to giving limiting instructions, curative instructions that are suggested by the parties. However, the most recent one proposed by the defense, I don't think is legally accurate. It would be telling the jury to disregard testimony and evidence that's already been presented. I thought the request from the defense, because the objection came specific to Doug Benefield was supposed to move in with the defendant, and that's where we stopped. So it was my understanding that the instruction that was requested was specific to any statements made by Doug Benefield to Stephanie Murphy, that those are only relevant to explain the subsequent actions and effect that those statements had on Miss Murphy, and telling the jury not to consider the statements by Doug Benefield as true, but only to establish the context of Miss Murphy's subsequent actions, reactions, and responses. I don't think the limiting instruction proposed by the defense is the correct one to give. So I'm open to considering language that we can talk about some more, but no, the one you just said I don't think is appropriate.
All right, well, the message that we're trying to give the jurors is that when this witness makes hearsay statements, that the jurors should not necessarily receive that information as true. that it is being offered rather not for the truth, but to show the effect that it had on this witness. After all, that's what this witness is testifying to. She did not limit it just to what Doug told her, Judge. She's referred several times to what she heard from Ashley. She's referred to medical records and to allegations. She's also referred to Judge Morland's decisions. She's expanded upon them. She's incorporated hearsay into her testimony. This was why I approached the bench before she took the stand, because I anticipated this. That's the way she's conducted herself in the deposition and in all of her prior statements. So what I want, respectfully, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, what I want the jurors to understand is that as it relates to Ms. Murphy's characterizations based on hearsay, that they should not receive it for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they should receive it to show the impact that it had on Ms. Murphy.
Response.
Judge, first of all, anything that Ms. Benefield said is not hearsay, so it does not qualify under any of this analysis. I do not believe she said anything about medical records. I may be wrong. She did start to mention that she checked herself into the hospital. There was an objection and she stopped speaking. So I would agree that that your idea is correct and that should be the instruction.
Final thoughts.
So, everything that a defendant says is not necessarily admissible. It's not necessarily relevant. It's not necessarily an admission. For example, Judge, if during the course of all of this, Ms. Benefield may have stated how much she loved this routine of a mouse named Topo Gigio, I think we could agree that that would have no relevance. And if this witness wanted to get up and talk about that merely because that is something that Ashley Benefield repeated, that wouldn't make it acceptable. So I vehemently disagree with Ms. O'Donnell's statement that anything the defendant says is admissible. And I'm concerned about the editorializing by Ms. Murphy being interpreted by the jury as truth, as unvarnished and documented conclusions. And so I would like the jurors to know basically the definition of hearsay. I would like the court to instruct them that it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's an exception, and it can be considered to show how this witness reacted to it. That way, Judge White, it expands the parameters wide enough that the instruction would include hearsay from any source that Ms. Murphy refers to, whether it be Ms. Benefield, whether it be Doug Benefield, whether it be the hospital records or Judge Morland.
All right, thank you both very much. At this point, I don't plan on giving any sort of cautionary or limiting instruction. I haven't heard the parties agree on language. It doesn't sound like the language I've suggested is acceptable to both sides. So at that point, we'll just continue with the question, objection, ruling. Specifically as to the request regarding editorializing and characterizing, I'm going to sustain on those grounds. There's been, I think my information in front of me is that Ms. Murphy is a fact witness. All right. The request that I give the definition of hearsay to the jury is denied. As we all know, the determination of legal matters, including whether a statement is hearsay or not, or any sort of evidence is hearsay, that's a judicial matter, not a legal. It's a legal question, not a factual question for the jury. Those are my decisions. I'll note that it is already factored into a court's ruling if a statement is offered, if an out-of-court statement is offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement, it is hearsay. The issue then becomes, is there a recognized exception to that statement or to that hearsay? And is it relevant and material to the case? That's how I'll continue to make my decisions, subject to the objections and the arguments that are made. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
I did have one scheduling question, if it's okay with your honor. We have, after Ms. Murphy, we have 2 law enforcement officers here. And then our next witnesses are Dr. Broeder and Dr. Quintal. Do you feel like I'm safe in telling them they could come after lunch? That was when they were originally scheduled, but they have patients. They're asking if they need to cancel to come early.
I have no idea how long these next I don't know how long Ms. Murphy is going to take. I don't know how long the next 2 witnesses are going to take.
Well,
I have no idea.
I guess the question is, Judge, if we end at 11:30 or 11:40, are you going to want to take a lunch, or do I need to have Dr. Broeder here? Because he's with patients right now, so I need to be able to tell him. We originally thought he was after lunch.
You mean with Ms. Murphy?
We have Ms. Murphy and then 2 other witnesses we plan to do before lunch. I just want to know if I'm safe to tell the doctors they can come after lunch so they don't cancel patients.
My habit would be if we finish with witnesses around 11:45, unless that very next witness was both sides agreed it's going to be just 5 minutes, I would probably take a lunch break at that point.
Thank you. I asked it poorly. That's my question. I just want to be safe in releasing them so that, Your Honor, so we can keep moving. Or not releasing them, putting them after lunch. 1:30? Should I tell them 1:30?
It depends on when we finish this morning.
I'll just tell them it's after lunch for now. Thank you, Judge.
Are you ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
Defense? All right, let's bring Ms. Murphy in first. Ms. Murphy, have a seat. As you're settling in, did you discuss your testimony with anyone else outside of this room?
No.
Did anybody try to approach you and discuss anything about this case?
No.
Did you watch anything or any of the proceedings?
No.
All right, ma'am, while you were outside, I did sustain 2 objections that were raised by the defense, and that is some of your testimony has been editorial rather than factual and has been characterizations of observations as opposed to observations.
Okay.
So just FYI, I did sustain those 2 objections.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're just going to keep having questions and answers. I'll rule on objections as we go.
Great. Thank
All right.
you.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
She should also know better as a lawyer that she can't editorialize like she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's doing it deliberately because she does not like Ashley, obviously. But yeah, I don't like this, especially from a witness that knows better.
Questions amongst yourselves, talk with anybody outside the jury about the case, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
No, sir.
Everybody says no. All right, you may resume your question.
And I believe as we left off, Ashley and Doug were not speaking to each other. Pretty much not speaking to each other.
Right, beginning on August 16th, 2019, they were not speaking to each other.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you ultimately file anything on Doug's behalf?
I ultimately did, yes.
Okay. And what was that?
We filed gosh, let me think back. It was so many years ago now. a series of things, but one of the first things that we filed was an amended petition for divorce. And so it was actually a motion for leave to amend with the amended petition attached to it, which is the procedure.
So that ultimately means it was not seeking divorce before, but now the petition is.
Yes, that's correct. And still the parenting plan with some additional allegations, but that's what the main first pleading was.
Okay. And at some point after this was filed, did you get information that there had been complaints filed against Doug Benefield?
Yes, I did. So that amended petition was filed, I think, November 6th or 5th of 2019. And then within a month, I would learn that there was a series of complaints filed with.
I'll sustain.
Ultimately, these complaints that were filed against Mr. Benefield, were they documented or filed in any way in your casework, in your cases?
Object relevance.
I'll overrule.
So, of course, we didn't attach them as exhibits to our next pleading, but we did file an amendment.
Editorialized.
Sustain. That would ask for a yes or a no.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question for me?
Those complaints, did they make their way, the information at least, into your filings in your cases?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did Ashley file an injunction request based on these allegations?
Yes.
Okay. And around this time, was there a psychological evaluation ordered with Dr. Broeder?
It was not ordered by the court. There was a psychological evaluation that was put into place through, I believe, the Child Protective Team.
Editorialized.
Sustain.
So an evaluation was recommended.
I sustained it.
I requested instruction from the board to disregard the last answer.
Members of the jury, I have sustained an objection. When we had our initial instructions, the preliminary instructions on Monday morning, I want to remind you one of those very important instructions. If an objection is made, you are not to guess or speculate as to why it was made. Likewise, you are not to guess or assume or speculate what the answer might have been had the objection not been sustained and the witness had been allowed to answer. So you're to disregard those last answers.
As part of this process with,
Sufficient?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Go
Sorry.
ahead.
As part of the process of these cases in court, did Ashley and Doug Benefield, to your knowledge, see a Dr. Broeder
Yes, they did.
for a psychological evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when this petition for injunction filed by Ashley was set for a hearing?
I don't remember the date that it was initially set because she filed a motion to continue.
Objection.
Basis?
Editorializing, not responsive to the question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
It was continued several times after she filed a motion for mediation, and then eventually it was scheduled to occur, I believe it was September 30th of 2020.
Okay. So you said it was continued several times because of a mediation. So just what is a mediation and how does that play in?
Okay, so mediation is a settlement conference that takes place. It generally involves the parties as well as their attorneys, and then a neutral person who generally is certified family court mediator. And so what generally happens is a mediator goes back and forth between each side to try to work out an agreement. And in this case, it was ordered by Judge Morland in response to Ms. Benefield's motion.
To do the mediation?
Correct.
Okay. And did you participate in the mediation?
I did, of course.
And also Doug and Ashley Benefield?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did some of the focus of the hearing coming up change?
In anticipation of the mediation, yes, the focus of the upcoming hearing on the 30th changed.
Okay. And in what way did that change?
Earlier in September, I think on the 17th, Doug and Ashley signed a joint motion to release the psychological evaluation reports in the divorce case, in the 2018 DR 2318 case. Because in that situation, the psychological evaluations had not been ordered by Judge Morland. They were put into place through.
Not responsive, editorializing.
I'll sustain on the narrative.
So they did a joint motion to release the psychological evaluation.
Yes.
And is that fairly typical? It's needed in this realm to get that result released to the parties.
Oh, of course.
Objection, relevance, it's what's taken place in this case.
A judge would not just release, is not able to. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I apologize.
A judge doesn't release that report unless
the judge orders that it can be released.
Okay. And Doug and Ashley did a joint motion for that to happen.
They did.
And to your knowledge, what was their path forward from that point?
The path that went into place was they were reconciling and moving to Maryland.
Speculation as to what the path forward was.
And so when we were leading up to the week that he was killed, it was agreed upon that they were going to result in an impasse of the mediation because they were reconciling, and then the hearing on the 30th, the week after, was only going to be to release a psychological evaluation report.
Okay.
And they were going to pursue the move to Maryland.
Okay. So ultimately, the only thing that was supposed to happen at this hearing on September 30th was the release of the psychological event.
That was it.
That was it. Okay. And do you recall what day of the week that was, September 30th?
I believe it was Wednesday. So the mediation was a Thursday prior to the killing. And then the hearing was supposed to be Wednesday, the 30th.
Okay. And what day was Doug killed?
Sunday night.
And that would be the 27th?
Yes.
And who was the judge going to be at this hearing on the 30th?
Oh, it was still Diane Morland. She was still the judge on the case.
And at all times that you dealt with Doug, did he ever seem to you overly angry or aggressive about things?
No, I thought Doug was never angry. He was very mellow and matter of fact. It was a point of contention between us, actually.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Murphy.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
We've met on a few occasions, have we not?
Yes, we have.
And we meet again this morning.
It's lovely to see you.
So your specialty is family court,
Family law, yes.
and you've been practicing family law, I think you've told us 23 years. You have your own firm, you and your husband.
Yes.
And in that capacity in family law, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you litigate matters in family court, excuse me, there are rules and procedure that apply to family court, are there not?
In all courts, and including family court, yes.
Okay, such as the rules of evidence,
Yes.
the rules of procedure, family court procedure,
Yes.
and ethical obligations as well.
That's correct.
Those always govern your behavior with respect to the tribunal, the court, correct?
All of our behavior, yes, that's correct.
Are you familiar with Florida Bar Rules of Professional
Objection,
Conduct?
relevance, Judge?
I'll overrule. I don't know where this is going, so I'll overrule for a moment.
Thank you.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, Rule 4-3.3, candor toward the tribunal.
I'm familiar with that rule.
All right. You're familiar with that rule's obligation of a duty to disclose false evidence.
I don't have the rule in front of me, so if you want me to read and see if that's exactly in the rule, I can certainly take a look at it. I'm generally familiar with the obligation to provide candor to the court.
Yes, and to disclose if evidence is inaccurate. I think we can agree on that, correct?
Of course.
That would include, would it not, a failure to correct a materially false statement of fact?
Yes, I'm aware that that exists, but I don't see how that could apply to my case with Doug.
All right, well, let's see. I want to ask you about a sequence of events now relating to the litigation that you mentioned to us between Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield.
Was this the injunction you're referring to or the divorce case?
I'll be very specific in my questions if you'll be patient for a moment.
Of course.
Ashley Benefield files her domestic violence petition on April 23rd of 2018. Is that correct?
I believe that date is correct, yes.
Just so there's no mistake. She then, correct me if I'm wrong, because you seem to have the dates mastered. Ms. Benefield then files a petition for divorce and temporary TPR on May 31st of 2018.
I don't remember the date that she filed those, but she filed, those would be, I think, separate things. And so in response to the petition for parenting plan unconnected with divorce that I filed on Doug's behalf, she filed an answer and a counter petition seeking divorce.
So your answer for purposes of my question was you don't recall the date?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And it wasn't that
May
she
I
just.
approach the witness?
Yes.
See if this refreshes your recollection as to the date.
I need to get my reading glasses, Mr. J.
While you're looking at it, when I refer to the initials TPR, what does that stand for?
Termination of parental rights.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. You're right. This is the 31st of May. And she did file a separate case. I had forgotten that.
Well, the question pending was, does that refresh your recollection as to the date?
As to the date, yes.
Yes.
The contents memo.
Was I correct in my statement to you that the date was May 31st, 2018?
Yes.
Now, would you take a look, if you need to refresh your recollection, as to count 2, specifically paragraph 5? Ms. Benefield makes some allegations there, does she not?
She does.
All right. On June 19th of 18, you file Mr. Benefield's answer.
I don't remember that.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's see if this refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
Is the date June 19th, 2018?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And that's your answer, is it not?
This is Doug's answer that I drafted and filed on his behalf.
That
Yes.
you drafted and filed on his
Yes,
behalf.
correct.
And in response to paragraph 5 of Ms. Benefield's petition, you deny it, do you not?
Objection relevance, Judge?
Oh, I think,
I'll overrule on those
yeah,
grounds.
thank you, Judge. Ms. Murphy, my question was, if you would look at paragraph 5, do you enter a denial?
I'm sorry, it's number 5 is 7 pages long. So I was just checking to see if that was correct.
Well,
Yes,
your answer.
we denied these allegations that
Okay.
he committed those acts during pregnancy.
Now, as part of that action, your client, Doug Benefield, submits to a deposition 27 days later on July 17, 2018, does he not?
I don't remember that exact date, but he did submit to a deposition around that time frame.
Okay, and in that deposition, while,
Sustained.
Your Honor, she opened the door. She's already talked about,
Would you like to approach?
yes.
Oh, this is the stuff that makes me cringe. She's taking a big gulp there. She knows what's coming. There's something quite big coming. If the state have now objected, so they are worried about something here. This is the kind of cringe. This is what I'm saying. We can't judge a trial till we see all the evidence. Ooh. There may be trouble ahead. Not for her, but the prosecution. There may be trouble ahead. She has got grey hair as well. I'd noticed that before. She's got greyish. She's like Josie, salt and pepper. Yeah, I wonder if he's gonna. Yeah, I think. Well, we'll see now. We'll see. Mama Ames says, "I hope she." So because so far I have nothing to make me sway either way. Well, Mama Ames, that's where you're wrong. Because to sway you, if you're not swayed either way, that means she's not guilty. So it's not about finding anything to sway you to not guilty. You start every trial, or should start every trial as defendant is not guilty, innocent. So it needs to sway you the other way. So you would be a not guilty right now, Mama Ames. You'd be with me, you and me, we solidarity going not guilty right now. Obviously, it's a long way to go. So this is why you always get the best representation you can afford. Yeah, imagine if you get public defenders. To be fair, there's some public defenders really good, but I mean, there's some that don't give a shit. Erin Hack, the Hackster says, I look atrocious with grey hair. I'll be dyeing my hair until my last. Erin Hack. Whoa. Jodie Lee. Florida is awesome because we get to listen to. Yeah, it's amazing. I think the ice cream man, was that Florida as well? Because I remember him. Or was that in California? I don't remember. It's either California or Florida. He got to listen in as well. I loved that as well. And Travis Rudolph, as Erin likes to say, he got to walk up to the court. You know, he could go actually to the sidebar. He didn't have headphones. He just went straight up. Florida, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. Hello, Danielle, my darling. How are you? True, Mama Ames. You got it, Mama Ames. You got it. Not guilty. Not sure defense can ask a specific question about deposition. They claim the witness opened the door by answering. I don't know. Well, yeah, we'll see now, Joe. We'll see. My hair has more salt than is healthy. Storm cat. It's all good. You can't judge a trial until you get into it. Dylan's picked two good ones. Yeah, this has been on my radar for a year now. This one, it's been on my radar for a year to do this one. I streamed the Stand Your Ground trial hearing, and stuff like that. God, she's so smug, obnoxious. The lawyer, you mean, Dawn? Steph, good day, mate. Erin, hack is one of my favourite Dylan bits. Ole, 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 ole. Erin, hack. Erin, hack, ole. Danielle, hi Dylan. Sorry, I've been with work just popping. No, it's all good. It's all good. It's nice to see you, my darling. Nice to see you. I believe public defender work as hard as their client will work with them. I don't know. I've seen some really bad public defenders not give a shit, Jody. Honestly, I've seen some proper bad ones that just literally don't care. And I've seen public defenders where they've been fan-frigging-tastic. You know, there are some really bad ones out there that we've covered. And some of them have actually gone to appeal and succeeded because of how bad the public defender was. It all depends who it is. But I don't think that all are bad. I just think that there are some that we've witnessed that are really bad. Raoul said, for those who are asking, Yuri can continue to not investigate the rubber ducks case during his IA investigation. I know he's still on duty. And just remind everybody that Sean is live tonight. So Sean is live tonight at 7 o'clock Eastern, and he will be discussing. I just texted him. He goes, it's going to be fire tonight, son. It's going to be fire tonight, he said. So make sure you go and watch that. Hey, Steph. Got to pay that one. Andrea and I are pissing and laughing. Oh, hello, Andrea. Hello, Steph. Hello, Andrea. Thank you so much, Steph, for your super chat. Thank you, my darling. Appreciate you. Dara Brooks was a pretty... I didn't watch that one. Thankful. Hello, my darling. Love the old Olay song. Best of your songs. Great. Oh, thank you. Oh, but some people like Backstreet. I don't remember how the Backstreet song goes now. Backstreet. All right. Oh, I don't even remember the song now. But yeah, I like the Erin Hack one. Wade Wilson went up to the bar, but the whole trial he wore a belt vest under his jacket and had to zap him if he did step. Where was that? What county was that there? What state was that, Crafty Cow? Was that Florida as well? I have to get my hair highlighted. There you go. Erin, she's been doing it since she was your age. I want a grey hair, raisin ready. A few defenders. Yeah, there's a few wear shock collars, isn't they? I've been dyeing my roots for years. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, Sarah Boone's a different animal, isn't she? She's just a different beast. And by all means, I'm not saying there's probably a ton of great public defenders. We just watched one of the Carragher. So Carragher was an example. We had one public defender. So there's three attorneys for three defendants, three attorneys. One was private. He had really good representation. Another one had really good representation. He was excellent public defender. I don't know how he's a public defender, as in he had to do X amount. And then there's one attorney, he was a public defender for the other witness. He was so bad. I mean, I felt so sorry for the defendant. Even the other attorneys were trying to help that defendant because his attorney was so bad. Unbelievable. But Weaver was excellent. If you all remember Carragher, Weaver, he was excellent. The other one, the guy on his own, he was fucking awful. Yeah, he is scary. Can you imagine? One wrong move, if you're going to get a bottle of water. I didn't watch that one. I didn't fancy it. Florida, that makes sense then. That makes sense. I'm just trying to see what other states allow you to hear the sidebars. Yeah. September 2020 for this case. September 2020. Erin Hack. Well, first time I actually knew about it, he was a big, strong guy. I did think through proceedings he was going to something, but he behaved. Wow, this is a long sidebar. Super long sidebar. Thank you, El Chatty, for keeping us going. I can't imagine making $100 an hour doing here. Fucking hell. Is that how much you get paid? $100 an hour? Cheapers, creepers. Sign me up. Sign me up, baby. Think a lot with them, but no one knows. That what's her name? The one that got chopped her boyfriend's head off. She business. She won one, didn't she? Because she attacked her attorney. Here we go.
All right, members of the jury, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and let you go to an early lunch. It's about 11:20 right now. So the good news is you get to beat the crowds wherever you decide to go. If you could be back downstairs in that jury assembly room where you start each morning at 12:30, and we'll look forward to getting you back up here as soon as we can after that. Please remember, if you do go out somewhere and have lunch, if you go in a group, that's just fine. You can absolutely go in your groups, but do not discuss the case at all amongst yourselves or anything about the case. Don't talk about the case with anybody outside of the jury. And please don't do any legal research or research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. Again, if you're sitting somewhere, you just kind of hear in the din of the people behind you something about the case, just let them know, hey, I'm a juror in this case. I need you to stop. If they persist, please leave and report it immediately to the deputies. All right, we'll see you back hopefully around 12:45. All right, you're going to have a seat. The jury's out. Ms. Murphy, we're going to take an early lunch break. I want to remind you that the rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with anyone, including the attorneys. You're not to discuss your testimony with any other witnesses or talk about what their testimony was or will be. You're not to view anything about this case.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you back here. You can also be here be back about 12:30.
Okay, no problem.
All right, we'll see you guys back here at 12:30.
What? So actually, they are taking lunch right now. What the fuck? I thought they were going to have an in-court hearing. Oh, wow. Okay. That's a surprise. So, okay, they're going to be back at 12:30. Wow. Right, okay. Well, I did not expect that. Why are they taking a break so early? I thought they were going to have a hearing or something. Lunch break until 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Well, that's fucked me over a bit. That's fucked my dinner over now. 5:30. Right, I got a video to play for you anyway, so don't worry. I got the love bomb. I know. That's an early lunch, though, isn't it? That is too early. 11:20. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Lavina. Hey, Linda. Right. Let's get the love bomb, love machine on for you ladies. Bear with me. Let me find him. He's a love, 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 love. This witness has taken way too long. Right, hang on. Let's get here. Lawyer. You no. So Lawyer No did a stream yesterday about the open statements and stuff, see what he thought about it. It's always a good thing to listen to him. You got $11 a day you get. I know. All right, let me just play this then. And then no, what it is, Lavina, judge needs to spread his legs again. Share screen, share screen, share screen, share screen. And then I'll be back here by 12:30 anyway, so listen, Peter actually talks. Right, hang on.
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
And he's got his ponytail on for you ladies now. Right, let me drop off here then. I'll be back at 12:30 then.
Into the very first video on a brand new case, at least to this channel. It is the Black Swan trial. All I knew about this case before starting the trial today was that she had some connection to ballet, ballerina, something like that, and what the charges were in the death of her husband. So what we're going to do today is we're going to listen to opening statements as each lawyer lays the roadmap of what's going to happen, what's the evidence going to be, and then when the prosecution starts their case, they are moving through witnesses. So we're going to recap and react to some of those witnesses. We're really going to focus on opening statements because we want to know, what is each side going to argue? What does each side expect the evidence to show in this case? We're going to answer your questions. It's a Florida case, so it's right here in our backyard. Let's get to it. So this was one that came highly requested from the chat. So I figured I would jump in. We would take a look at it together. We would learn about it together. If you guys are new to this case, so am I. Guess what? So is the jury. And how does the jury get the picture of the case, right? When people are saying we do all this research beforehand, we go into it and we got to know what everybody's going to argue, what each side can't bring in, things like that. In some cases, that's cool to do, and it gives us kind of a different look at it. But what's cool about coming in like a juror, if we don't understand, if we're sitting here together, the couple thousand of you that are in this chat, and myself, if we don't know what this case is about, and we don't know what the prosecution is going to argue, and we don't know what the defense's response is going to be, if anything, they're not doing their job as lawyers. We need to pare it down, not dumb it down, but pare it down in digestible chunks and focus on the most important evidence, not lose the jury's attention. And we're basically going to listen to the opening statements in their entirety. I think they're only about 15, 20 minutes each. And then we're just going to kind of break down the witnesses and recap, see what they said that's important. They flew through the witnesses today. And I heard the state may be resting as soon as Wednesday afternoon or Thursday morning, which is tomorrow or the next day, if I heard that right. All right. So let's jump in to the state's opening statement.
This case is about a woman who very early on in her pregnancy decided she wanted to be a single mother. And she did not want the father of this child to have any visitation, her husband. And everything she did from that point on was to attain that goal. And she would stop at nothing to attain that goal. She tried.
So right there, we kind of have motive right off the bat. Okay. We have a mom who wanted to be a single mom, and she made that decision from the jump. So how do you become a single mom if you have a husband? Well, there's a million ways, but they're saying this woman decided to take him out. So we got motive right off the jump. I also think it's cool. I have never seen, and let me know if you're coming into this case clean and you don't know anything about this case before it starts. Maybe clean's not the right word, but because I'm noticing more people saying that at the beginning of this case than maybe I've ever seen from a trial we started watching together. So we've got motive right off the jump. How are they going to prove that?
Several things in the system that you'll hear. The courts, law enforcement, Department of Children and Families, no one got on her side. And
so that's big. It's not just us. It's not just the state. Law enforcement, the court system, CPS. Nobody believed her. Nobody was on her side with the accusations she was making about her husband. So are you, jury, really going to be the only ones that end up on her side? They didn't say that, but that is very strong evidence. And I'm very surprised that that was all allowed to come in and that that was all admissible, because they're deciding very different things than what the jury has to decide. But again, we didn't hear all the pretrial motions. We don't know what arguments were made, but we know, at least it sounds like, that's coming before this jury.
at the end, when there was no other option, she shoots him and kills him and claims self-defense. Now, this couple, Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield, were married. They had moved to Florida from South Carolina. They lived together in South Carolina. Now, when they lived down here in Florida in Bradenton, they did not live together. Obviously, there were issues. Doug Benefield lived in his own apartment. Ashley Benefield lived with her mother, Alicia Byres, in a home with their daughter once she gave birth. She had this daughter who at the time was a toddler when she shot Doug. While they were living separate, they were still interacting with each other with the goal, the apparent goal of seeking reconciliation, reconciling this family and becoming a family. They were going to restaurants. They were going to Selby Gardens. They were hanging out at the pool at Doug Benefield's apartment complex.
So this kind of flies in the face of motive a little bit, right? They were trying to get back together. They were working on it. Now, they say that it was all lies and she was just putting up a front and she wasn't actually really trying to get back together. But they make mention of a few things that make it seem like if they were going to try to get back together, why did she do all this? There's more to come, of course.
All images, they look like they were trying to reconcile. The problem was that is not what Ashley Benefield wanted. Although that's what she was portraying, that's not what she wanted. At the time that the shooting happened, they were planning to move to Maryland. Ashley's mother had inherited a home in Maryland and they were going to move to Maryland. Doug was also going to move to Maryland. They were going to continue to live separate and continue to attempt to reconcile, but they were all going to move to Maryland together. Excuse me. At the time that this happened, everybody was in moving mode. There were boxes everywhere, furniture, beds upended.
Again, she keeps with they were all going to move together. Now, she does eventually say, that's all kind of a crock. But as I'm listening for the first time, right, as a potential juror for the first time, I'm thinking, wait, they're moving together to Maryland? So she's bringing us along this story with her. Rebecca, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to all the new members. We got our July members only live tomorrow, so perfect timing for that.
They had a U-Haul that they were using together. They had a pod that was in the defendant's driveway that they were putting all of their things into. And every day around this time, Doug Benefield was going to Ashley's home to assist her in putting these things into the pod, putting these things into the U-Haul, because the plan was that they were all going to pack up in the next few days and move to Maryland and continue to try and work on the relationship. The problem was Ashley Benefield knew that this was a ruse. She didn't intend to reconcile. She didn't intend to try to make this work. And the problem was there was a court hearing on September 30th of 2020. And at that court hearing, all of this was going to come out. It was going to come out that she was acting one way when she was by herself, and she was acting another way when she was with Doug Benefield.
So when I heard this, I was like, how is this going to come out? With friends? Did somebody turn on her? I was trying to figure out how that's going to come out when she said that, which is probably what they wanted, right? Something that grabs the jury's attention, an answer that you're going to have the goods for later. So that's something that popped into my mind when I heard that.
That she was telling him she wanted to work on things, that she wanted to get this marriage back together. But yet when separate, she was saying she had absolutely no intention of reconciling, did not want him around, and did not want this to work. On the 30th of September, this was going to come out. On the 27th of September, she shoots him and kills him. 3 days before this hearing and 3 days before this information was due.
So again, she's getting us with attention grabbers. This damning information was going to come out. And 3 days before is when she does the deed. 3 days before she tries to hide this information.
Become public. Now, there was no one else at the house at the time of the shooting. It was just Doug and Ashley. While Ashley's mother and child lived there, they had gone to the park. As soon as Doug got to the house, Alicia Byres takes her granddaughter, and they go to the park. So the only people at the house are the defendant and the victim. And you're going to hear three very important things about this shooting. Number one, Ashley Benefield was the only person that was armed. It was her gun. She had it from before. It's not like she took it away from Doug. It was her gun. And Doug Benefield was not armed. He had no gun, no knife, no club, no weapon of any kind. Number two
becomes kind of a more important detail later when we hear that he often did carry a concealed weapon, knew how to use it, knew he was a military guy. So that's, I think, why they wanted to make that point in opening.
two, Ashley Benefield was not injured. Law enforcement took pictures of her right after the shooting. And then again, you'll hear in a few days, they took more pictures because sometimes law enforcement, they know that bruises sometimes don't show up right away, that it takes several days for these bruises to show up. So they took pictures several days later. And you'll see those pictures and you'll see that Ashley Benefield is not injured. She has some very superficial scratches on her midsection. Who knows where they came from? She had cats in the house, but who knows? But this is the only injury to her. And the third thing is the trajectory of the—
So lack of injuries, usually a good thing in a case like this, not always, determinative, but that's a good detail to bring out. Is it true? We'll see. They took a lot of pictures. They came out with some witnesses today.
The fatal bullet. Now he was shot multiple times, but one of the bullets was fatal. The trajectory of that bullet was side to side. It was not straight on. Doug Benefield was not facing her, coming at her at the time that the fatal shot was fired.
So to some jurors, and you guys can let me know, that may be a big deal. To me, that's not that big of a deal. A million things can happen in a chaotic situation like this, especially that she fired the gun multiple times. To me, that's a bigger detail. It's not like she was just firing it to get him away from her, but she fires multiple times. She wasn't going to stop until she took him down. That's kind of maybe something I would have said in opening with these details, not like how the entry and exit wound showed like where they were standing, because positionally, I think we know, a lot can happen there.
Now, as you go through this trial, it's a lot of information, a lot of timeline, but it's all very important to understand the tenor of this relationship between these two people. And it goes all the way back to when they met back in 2016. That was the end of August 2016, they meet. They were both involved in some political event and they met. 13 days later.
So they mentioned this like political event a million times. I have no idea what these people's political views are. To me, it seems like everybody kind of agreed, let's keep that hidden at this point, right? We're through a day of trial and there may only be 2 or 3 days of trial, but this political event that they were all at, it seems like they don't want to say what it was in front of the jury. If it's a Biden rally, if it's a Trump rally, whatever it is, maybe it was Clinton. I don't remember what year this is. I think this happened a couple years ago, so it wouldn't be a Clinton rally, but whatever. Whatever side it is, they don't want to say it because it's not relevant. It doesn't really matter which rally they met at, number one. And number two, if you say the wrong name to the wrong juror, we know that could have an effect on the jury. So it's very obvious when they say political event, they don't want to say which side of the aisle they were on, because both of them, by the way, defendant and victim, were at the same rally. So it's really not relevant, but I just thought it was interesting that they mentioned that multiple times.
They married. Doug Benefield was 54 years old. Ashley Benefield was 24 years old.
So that was a kind of a shocking detail to me. He was 54 and she was 24. Paul Levan said, Peter, I was there today at the Manatee Courthouse in Bradenton, 9 jurors, 7 women, 2 men, older jurors, 60 to 80 years old, except one of the male jurors was in his 40s. So 7 women, 2 men, older, 60 to 80, except one of the male jurors. Oh, older jurors. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying the men were older. Okay, so that gives us kind of a breakdown. More women. I would think that's beneficial and good for her. Generally, if I was trying this case, I think I would want female jurors. Okay, let's keep listening.
There's a 30-year age gap between the two of them. They knew each other 13 days and they got married.
By the way, the 30-year age gap, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It was just a little surprising to me. I was like, oh, okay, so that's an added element, right? Because the jury's going to try to determine the dynamics. And as lawyers, when we try these cases, we explain how the dynamics affect the case, how we put it in the proper context. And I have a feeling that's going to be part of this from one side or the other.
Ashley Benefield was very into the ballet, had been an ex-dancer. Her dream was to start a ballet company. And lo and behold, her husband has the money and the connections to get this done. So he begins and she begins to put this ballet company together. And they do put a ballet company together. But before it can...
That's kind of another motive. Using him to be the father of her child, which again, there's lots of ways to do that. You definitely don't need to marry somebody for that. I think you should, right? If you want my opinion. But if they're saying she wanted him for the child and she wanted him for his money to start the ballet company, they're trying to promote motive. And we end up finding out later how quickly this relationship started.
Actually take off, it falls apart. Before they're married even a whole year, so in April of 2017, Doug Benefield has his vasectomy reversed because they want a child. Within weeks or months of the vasectomy reversal, the defendant is pregnant. So all within a year of being married, they have done a vasectomy reversal, gotten pregnant, started a ballet, and the ballet has crumbled. While Ashley is pregnant, she decides she's too sick from the pregnancy, morning sickness, and that she needs her mother to take care of her. Her mother's in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida. So during her pregnancy, she moves to Bradenton, Florida to live with her mother so her mother can take care of her during the sickness. The two never lived together again.
That's another crazy detail to me. Crazy detail. She gets pregnant. They haven't been married very long. And because of the sickness, morning sickness, she moves in with her mom. That's the reason she moves in with her mom to another state and never moves back in with her husband. Now, just off the bat, and all I've heard from this case so far is the state's opening. Okay. And at the time, this is what I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out why she would leave. So there are basically two options. The one the state is presenting, which is she planned this all along. She just wanted to use him to get pregnant. Now that she's pregnant, she moved in with her mom. Okay. That's the state's explanation. Another one that just pops into my head is maybe it really was that bad that quick. And maybe she was running away from him, right? I think that's at least a plausible explanation. Because to do it that fast while pregnant, I don't think, again, I don't know, and I don't want to overgeneralize women, of course. Never been a woman, never been pregnant, don't know what it's like. But I would think you wouldn't want to leave your husband while pregnant with his child when you guys just got married and everybody explains their relationship as lovey-dovey and happy. What would make her leave him? And those are the two options we have in my head so far. People are saying there was no money. Okay, so she used him for his money. When that ran out, she left. Okay, it's another reason.
The last time these two lived together. They continued a long-distance relationship when she first moved to Florida and continued trying to keep it together in communication. But about the same time as the ballet collapses, right about all of this time, Ashley Benefield starts complaints against the victim. Her complaints are things like, the main one was that Doug Benefield was poisoning her with heavy metals.
So she starts talking about complaints that he's poisoning her and doing these things to her, right? And they're saying basically the timing lines up with their theory that this was all part of her plan.
And her unborn child was being poisoned, that there was poison in her tea, that he was giving her poison. There were also other complaints, domestic violence complaints, different types of complaints, but not once will you hear that she ever said he hit her. Not once did she ever say he choked her, kicked her, anything like that. Even though she's making these complaints, the victim, Doug Benefield, is still trying to make this work. And you're going to see some text messages and hear some things. He's still trying to make this work.
So I can't remember. I think they already said he reversed his vasectomy. I see people putting that in the chat. Again, if I'm going to put myself in his shoes, when I'm 54, if I was going to marry a 24-year-old who wanted kids, I would assume that would be part of the plan, that you would have to do something like that. But, you know, I guess that's some kind of motive. And again, to me, why would she pick this guy? I don't get it. I don't get it if she really did have this master plan. Why? I see people saying he lied about money. That hasn't really come out yet. So, you know, we got to see that. We got to figure that out. But I'm not following why she like targeted him and picked him. Maybe he just said yes. I don't know. So I'm kind of lost there, but I am following exactly what the state is explaining as her motive and her actions in this case and how they're trying to connect the dots. Yes, if you guys are interested in this trial, hit the like button. If you're not, let me know in the comments, right? But if you are, hit the like button so I can know. Or if you just want to be nice, hit the like button.
But she is having none of it. So at about the time that she's ready to give birth, Doug Benefield contacts an attorney here in Florida, Sarasota, Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and asks her to help. and asks her to help him write a letter to her, to Ashley Benefield, to state that he wants to be a part of the birth and he wants to be a part of this child's life and to please keep in contact with him. Ashley never answers that letter. That letter is sent via email on March 15th of 2018, which was several weeks early. She wasn't due yet. And the next day, she is induced, her pregnancy is induced, and she gives birth to a daughter.
So that's pretty wild timing, right? That he starts pushing, he wants parental rights. She's trying to hide when she's having the baby and block him from meeting with the baby. And so she gets induced the day after. He tries to get a lawyer involved to force this. I mean, that's timing that fits with the state's theory. Now, what I'll also say is, if this is just part of her plan, like, so there's, again, two options in my head, right? Because I kind of have figured it out at this point that she's going to claim he was abusive and she was running away from him. So the two options in my head are, was she trying to hide the baby from him because she really believed he was abusive? Or was she trying to hide the baby from him because she wanted to be a single mother? Because that's not going to last forever, especially if he knows where you're at and you're with your mom. It's not like you fled to another country. But then why didn't she start divorce proceedings? So there's all sorts of things, you know, that to me are not lining up just yet.
She never tells Doug. He doesn't even know his child is born for weeks. And she never responds to the letter.
It's a great point people are making. And I did consider that, but depending on how far along she was, right, that could have just been the normal day, Addie, for her to get induced. I get it. And I've known lots of people that have gotten induced. It's either the past day or the doctor says you have to because the baby's whatever reason, right? A million reasons. So if it does line up, fine. I'm just saying the timing, it could be coincidental. It could have just lined up like that. Or he could have known the due date, right? And hired the lawyer before the due date. And then she gets induced on the due date. So maybe there is a normal explanation for this. We haven't heard it yet. So we'll keep an open mind to that.
The way that Doug knows that this child is born is that Ashley Benefield starts filing complaints again. And based on these complaints, he figures out, oh, my child's born. And now we have more complaints. The complaints revolved around the poisoning and the things that I talked about earlier. And she filed for what's called a violation of injunction, or I'm sorry, she filed for an injunction. An injunction is our legal way of saying restraining order. So when someone wants a restraining order, they have to go through a process and go to court, and the court has to decide, and you get a restraining order. So that was her process. She was trying to get a restraining order against Doug, and the allegations were what I said to you. At the same time, Doug Benefield had not seen his child, had not met his child. So he did a cross.
Again, I wonder how much we're going to get into the burden in getting an injunction and a restraining order versus criminal court, how that's different. But, you know, all that's going to come in here. Some trials it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Complaint to say, please let me have contact with my child. I've never even met my child. So this was set for a hearing. And it ended up going 2 days. It was long. It was a long process, a lot of witnesses in family court. And it ended up going 2 days. It began in July 30th, 2018, and it finished on September 17th, 2018. And at the conclusion of that hearing, the judge said, no. No, you are not getting a restraining order, and no, you cannot keep this man away from his child. And granted Doug Benefield immediate visitation with his daughter. He met his daughter for the first time. She was 6 months old. And at the time when they were exchanging custody, which was at the sheriff's office for meeting the child, all of this animus had been going on. I mean, they had just had these hearings and all of this. And at that first time sharing, that's what they call it nowadays in family courts, time sharing. At the first time sharing, Ashley starts becoming very nice to Doug and says, basically, I'll go with you for the visitation. And that's what they do. The family goes off for visitation. And that begins approximately a year, of basically them working on the relationship, going out to restaurants, doing things, hanging out together as a family, about a year. Now, Doug never moves in with Ashley. He keeps a separate residence. But after almost a year, so around August of 2019, Ashley just stops talking to him.
And that's important. The separate residence is important, I think, because of the self-defense. If they argue battered spouse syndrome, it's, you know, a little shaky if you don't actually live together, what you could expect him to do for you or to you based on past abuse, what mindset you're in, what's reasonable. So I think that's why they keep bringing up that fact, but we'll see. That's probably lawyer brain, you know, listening maybe too much to certain facts and the way she's explaining them, but maybe it is.
Just stops. And that's about the time Doug files for divorce. He finally says, okay, we're getting a divorce.
Doug files for divorce. Another fact I found to be a little shocking to me.
Then what you'll hear is that the defendant started a whole new set of complaints. You will hear that she was involved in 5 different complaints, all revolving not around her this time, but about the child. Because now Doug has visitation with the child. So now these allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. And The allegations are that Doug's abusing the child. What you'll hear is that not one of these charges was ever prosecuted. Not one of these charges ever left law enforcement. So the defendant now has tried these 5 complaints after Doug filed for divorce. Law enforcement's not helping her. No one has said that Doug cannot see this child. So there's still visitation going on. And in this meeting of all these people, it was decided that Doug and Ashley Benefield will go for a psychological evaluation. So they do. And they go to Dr. Broeder.
Here we go. Here comes the ticket to what she said was going to come out in court 3 days before he passed away. They go for a psychological evaluation.
And Dr. Broeder does a very extensive psychological evaluation. And he meets with them together. He meets with them separately. He meets with them with the child, whose name is Emerson, by the way. She's a little girl. And at the time of the shooting, she was about not yet 2 years old. During this evaluation, and what you'll hear from Dr. Broeder is that Ashley Benefield acted very different when she was with Doug and when she was not with Doug. When she was with Doug, it was, we're moving to Maryland. We're going to work on our relationship. We're going to try and make this family work. When she's not with Doug, she's saying, no way, no how. I do not want this. I don't want to reconcile with him.
So again, that's another thing that I feel like could cut either way, right? Like she feels like she has to lie to him and say, it's all working, it's all working, it's all great. But when she gets into her psychological evaluation, she's like, no, I got to get out of here. We'll see how that comes out. I assume that psychological evaluation is going to come out, but I could kind of see that go either way, right? And then the other thing is, I don't know, right? People do wild things. People do crazy things. People do crazy things for love. People do crazy things for hate. But like, if you're having a psychological evaluation, especially with all of these cases going on, injunctions and family law cases, all this court stuff is going on. Are you really going to be shocked that this stuff may come out later? Like, are you really going to do anything, even the worst thing any human being can do? Are you going to do that to try to protect something you just said a couple days earlier, as opposed to just keeping your mouth shut or lying in the psychological evaluation? That doesn't make logical sense to me either. But that's the big ticket item. She tells this psychologist that she hates him or wants to leave or whatever, but she's telling him everything's great, let's work towards reconciliation.
And to Doug's knowledge, all he's hearing is, I want to reconcile. So that's what he knows. That report was coming out at that hearing on September 30th, 2020. So September 30th, 2020, Ashley knew the ruse was up. Now, there had to be a request from both sides, the husband and the wife, to release this psychological report. And at one point before the hearing, Ashley Benefield tried to get Doug to drop that so the report would not get out, would not be released. Doug refused. So that report was coming.
I don't know what she's talking about, that report having to be approved by both sides. And then if she didn't want to approve it, how's it getting out? Like, I didn't follow that.
Out on the 30th, and on the 27th, she kills him and claims self-defense. And you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some.
Just so you know. So she just did, 15, 20 minutes of opening. Her opening is going to be done 30 seconds from now. So she dedicates 30 seconds of her opening statement to say, you'll probably hear some bad stuff about Doug Benefield. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't know what the bad stuff was. I figured it wasn't going to be that bad, especially how she categorizes it. She's like, think about who says it, and can you really believe what those people are saying? And I'm previewing this before she says it, because if you don't pay attention, you might miss it. So this is how she kind of deals with the negative things that will be coming, and they do come.
And you're probably going to hear a lot of information about Doug Benefield. Probably some negative things, not so nice things. I would just ask you to remember who's saying them and why. Just because someone speaks words does not make.
So we know we're going to hear some negative things, but think about who says them and why. So in my head, I wrote a note down. Okay, so if all we're hearing is Ashley Benefield is saying Doug Benefield's a bad guy and Doug Benefield tried to poison them or beat them or whatever, then I get it. We've got to couch that. She's obviously biased. Can we really believe what she says? We've got to judge her credibility at some point. So that's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting based on this. And I got to be honest, now knowing what's coming, and some of it is bad, this was not a good, do the Eminem, I know everything you have to say against me, and I'm going to preempt it. I'm going to eat the bruises. I'm going to try to take away the sting of what you're going to say, right? This is not how I would have explained it. I would have said something like, Doug Benefield made a lot of mistakes. He was even aggressive at times. He did things that he even regretted, and he told people he regretted, but never once did he lay a hand on Ashley Benefield or the child. You won't hear a single person say he did, including Ashley Benefield, whatever. I don't know that that's the fact of the case, but a lot of witnesses have testified to things like that, that he never actually, abused her, hit her, things like that. That's how I would have couched it, something like that. So they know some bad things are coming, and there may be some credibility behind some of the bad things. And we're going to hear that.
It's true. So use your common sense as you go through this trial. This is a long story with a lot of information, but you'll see that this was a custody battle, that this mother was going to win at all costs. And the cost was the life of Doug Benefield. And that is murder. Thank you.
All right. So that's the state's opening. We're going to jump to the defenses after he says, he's old school and he doesn't really know if he likes technology, which I thought was funny. But I'm going to answer some questions first. Watch the first day. Trial seems to go by fast. It is flying by. I tend to like that. But a question I have for the chat is, if you're watching this trial, do you think it's going too fast? Is it too hard for you to kind of like lay the groundwork and process? It's a lot getting thrown at you, and some of these details are shocking. Lisa, good morning from Japan. Wishing all in the chat and you, Peter, and family, all the best. Serving our country as a wife. Love all your insights. Thank you, Lisa, for everything you do. Can you just get induced that fast? So yeah, it's not like a doctor is going to do whatever you want to do. It's like, hey, trying to hide the baby from my husband. Can you just induce me? And I have seen you guys put in the chat, 20 different reasons you could be induced. Anna, hi, Peter. New member here. My husband and I love your videos and love your point of view and expertise. I am excited for tomorrow's members only live. Thank you, Anna. I'm excited to meet you and talk to you in there as well. All right, let's get to the so Layla, kind of a prelude to the defense's opening. Defense opening said he shoved her, shoulder checked. Made me think of Marsha T. That was just found not guilty. Wonder if it was purposeful. Also, what's in the water in Florida? Lots of cases. Everything is usually purposeful in a defense's opening statement. And we're going to break that down now.
When case is over. 30 years older than Ashley. He was obsessed with her. And he successfully portrayed himself as everything he was not.
So he, lied to her, and he's showing this picture to show physically what he is. Later, his cousin testifies he's 5'9", 160 pounds, a small little guy is how his cousin describes him. Because obviously sometimes it almost makes me, it's like ironic or funny, but not in the haha kind of sense, where it's like, obviously the defense is going to make him look like this big, bad, tough guy. And obviously the prosecutor's going to be like, oh no, he was just this poor little innocent victim. When in reality, 5'9", 160 pounds is kind of an average size guy, right? And with his training and expertise, he obviously could have physically taken her, but with a gun, she can handle somebody a lot bigger than her, right? So, regardless of all this stuff, each side kind of plays their part, which I found funny.
In an effort to win her hand in marriage. Despite promoting himself as a religious, honorable, and decent human being, Doug Benefield was a manipulative, cunning, and abusive man who absolutely insisted on control. Among other things, you're going to learn.
He comes right out, right? He's not going to pull any punches. He's not going to feel bad about this tragedy and we lost a great man and a good life. No. He says he's manipulative, abusive. He lied to her about things. So he's coming out swinging.
In this trial, that over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired.
Right, so this is the most important part, okay? Over the course of this relationship, he did the following. So here's the, bad stuff the state warned us we would hear about. And again, defense can say whatever they want in opening statement. How are they going to prove that this stuff actually happened? And if they can prove it, how bad is what he did?
Over the course of this 4-year relationship, Douglas Benefield did the following. He fired a handgun into the ceiling of their kitchen on an occasion to stop Ashley from talking.
That's a lot. If it was just that, that's a lot to me. I would be like, holy crap. That sets the tone in the relationship, right? If you're going to pull out a weapon and fire it, and that's in your mind now that this person might do something like this. Now, there's 2 ways to look at it. Number one, that's scary. That's bad. Number two, he didn't fire it at her. He never would. He wasn't doing it to be violent. he was just doing it to get her attention, things like that. But to me, that's a lot. That's a lot.
He threw a loaded gun at Ashley.
Another incident dealing with a firearm. So when you're thinking about what's reasonable in her response to what's happening there, physically speaking, with a firearm, if I'm the defense, I'm arguing he has used firearms multiple times aggressively for her, or towards her, to put her in fear for her life. Multiple times.
He punched their dog in the face so hard that he knocked the dog unconscious.
Wow. I mean, these are aggressive acts, right? Especially if you're going to compare this to some of the other cases we followed. These are not good for the prosecutor. And again, the one kind of 30-second throwaway line, I would have done more to try to negate the blow that was happening to me. I'll just tell you, the prosecutor, I hear their opening, I'm like, all right, that was pretty good. I hear their story, I get it. There's some things that don't make common sense, but we'll hear all this put together as the case goes on. And as I'm listening to the defense's opening, I'm like, I got to hear what happened that night. Because if what happened that night is similar to all of these past interactions, they've got a chance to convince me that she was in fear for her life.
He regularly carried a concealed firearm that was racked, meaning pulled back and ready to fire.
So the state made sure to say he was unarmed. Defense makes sure to make us know that he constantly carried a concealed firearm. Did she know he didn't have it that night? Because if you know it's somebody's habit to carry, you can assume they're carrying even if they're not. But if she knew he wasn't carrying, if he was in his underwear or something, I don't know, and you knew you could just look at him and see he wasn't carrying, then that could change your mindset. So there are some open questions here for us.
He unlawfully placed a tracker on Ashley Benefield's vehicle. He was regularly observed following Ashley Benefield in her car, driving in Manatee and Sarasota counties, despite the fact that he was living in South Carolina, having driven all the way just to tail her.
All right, creepy, following her, tracking her, fine. That alone would not be enough for me to be like, oh yeah, she must be in fear for her life. I think a lot of over-obsessed boyfriends and husbands and ex-boyfriends and ex-husbands do things like that. Not that I'm saying it's okay or good, but I'm thinking about this and reasonably, what kind of fear could she be in based on their past? Following her, stalking her, tracking her, maybe some fear that he would be around, but firing a firearm, throwing a loaded firearm, carrying a concealed weapon, beating the dog until he was unconscious, those are checking major boxes for me. This is just opening. We got to see how the evidence comes out, but defense is doing its job in opening.
He was caught by a neighbor at night, standing in the neighbor's backyard in an effort to peer into the Ashley's house. He punched numerous holes in the drywall of their home when they lived together in South Carolina.
That matters. Shows aggressive behavior, shows the outlet for him is physical. Like, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of experts be able to talk about this stuff.
And he had a previous marital history of domestic violence.
I mean, that's about, and if they're allowed to say this, it must be similar enough to go towards the victim's character for violence. In self-defense cases, you can do that. The victim's characteristics of violence and aggression can become relevant. It's a lot. I mean, that is a lot. And it lines up with battered spouse syndrome, self-defense in this situation.
Ashley Benefield was painfully aware of all of this on September 27th, 2020, the day of the homicide. And I want to assure you that this is not going to come to you from just one place. These are acts that were admitted by Douglas Benefield himself. Ashley Benefield feared him. That was no secret, ladies and gentlemen. She left him a letter when she moved out 3 years prior to the homicide, detailing how scared she was of him because of all of these acts. She feared for herself and for her unborn child. 3 years before the shooting. She left him. He pursued her. She rejected him. He would not take no for an answer. She at times despised him. He did not care. She moved to get away from him. He followed her. She decided to go to Maryland. Surprise. He decided to go to Maryland as well. She belonged to him He had the right to be with her, and no less than God decided that to be the case. Doug Benefield viewed Ashley Benefield as his property. Abusers seek to control their victims, to dominate them. At times, the pressure that Doug Benefield exerted and brought to bear upon Ashley Benefield was so overwhelming that it sometimes triggered questionable suspicions in Ashley's dedicated effort to protect herself and her child.
So I hear a lot of people in the chat saying things like this, which I knew would happen. Anytime I say anything, if I don't qualify it 100 different ways, people will find ways to, I know that this is wrong and controlling and abusive. I'm just telling you, if I'm a juror, I've got to determine whether or not I think the defendant is in fear for her life. And if him following her from a distance in her car is the only thing this guy did, I don't think that rises to the same level as some of the other details. That's all I was saying. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's good. So I agree with you, Manders, and other people in the chat saying this. I agree with you. Thank you for pointing it out. I completely agree with that context added. But let's also just kind of relax and listen to this case and be open-minded. We're not making up our mind. We heard from the state. We heard from the defense. We're not just going to make up our mind just because a lawyer said something in opening statements. Let's wait and listen to the evidence, see if it's proven, see if we find the witnesses credible that prove it to us, right? Let's go through it methodically like we should. I know a lot of jurors, and again, the Alec Baldwin case is kind of an example of this, start to make up their mind after openings, and you can kind of understand that. We're going to try to, ease up, hit the brakes on that a little bit so we can listen to this trial and see how it goes.
Domestic violence victims have several things in common. Number one, they initially believe things will get better. Instead, they get worse. Number two, domestic violence victims develop a get along, go along attitude. It's the mentality because appeasement keeps the beast at bay. Just do what he wants and you'll be safe. These domestic violence victims constantly speak about walking on eggshells. And the reason they describe it like that is for fear of anything that they say may trigger a reprisal by the abuser. And if children are involved, everything is magnified. They become hypervigilant. Ashley Benefield developed all of those characteristics. So on 9/27/2020, the day of the homicide, Doug arrives at the residence of Ashley Benefield. And as you heard, they are living separately. He does not.
So now we get to hear from the defense's point of view what happened that day.
Not lived there. He never resided there. This is at her home in Bradenton. He had no claim for entering that home on that day, except with the permission of Ashley, which she gave on that day because she was moving to Maryland and Doug was going to Maryland as well. But he knew, make no mistake, as the prosecutors told you, Doug Benefield knew full well on that day that this relationship was over. They were not going to be living together. Maybe, hopefully, they could work out some type of co-parenting agreement, but she was done. So how does that day's events unfold? What happened?
Dana, it would be fun to do that sometime. I'm not able to. It's impossible for me to do and work at the same time, stream an entire trial. But I will definitely be doing recaps, even if I go there in person for a day or two. I'll still be doing recaps, no doubt, on Sarah Boone.
That results in us all assembling here this morning. It starts, ladies and gentlemen, with Doug Benefield once again seeking control. He is simmering when he arrives at Ashley's home on that afternoon. Why is he simmering? He's on a slow boil, actually, because he knows that Ashley's moving. He knows that this relationship is over. And immediately there's a discussion about how they should pack the belongings, with Ashley taking the position that her belongings should be packed last. Why? Because Ashley's things are going to be unloaded first. And Doug will then continue on to wherever it is that he was going to reside. So this is the most vulnerable time for a domestic violence victim, when the abuser recognizes that he's about to lose her. So what's his response to this? All right.
So that is argument, but maybe he has an expert that's going to say that. So then it would just be saying what he thinks the evidence is going to show. So it's not argument.
Classic tactics of an abuser, they are threats and intimidation on this afternoon as the two of them are trying to pack this U-Haul in this pod. In an effort to avoid confrontation with him, Ashley says, after a short while, gee, I'm really pretty exhausted. Why don't we stop for the day? We can finish tomorrow.
So How is this stuff going to come in? Because BB said if she doesn't testify, would there have to be corroborative evidence of the abuse? So corroborative evidence of the abuse starts to come out already. Spoiler alert. I'm going to quickly recap the witnesses that went today. There's already some corroborating evidence coming out. Okay. Even without her testifying. But what each of them said to each other in the house that day when they were the only two there, I don't understand how this comes in without her testifying. Now, sometimes defense attorneys get away with doing stuff like this without calling their client, but I'm interested.
Doug ignores it. His response is to grow increasingly aggressive and hostile. Not once, but twice, Doug body checks Ashley. And by body check, I mean he passes her in the hallway, slams his shoulder into...
This is what that other comment was saying, that, maybe he saw it work in another case, so he wanted to explain it this way.
her shoulder, almost knocking her over. That's not enough. The next thing is, as they're passing in a hallway...
It's also physical, a manifestation of her fear, and he's doing things physical, and he's bigger than her and stronger than her and knows how to fight and things like that. So what's going on in her head? What makes her take the next moves that she takes?
He's carrying a cardboard box. He jams the cardboard box into Ashley's side, which leaves scratches that the police photographer took.
So the state's like, she barely has any injuries. Everything's fine. There were old scratches. He is giving a reason for the scratches. And again, how are we going to prove this reason? How are we going to prove he bumped her with the cardboard box? Nobody else on the planet knows that except Ashley Benefield.
Again, now fearing for her safety because she sees how he is escalating in his behavior. She tries to persuade him, look, let's finish for the day. It's getting late. I'm tired.
So I don't know personally if that seems like enough for me, right? On its own. He bumps her in the hallway. If we end up believing this when the evidence comes out, he pushes her with a box. But with the context, and that's why the context is important, of his past actions and knowing he usually is carrying concealed firearm, then we start to get a bigger context that now it's a question we would have to discuss as jurors.
No go. Instead, Doug bellows, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me to leave. I'm your husband, and I can spend the night if I want to. Well, that was enough for Ashley. She heads for the front door of the house to leave. Doug chases up to her, grabs her by the arm or hand, and spins her around so that his back is to the front door, blocking her from leaving. And he yells.
Now the fear is escalating. The scary situation definitely escalating, and the physical manifestations are definitely escalating.
Right in her face, where do you think you're going? Ashley, desperate at this point, Doug yells, you can't leave me. Ashley somehow finds the strength to summon up the nerve to say, I am done. You need to leave now. She commands him to leave the home. Terrified while in his grasp because he spun her around, his response is to smack her upside the head. And you'll see the pictures of her swollen face and her eye.
Now, again, is the defense going too hard when we see these pictures saying big swollen eye where he hit her upside the head, things like that?
And he yells, I am not done. Fearing for her life, as this was the first time that he had actually struck her. Up till then, it was always threats and intimidation. As intimidating as firing a gun made.
That's a good fact for the state. Up until then, it was just threats and intimidation. Then it gets physical on this day, right? But is the jury going to be like, so we're supposed to believe he never got physical until this day, and then she responds with this kind of physical response? Are we really supposed to believe that?
B, to get you to stop speaking, he had never actually hit her. He pushed her. This time he struck her.
Now, in her mindset, he's escalating it. But are we going to find this evidence credible? That's why it's so important to wait and see how the evidence comes out.
Terrified after this, fearing for her life, she heads for her bedroom where she has a firearm. She gets to the firearm. She turns around. She orders Doug to stop. When she looks up, he's in the doorway. Instead of seeing the gun and leaving, Doug gets into this warrior pose with his arms moving purposely and advances. At that point, Petra.
So getting in this warrior pose, they're going to talk about training and fighting and things like that. But Jody, based on this opening and the explanation of what happened, I think she is going to take the stand. I think she kind of has to. And she has to explain what this was like. Because if she doesn't, the state has to get up and say, listen, all that garbage defense said in opening statement, that's not evidence. You're not even allowed to consider that. What he said is just argument at this point. It has not been proven. I would ask the judge to strike it from the record if she doesn't testify. So based on the detail he's going into about what happened that night, I kind of feel like she has to testify.
She fires, believing that if he gets a hold of her, she will be either seriously injured or killed. To her horror, after firing, he continues to advance. She absolutely panics. She tries to get away and backs to the side to create more distance between them, but there is no place left for her to go in this small bedroom. At that point, in utter panic, she keeps firing the gun. She sees Doug's legs go up in the air, almost as if he was running and slipped, and he falls backwards. Instinctively, she flees the house and heads next door to John Sand's house. He's a neighbor. When all of a sudden, Doug, ladies and gentlemen, and the testimony and the evidence is complete, the only thing that's going to have been established here beyond a reasonable doubt is that Douglas Benefield was a violent abuser. Ashley Benefield's efforts to placate him was absolutely consistent with what abused women do, especially when a child is involved.
I mean, that indicates to me there has to be an expert to describe that and explain that.
And that Ashley's result and resource to deadly force was absolutely justified under the circumstances. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So that was the end of the defense's opening. Dally Lynn said, I heard there's only 6 jurors and 3 alternates. Is that a Florida thing? I've never heard of that before. Yeah, we have 6-person juries all the time. I assume it's not a capital case. I didn't even look into that because then there would be 12 jurors. So I assume that's why there's 6 jurors. Did anyone notice her face change to look pathetic when her lawyer starts the opening? I find that behavior suspect. I didn't notice it, but I'm usually the last to notice stuff like that. Layla said, my marriage control eggshells only physical jokingly put his hands around my neck. Interested to hear them explain mental abuse. Didn't have to hit her to make fear. I still have nightmares of my ex doing that to me. Yeah, I definitely don't mean to say that's what I think. I think I'm trying to explain the spectrum of where jurors could fall and how people normally think about this. But if you have an expert to explain it, we'll see if the state does. I'm interested to hear all of this stuff comes out, right? Because those were 2 very different stories that were told in opening statements, but we can only know the truth of what comes out with evidence. And the state has the burden to prove what happened that day, not the defense. Okay, so let's go into witness number 1. This is the cousin of the victim, Doug Benefield. And he's like a flight school instructor, military guy, really great guy. I told you guys, most jurors love when there's military or people that work in sports. He's military, Doug's military, really great, adds credibility, but also they know how to fight, right? And they know how to defend themselves and they carry concealed. He said Ashley would carry concealed as well. She talked about wanting a child. He talked about 54-34. It was weird. And they got married 13 days after meeting each other, which was also wild and adds to the context of just how strange this was to me. You know, both of them just love at first sight, basically. And they rush into this and get married. They rush into it and, you know, have a child together. Doesn't always work out. I don't think we should be like the fact that it didn't work out is automatically some kind of negative on either one of them, but it could be, right? They had a wedding. So this is supposed to be like Mr. Close family member, first witness, credible, great witness for the prosecution. And he didn't go to their wedding ceremony. He said he couldn't find childcare. He was a single parent at the time. And again, that's possible. And I know life can be incredibly hard for single parents, but to a family wedding that you're incredibly close to this person, so close the state calls you first in the case and you weren't at the wedding ceremony, a little interesting, I think. Interesting. See, I keep using that word. I felt like he was a great witness on direct, felt very credible. They talked about the ballet school, expensive endeavor. You know, the victim had to put a lot of money into it. That's why she left. She used him for money and for a kid, basically. At the end, he says they really seemed to love each other. It felt like it went both ways. And I felt like, okay, that's a positive for the defense. You know, he's not pulling punches. He seemed like a good witness to me, a credible witness. Then the defense comes up to cross him. And on cross, he keeps saying things like, you were a fan of her. Even after they split up, you were a fan of her. And then I said, oh boy, when he dropped the question of, didn't you tell Ashley that she married the wrong Benefield? And I was like, that's a little sketchy. And then there was a lot of argument. It was clunky. He was able to kind of ask it a different way. Did you think that? So you can't say it's technically hearsay if you ask somebody what they said out of court, because it's still an out of court statement if you're using it to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But what you can say is you felt like she married the wrong Benefield. And if they say no, you can impeach him with that text message. It was a little clunky. It was a little tough for the lawyer to get through. That's why I didn't play it. It kind of just took forever to get through. And it sounded like that's not exactly what the text said, which again is not great lawyering. But then while the jury is out, we hear this argument where again, the defense attorney is going hard at this guy.
Yes. So as succinctly as I can, Your Honor, he's a creep. He acknowledged being a creep, and the jury will conclude he's a creep. It goes directly to his character and his bias. And that's why
he's a creep. He knew he was a creep. He admitted being a creep. It goes to his character and bias. I was like, whoa. I don't think we ever actually heard exactly what the text said, but I was very interested in after hearing this argument. At the end of the day, the judge does not allow them to read the text in. He allows them to ask certain questions, but we'll hear. I do want to, let you guys hear kind of this defense attorney argue how important these texts are.
after he said, yes, it was accurate, I recall it, he cannot bring himself to say it. And the reason he can't bring himself to say it is because he knows that all these women on the jury are going to know exactly.
The jury is out because the judge is trying to determine whether these text messages should come in at trial or not.
What he was referring to. So I am trying to impugn his credibility after listening to everything that he had to say to set up the state's position about how this relationship was so lovey-dovey between Miss Benefield and Douglas Benefield, and what a wonderful relationship it was. Here, we now have this witness very begrudgingly admitting that after Miss Benefield leaves Douglas Benefield, and she leaves the letter, which I know the court has seen because I attached it as an earlier.
Everybody's saying the text said she married the wrong Benefield, but they never actually read them. And the state says that's not what they said. The witness says it's not what they said, but it was definitely. So somebody said, Peter, the judge read it. I must have missed it. I must have missed that. Because everybody said that's not, even the judge said that's not what this text says, what you're saying. But either way, we'll talk about what he does end up getting out at the end.
Exhibit to emotion. He's still supporting her. And he's not only supporting her, but he's telling her she married the wrong Benefield. Yeah. In my world, Your Honor, based upon the rules of evidence, I am entitled to go after his credibility, which he has put in question by virtue of taking the witness stand and becoming a witness. I did it the way the court wanted. I asked the magic question, does this refresh your recollection? He said it did. Now I want him to tell me, in response to my question, did you tell Miss Benefield she married the wrong Benefield? And he cannot bring himself to acknowledge it. He wants to talk about anything else but that. And I think, Your Honor, anything that I'm capable of showing where this witness, Doug Benefield's loving cousin, Tommy Benefield, where this witness showed his support for Ashley Benefield after she left Douglas Benefield, goes directly to his credibility. You can't get up there and testify to all of these things about how wonderful this relationship was, and then on cross-examination have to acknowledge that you were still saying you're a fan of Miss Benefield's after she leaves them, knowing the reason she left them. I intentionally didn't go into the reasons to try to be straight with the court, but now I'm attempting to impugn his credibility, and he knows it, Judge. He's looking at me like a deer in the headlights. You're going to allow you to respond.
So basically, the judge doesn't allow him to specifically get into those text messages. But when he gets back on the stand at the end of cross, the defense does get him to say that he only said stuff like that in an attempt to keep communication with her open. So he does kind of ratify that that's what he said and that that's what he was doing. So I thought he did a good job, even though he wasn't allowed to read that specific thing in. And again, a lot of these questions, the direct is quick, the cross is quick. There's no redirect. Some of the crosses were very short. Then what I thought was potentially one of the best witnesses of the day and most important witnesses of the day, which was Benefield's child with his first wife. This is not Ashley Benefield's daughter. This is Doug Benefield's daughter. I felt like she was very honest and straightforward. She said she was fine with Ashley, but she didn't like when she reprimanded her. She would overreact, but she was never physical. She never saw them physically fight each other or really disagreeing together. And I just felt like it was credible. Now, I also think that she said it was weird, how they got married so fast, and that was kind of all crazy. But then, on cross, she literally confirms a ton of the stuff that the defense said in opening. She confirms that there was a bullet-sized hole in the ceiling. She confirms that there was a fist-sized hole in the wall. She confirmed all of that. She is a black belt. She kind of knew defense techniques, things like that. I found her to be, I actually found, the cousin, it didn't go well on cross, but this witness and the neighbor, I found were very credible. And again, she said good things about her dad as well. And at the end of the day, I thought she was a credible witness, which is always good for the state. But I also think she wasn't that helpful for the state and actually helped corroborate some of what the defense said about why Ashley Benefield would be in fear for her life. Then we get the neighbor where Ashley Benefield ran after firing the weapon. And he basically explains what happened. He lays the foundation for the 911 call. And we are going to listen to the 911 call together.
Will be available. So you just take one and pass it down. 7 White Rock Terrace.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just
could not have been more helpful, more under control, handling stress amazingly. I mean, I just kept thinking, I feel like I would be freaking out if this happened. And some lady, my next door neighbor, shows up with a firearm and drops it on my porch. Holy cow, I'd be freaking out. Cops showing up, all sorts of stuff going on. This guy was cool, calm, collected, was taking care of her at the same time, explaining stuff to the cops. He doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know if she's dangerous. He doesn't know what's going on. He knows what she's saying. But I felt like he was a great witness, great dude, respect. And we're going to listen to the 911 call.
Came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet.
Okay, what's his name?
Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
1 moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant. KMT. I live next to the
This is on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Kieran. On 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, a female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband. Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay? Okay. Which screen is this for? 11327 White Rock Terrace. Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? What is her address?
Her address is right next to her. I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here. Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just
No, I want you to do
He's like, what do you want me to do? I will go over there and look right now. He's worried about the mom and the daughter coming home and seeing that, and seeing Doug Benefield on the ground. Or if Doug Benefield is still dangerous over there, he might not know. This guy's thinking of everything. He is handling the situation so well, in my opinion. I see a lot of you guys saying cue the fake tears and you don't like how she's looking. It's interesting. You guys, the chat, put so much more emphasis on that than I do when I watch these trials or listen to these trials. And it always reminds me of the importance of how a client acts in the courtroom. Because if you guys think it's important, I am 100% certain the jury will think it's important.
Wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get him here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where's the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get off. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned that her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, sit down. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Where the police are going, no problem. I know, baby. You gotta sit down. Come on.
yeah, I think it's wild for people to jump to conclusions already on this case. Maybe they know a lot more than I do, but you start innocent, presumed innocent, state has to prove it. It's very early, nowhere near proven at this point. Totally open for it to go either way, as we should be. So people just relax, and everybody can come to their own conclusions as jurors do. Let's be respectful and, kind for people, even if we disagree with them in the chat. Always important. And important if you're ever a juror to do that as well. Because you may watch the whole trial and come out and be like, how the heck did you come in different? Were we watching the same trial? But be respectful and open and discuss it, and you'll probably be able to come to a consensus.
Why they want you to stay here? If he is, we can't take a charge. Why I want them to hurry up before they get back in the car.
Deputies are moving as fast as they can. They're coming priority. They're coming licensed tires. They just want to get and make sure everything's okay. I want to. So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? Yeah, on the left.
Okay.
So then they continue talking, basically, but you get the gist on when the cops get there and where they all go and things like that. She didn't appear to have any injuries to him, but she was hysterical, stuttering, crying, shaking, things like that. Terrified was her mood and his, estimation. And again, I found him credible. I didn't see any injuries on her, but she was terrified. So it's like, could go kind of either way. What I found was interesting, the first time we found out the detail that the firearm misfired, which was interesting. And we'll hear the cops talk about that as well. And sometimes that can happen from holding the firearm too loosely, trying to prove she's not this cold-blooded killer, basically out there just planning it, shooting range, ready, planned, prepared. That's what they were trying to develop with that information. Then officers came up, they testified, talked about what they did when they arrived on scene. They talked about just laying the foundation. Basically, there was very short cross. They confirmed the firearm jammed, and it can happen if it's not held firmly enough. We see some crime scene techs come and testify. They show the pictures. It doesn't seem like major injuries. We'll see them blown up, I think, more in the case and see who you kind of believe. Does it look like injuries happened, that day from him? Do they seem like old injuries? Do they seem like new injuries? Things like that. Another crime scene tech comes, more pictures, lays the foundation of kind of the scene and what the house is laid out, things like that, moving so quickly. The defense did say certain pictures. The state decided not to show you this picture. I don't know why. So I'm going to show it and put it into evidence. Of course, dealing with it that way. So people are saying the judge ruled stand your ground law didn't apply here. I don't know if it's that or you mean that he didn't dismiss the case based on stand your ground. That's obvious or we wouldn't be here. Different standards. Sometimes cases and trials end up differently than stand your ground. It's not the end all be all. We've watched and followed trials together where it's happened like that. So that's the first day. Fast and furious. I'm a little bit over time. I usually try to, if you guys are new here, let me know if you're new from this case. I usually try to keep them to an hour to get through as much as we can. Obviously, opening statement was the focus today, learning about the case, overview of the case. We have a summary of the case from the two sides' point of view. Hit that like button. And let's say if we get this to, 5,000 likes, then we will continue covering this case. So if you're interested, please hit that like button so I can know and I can keep, taking the time to dig in, see what we can find in this case. Make sure you bring your questions every night when we break it down. Is it likely that she has listened to this call before? Absolutely. Yes, likely. And that's a good question because my guess is you're thinking, if she's never heard it before, I get the genuine reaction. If she has, is she faking? So let me know what you think, Leanne, based on knowing that she has very likely heard this before. So make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you so much for joining me. Day one of this Ashley Benefield trial, which I think may be fast and furious and maybe over by the end of this week. We will see. We will follow it as long as you're interested. Thank you for being here. Till next time, I'm out of here. Thanks for watching another episode of The Lawyer You Know. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit the thumbs up and share with your friends who may be interested here on YouTube. And don't forget to subscribe. You can also follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. And don't forget to check out the Lawyer You Know podcast with new seasons dropping every quarter. If you have a page you want to talk to us about, if it's a personal injury case, wrongful death, catastrophic injury, car accident, or slip and fall case, please email us at lawyeryouknow@gmail.com. And of course, all these links I just mentioned are included in the description below on this episode and every episode. So until next time, this is Peter Tragos, the Lawyer You Know.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hello. Hello, everybody. Right, let me get the call back up. I think we just timed it nicely. Right, bear with me 2 seconds whilst I get to the live version. Ba-da-ba. I'm going to pause it there back, so I'm going to pause it there for a second. Get the stream up. Hello, everybody. Hey, Potty Mouth, where the fuck have you been, Potty Mouth? Where? Oh, hello, everybody.
Over the lunch break, I was in my office doing research, as I'm sure you all were. I was notified by a deputy that an unidentified female had come to the lobby of the 9th floor of the Judicial Center, had said that she is a reporter and she had information about the case and that she wanted to meet with me. And my response, and my judicial assistant, if I wanted somebody in the room. My response to the deputy was that I can't meet with anyone, but that if there was information to share, we were starting court at 12:30, that she should come to the courtroom and identify herself to the deputies as the person who wanted to speak with the court, and I would hear what she had to say in open court. A couple of minutes later, the judicial assistant that is filling in for my usual judicial assistant came into my office and said that the deputy had called her by phone and said that the unidentified woman had said she would not appear at 12:30, and that was it. So I'm just making a disclosure of extrajudicial matters that happen. I can give you a minute if you'd like to talk with your client and your respective co-counsel.
I would certainly like to know what it was she had to say, and I would invite her to contact me. I would make a determination whether or not it was something that I thought was worthy of being brought to the court's attention and to the prosecutor's attention. That's all we can do.
State, you want to be heard?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, then let's finish up this impeachment argument, and then we'll get the jury. At this point, I've asked for the jury to remain downstairs in the jury assembly room. Just it's more comfortable. The chairs are more comfortable. They can spread out. They have vending machines and so forth. So, all right, it's your objection.
And specifically, I am objecting to the manner in which the defense is trying to impeach this witness. I just want to frame an issue. This witness's character or bias based on what we spoke about before. First of all, I would say character is never appropriate for impeachment. I do have case law on point, but I think it's pretty clear that the only evidence of character that is allowed for truthfulness is reputation. And specific acts of untruthfulness are not allowed. So character, I do not believe, I don't know if the word was just used interchangeably, but I do not believe character has any part of this, and attacking character is not allowed. As to bias, I do not understand how what the defense is trying to do would achieve any bias. No ethical obligation or ethical complaint was ever filed. Even if one was filed, I don't know that that would be allowed to come in this case in this manner. I found no case law to say that that type of information could come in. But I also have objections to the manner in which this is trying to be done because, number one, Stephanie Murphy testified that the original petition for injunction had allegations in it, X, Y, and Z. Later, the defendant filed for, I think it was divorce, and alleged X, Y, and Z. I think what the defense is trying to say is that this attorney denied that allegation that was alleged in this petition after this attorney had been at Doug Benefield's deposition, implying that Stephanie Murphy knew different, but yet she still denied that paragraph of the petition. I have so many objections to that, but mainly I think even if that type of thing were allowed, this is like a motion to dismiss in criminal court where you admit a paragraph, you deny a paragraph. It sounded like she said that that paragraph, number 5, was 7 pages. So I can't imagine anyone agreeing to a 7-page recitation from the other side. So I do not think it stands for what the defense is purporting that it stands for. But even if it did, I do not think it's appropriate for impeachment.
Defense?
Okay, so here's what we know. And by the way, if I use the word character in referring to this, I was mistaken and I meant to say credibility. Here's what we know regarding Stephanie Murphy's testimony. She acknowledged that Ms. Benefield filed this domestic violence injunction petition, and she specifically mentioned a couple of the allegations. Court may recall, in particular, shooting the gun in the kitchen into the ceiling, punching the dog, and potentially suspecting that she was being poisoned. So that the court appreciates my position. The fact that she mentioned 3, my position is it opens up the entire petition. She doesn't get to limit it to just the 3 she chose to mention on her direct because the state called her, they opened that door. It's before the jury, I'm entitled to rebut it and probe it for credibility and bias. Now, with respect to what Ms. Murphy did or failed to do, she comes before the jury and announces herself as an attorney and that she's representing Douglas Benefield. She then responds to Ms. Benefield's petition where these things are alleged, this inappropriate conduct, abusive conduct, if you will. And she denies that paragraph in Ms. Benefield's pleading, specifically paragraph 5, that Judge White lists all the horribles, the domestic violence horribles. So it's our position, and so that we're clear as to how I perceive this should unfold. She then never corrects the record, regardless of whether it's a violation of the code of conduct, which I do think is impeachable, to show bias and favoritism, and to show failure to act within her expected realm of conduct. But in addition, 27 days later, she is present at the deposition of her client where he admits to all of these: shooting the gun, punching the dog, knocking the dog unconscious, punching holes in the wall, throwing a loaded firearm, I believe perhaps putting a tracker on a car, whatever it is, he admits to it. I am entitled to ask her why, in light of that, she never advised the trial court that her client admitted to this conduct and why she didn't bring that to the trial court's attention. She never did. So it's not that I am particularly determined to show that she violated the code of conduct, which again, I do think I should be entitled to ask, but merely to show that the trial judge, I will ask you this question also, the trial judge wasn't at the deposition. So the trial judge never knew about these admissions. Now keep in mind, this is what she's presented to this jury. I am trying to rebut that. I am at least trying to cast doubt on that witness's credibility. I have two cases in particular in an effort to respond directly to Your Honor's request. No, I could not find a case where a lawyer was called as a witness, and based upon cross-examination of the lawyer who failed to follow a particular code of conduct, impeachment was allowed. What I do have, however, is typical scope of cross-examination as it relates to professionals and as it relates to lay people. I want to mention the cases to the court, and then I'd like to read what I think is the relevant section. So the first one is Mendez versus State. It's a second DCA opinion. It's dated April 21st, 1982. They say in this case,
Citation, not the citation.
page number is...
No, the whole citation.
Oh, so the whole citation is 412 Southern 2nd, 965.
Thank you.
The court says in this particular paragraph, cross-examination of such a witness in matters relevant to credibility ought to be given a wide scope in order to delve into a witness's story, to test a witness's perceptions and memory, and to impeach that witness. And they cite United States versus Williams, federal case, Judge White, 592, Fed 2nd, 1277, Fifth Circuit, 1979. Limiting the scope of cross-examination in a manner which keeps from the jury relevant and important facts bearing on the trustworthiness of crucial prosecution testimony is improper, especially where the cross-examination is directed at a key prosecution witness. More important, and they string cite a bunch of cases to justify that, more important, a defendant should be afforded wide latitude to demonstrate bias or a possible motive of the witness to testify as she has. That's the Mendez case. And in that instance, the witness was a layperson. It was an appeal of the conviction for attempted second-degree murder of a police officer. The court reversed the conviction based on what I just read, Your Honor. I also have, Your Honor, Roosevelt versus State. It's at 42nd Southern 3rd, 293. It's a 3rd District Court of Appeal decision. It's dated August 4th, 2010, Your Honor. This was a conviction for a sexually violent predator and commitment under the Jimmy Rice Act. It was reversed. It was reversed based upon the main question on appeal is whether the trial court erred in allowing the state to impeach the defense expert witness, Dr. Natalie Brown, concerning 3 separate matters. So in Roosevelt, it was a professional witness. She was a psychologist. The state was allowed to cross-examine the state cross-examined the expert about an email that she sent while serving as a defense expert several years previously in a Florida criminal case. The state argued this testimony showed the expert's willingness to tailor her testimony to favor the party who had retained her and was therefore admissible to show bias. Here's what the court stated. Our evidence code liberally permits the introduction of evidence to show the bias or motive of a witness. Included within the types of matters that demonstrate bias are those that relate to the interest of the witness, favoritism, and corruption. Dr. Vicari's willingness to forge her interview notes at the request of the defense attorney could illustrate Dr. Vicari's corruption as a mental health expert. Therefore, because this line of impeachment could properly relate to the witness's bias, we find that the trial court did not abuse its discretion in permitting it. The last case I have to cite for the court is Russ versus City of Jacksonville. It is at 734 Southern 2nd 508. It's the First District Court of Appeal, Judge White, and it was decided May 19th of 99. The court reversed and remanded the ruling for a new trial because the trial court committed an error when it denied the admissibility of information relating to the prior DUI arrest practices of the defendant's city's witness. So in this case, Your Honor, it was the impeachment of an officer. Turning to the merits of the appellant's argument, impeachment of evidence by the officer's prior acts. Turning to the merits of the appellant's arguments, the credibility, bias, or prejudice of witnesses who testify in a case, as well as the weight to be given their testimony, are a matter for the consideration of and determination by the jury. Where the credibility and bias of an officer is brought into question by virtue of that officer's past acts, impeaching evidence of the officer's past acts is admissible. As the Second District Court of Appeal explained in Mendez versus State, which was the first case I cited to Your Honor, quote, whenever a witness takes the stand, he by that fact places his credibility in issue. Cross-examination of such a witness in matters relevant to credibility ought to be given a wide scope in order to delve into a witness's story, to test the witness's perceptions and memory, and to impeach that witness. The right of full cross-examination is absolute, and the denial of that right may easily constitute reversible error. I'll be happy to show you what the cases if you like.
I was familiar with Mendez and Russ. I'm well aware of those two cases. Those come up quite a bit. And Roosevelt, you've explained it. I'm happy to take them, but it's up to you.
All right. So if the court's aware of it, I don't see any necessity if Your Honor wants it, it's here for the court. My opportunity of Sixth Amendment right that belongs to Ms. Benefield to cross-examine Stephanie Murphy is restricted when the court doesn't allow me to probe the story that she told here today. And that's going to include, respectfully, Your Honor, my then being able to ask Ms. Murphy, so I can try to save time here for the court and everybody else. In fact, did Douglas Benefield make these admissions at his deposition when you were present? And I propose to tick them off one by one. The reason for that is the court may recall that Ms. O'Donnell asked Stephanie Murphy what she observed, not only when they did the first exchange and how pleasant Doug Benefield was, but she concluded Miss Murphy's testimony by having Miss Murphy opine what a gentle, kind, and decent guy Douglas Benefield was. And I have previously given Your Honor a written memorandum establishing the case law that says questions such as, well, did you know, Miss Murphy, that he admitted A, B, C, D? Yes, you knew it because you were present. Are proper questions on cross-examination. If the court disallows that, the court has abridged Miss Benefield's right to cross-examination. And I might add, Judge White, in the interest of fundamental fairness, given her testimony, I should be able to ask her that.
State.
Judge, and I'm confused about exactly what's being impeached. So apparently, what the defense is saying is that because Stephanie Murphy said, during the time that I dealt with Doug, he never overly expressed anger towards Ashley. I guess that's a new one. So apparently that now opens the door to showing that she knew other things. The question to her was, during the time that she was dealing with Doug and Ashley, what was his level of anger? Not what had happened before, not what she knew before. So I'm not sure that's how that opens the door when I ask her what the behavior was during the time that she dealt with Doug. So I'm not, and that's a whole different issue than all the case law we just talked about. I do obviously agree with the case law that you are allowed to impeach under the right circumstances, under the law, if the matter is relevant to credibility. I do not believe that any of this is relevant to the credibility of this witness. I believe that the defense is merely doing this for obvious reasons, trying to get in the admissions of Doug Benefield, which I dispute that he admitted things the way the defense characterizes them. So just by virtue of the fact that they're stated differently, I would disagree with their statements that he made. So I think that is what the defense is trying to do by labeling it as credibility and an attack on credibility. I think even if an attack on credibility was allowed under such circumstances, the specifics of these items would not come in. The fact that Ashley Benefield's petition for injunction listed 3 things does not open up Pandora's box where he can then impeach on the fact that the defendant admitted to those things. The court has already ruled that the state can generally talk about what the complaints were, that they were denied, and that type of thing. That's what the state did, generally talked about what the complaints were, and then that it was denied by the judge. So that's what the state did. I don't know how that opens the door to this type of attack.
Very briefly, Judge Mayer.
All right, so I think from the first moment I had a hearing before you in this case, I have explained the procedures that I follow, whether it's a motion hearing, an objection, and that is the objecting party goes or the moving party goes, tell me everything you want to tell me. And then I go to the other party, the non-moving party or the party in this situation that's the proponent, and I say, tell me every argument that's in favor of you, and then I go back for rebuttal. And the reason I follow that process, and I've been very clear, and I've always followed that process, is because otherwise it'll just be back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. At some point, I have to make a decision and move on. All right. In this particular situation, as with all cross-examination, multiple factors are at play for any particular witness for impeachment purposes on cross-examination. Their perception, where they were, what they could see, what they could hear. There's 5 senses. Their memory of that, their ability to recall, their ability to communicate, their bias, any motivations they may have to testify a certain way, prejudices they may have, interest they may have in the outcome or a particular ruling, prior inconsistent statements, prior convictions. There's another number of avenues. And that's explained further in the case law. I have not been provided a case on point for this particular scenario. So as Mr. Taylor has astutely pointed out, whatever ruling I make may very well be the subject of an appeal to the Second District Court of Appeal. They may find I did something wrong or let something in I shouldn't or kept something out I shouldn't. And that's just the nature of trial work, the nature of being a trial judge and making decisions on the fly. But I'll frame this one up as best I can so it's ready for the appellate court. I find that the current avenue of impeachment of Ms. Murphy is improper. I'm going to sustain the objection. I find that it is improper impeachment to attempt to get in the victim's statements made in a deposition in a civil case unrelated to the criminal case through the impeachment of his attorney in the civil case based on an allegation that she violated a rule of professional conduct by not amending her answer to his complaint when it is alleged that she subsequently became aware of contrary information. I find that it doesn't provide any basis for impeachment under the existing case law, and this may be the case that says it does. All right. So are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yeah. Yes.
Before you bring them back in, just so I understand, so I'm precluded from basing my cross on the failure to conform to the professional code of conduct. Am I likewise precluded from probing her statement that Doug was a gentle individual and that the complaint that was filed was unfounded? In fact, the court plays back, that was her characterization, that the allegations by Judge Morland were unfounded.
I sustain that objection. So, sustained. Are you ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, but do we need the witness on the stand?
Yeah, I'm just asking right now,
Oh, yeah.
are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I would like to first make a motion. I move for a mistrial. I move for a mistrial based on the court's absolute and consistent denial of Ms. Benefield's right to cross-examine, and at every turn the court's ruling adverse to the defense, despite the fact that the court has, under the same circumstances, allowed the state to be able to pursue it. I think individually, perhaps, it could be argued that they don't reach the level of reversible error, but I think cumulatively, especially given the state of mind that the court displayed in writing the order denying the stand your ground, where Your Honor fully stated that Ms. Benefield was guilty, I think we are seeing the result of that, and we are being denied not only the right to cross-examination, but the right to a fundamentally fair trial.
Would you like to be heard?
Yeah.
Denied. You ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
You ready to bring the jury in?
Yes.
All right, can you have Ms. Murphy step back in, please?
That was an easy denial.
Okay.
He was never going to agree to that. Do you know what I mean? The judge. Well, whatever. I think he's been pretty consistent, this judge. I don't think he's leaned one way or the other. I do think the defense pushed the boundaries a bit too much. That's why he's a little bit like, whoa. So do I, Julie. Hey, Julie. Here she comes, all smiles. But this woman knows better. This woman knows better than to act like she's acting currently.
All right, Ms. Murphy, if you could resume your witness seat. Ma'am, I will remind you, you're under oath. I also need to ask, did anybody at all speak with you about your testimony or the questions asked? Did you speak with any of the attorneys? Did you speak with any other witnesses about questions they were asked or the testimony they gave?
No, none of those.
And did you watch any of the proceedings?
God, no.
Fully up?
This attorney, the witness attorney, is being shady as fuck. She knows exactly what she's doing. She should be reprimanded, but I don't disagree, with the judge's ruling. I mean, he's made the ruling, but this attorney knows better. Normal witnesses, I'd be saying fair game, they don't understand, but this witness knows exactly what she's doing. So yeah, let's get it on.
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you beat the crowd for lunch. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves with anybody outside of this group? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No sound.
All right, everybody says no. When we broke for lunch, Mr. Taylor was cross-examining Ms. Murphy. You may resume your cross.
Thank you, Judge White. Ms. Murphy, we've pretty much established that the homicide occurred on September 27th of 2020, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then you've told us here today that Dr. Broder's report was set to be released 3 days later on September 30th. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And the inference by you in the state's theory is...
Objection?
Ooh.
So I'm sorry, Judge, was that overruled?
Overruled.
Thank you. The inference by you and by the state's theory is that Ms. Benefield then killed Mr. Benefield to stop the release of Dr. Broder's report.
Are you asking if that's what I believe or if that's what the state's inference is?
Well, you've discussed the matter with Ms. O'Donnell, have you not?
I have, yes. Yes, I have.
And in fact, she's provided you with all the documents in the case, hasn't she?
I don't know if she's provided me with everything, but I have gotten a lot of documents in the case.
By direct conversations with Ms. O'Donnell.
Yes, I did a
Okay.
discovery request.
And so is the implication not that, as you testified before the jury earlier, Ms. Benefield shot and killed Mr. Benefield because of this report that was coming out by Dr. Broder 3 days later?
Absolutely, I have no doubt.
Okay, so that's the theory of the homicide.
Right.
All right, so I want to pass you some emails, see if you recognize them.
Yes.
I pressed the wrong fucking button there to pull the camera off. Fucking hell. This is like, what? Right, what are we doing here? I think that the judge set the tone and said, this is what's allowed in, this is not what's allowed in, and all this. Now all of a sudden we're going back and forth, a ping pong. Objection, can we approve, It's frustrating. I'm not sure what he's trying to get in, but that's interesting. And that's the theory. Oh, no doubt. She killed him for the report. No doubt. Fucking hell. That's a lot. How can he have no doubt about that? This judge is fantastic. This judge is fantastic. Cheese and rice. Cheese and rice. It's just like, come on, sort it out. They know what's allowed in, what's not. If they want to impeach, they know how to do it. He's explained to them, this is how you impeach. Bang, 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 bang. So if he's doing it the right way, why are the prosecution objecting? Vanessa, you think he's bad? Oh, I disagree. I think he's, which is fine if you think he's bad. It's just, I think he's up there with one of the better ones. Obviously, I've watched him in different hearings and stuff like that as well. But you don't have to say, sorry, Vanessa. If that's your opinion, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Hey, Terry. How are you doing, Terry Martins? Hello to you. Oh, here we go. Hey, Crystal.
So I would like to pass these documents to you and let you just take a look. Take your time. Okay, so I have a series of simple questions for you. Do you want to reconsider whether or not the release of Dr. Broder's report was set for 3 days following the incident?
It was agreed with.
Do you want to?
No, I'm not going to revisit that.
You can answer and then explain if you like. I'd like you to first answer.
Okay. I'm not revisiting the answer. My answer is the same. It was set for the 30th, 3 days after.
Okay.
And I can explain further if you want to hear more.
No, that's fine. As long as you've reviewed that, it refreshed your recollection, I trust?
It does. I don't think it's a complete conversations, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is it not a fact that Dr. Broder on the 3 days following the event was on vacation?
What event? The murder?
Yes. The 3 days following the event that this report was to be released, is it not a fact that Dr. Broder wasn't in town? He was on vacation.
I don't think that's correct. I think he was on vacation the week prior, but I don't know. I try to remember everyone's vacation, but this was a lot of years ago.
Is that document in front of you contain emails between you and?
Objection. Relevance.
Ooh. Does that document that you were holding contain emails between you and Judge Morland's judicial assistant?
As well as other people.
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you, does that document contain emails between you and Judge Morland's judicial assistant?
Not only, but yes.
All right. And you still maintain, after reviewing that the hearing was set for release of Dr. Broder's report?
Dr. Broder was returning from his vacation on the 23rd. So if you look back through the emails.
Not responsive to my question, Your Honor. She's editorializing. I asked her for a simple answer. She can feel free to explain it after if the court feels that's appropriate.
Also stating, it called for a yes or no.
Well, and that's why I'm saying she's, okay.
No, it called for a yes or no, so
okay.
Your objection
Is sustained. Got it. All right, so is the answer to my question yes?
Can you repeat the question?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Well, I want to be accurate.
Can I ask the court reporter, Your Honor, to read the last question back?
Go ahead, ma'am.
And you still maintain, after reviewing that the hearing was set for release of Dr. Broder's report?
Yes.
Now, could we agree if Dr. Broder was out of town and not available, and the court would not entertain the hearing unless Dr. Broder was present, could we agree that that hearing 3 days later would not take place?
Mr. Taylor, I don't think you read the emails correctly, because the hearing that her assistant was referring to was a hearing to take place on the 23rd when Dr. Broder was not available because he was on vacation. I'm talking about the hearing that was on the 30th when he was available. That was 3 days after your client killed my client.
And it's your testimony then that the hearing would have taken place?
Had he been alive, yes. On the 30th, not the 23rd, yes. Which is what I think you're confusing.
You referred to a letter that you sent to Ms. Benefield on March 14th, 2018.
My memory is that it was the 15th of March, but if you have it, that would certainly help. And do you have the email that was sent with it? Okay, this is not the letter that I sent. This is a draft of a letter. Mm-hmm. The letter that I sent on the 15th was on my letterhead, so this is not the letter.
Okay. The letter that you did send on the 15th, I think you told us, if I'm not mistaken, was an effort by you on Doug's behalf to advise Ms. Benefield, among other things, that he wanted to try to work things out.
No, I don't think that's correct. No, that's not what I said this morning, nor was it the intention of the letter. And I don't have the actual letter I sent to verify, but there was nothing about reconciliation. The letter was about whether she would agree to him being present for the birth of his child, what was supposed to be the next month.
All right. So you sent the letter to see if she was willing to have him present for the birth of the child.
Yes, that's right.
We're in agreement.
Yes.
All right. Were you aware whether or not there was any prohibition at the time that you sent that letter from Douglas Benefield coming in contact with Ashley Benefield in any capacity?
I'm aware that there was an injunction that was entered by mutual agreements. It was what people refer to as a mutual restraining order out of South Carolina.
Correct. And it was in effect at that time, was it not?
It was. They would have had to
So
have a written agreement modifying that.
So that would have prohibited Mr. Benefield from being present with Miss Benefield, would it have not?
Now, I don't have the South Carolina order in front of me, but my recollection.
do.
Oh, that would help if I could see it then.
May I, Your Honor?
You may approach, yes.
Here's the transcript, here's the order. What is the date of the transcript?
Well, the date of the hearing was November 3rd, 2017.
November 3rd. And you were aware that the order was entered for a period of 6 months, correct?
I wanted to, didn't you hand this to me for me to look at?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't like her either. I mean, he's been a bit much as well, but I mean, I also don't like her. Both of them now are like getting on my nerves a little bit here. Fuck. It's cringy, all this is. I agree with you, Joe. Pissing contest, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the date that the hearing takes place?
The hearing took place on November 3rd, 2017.
And at that hearing, Doug was present.
It appears so, according to the order that was entered
And
10 days later.
If you look at the last page, I believe paragraph 2, the judge orders.
I'm going to object to going through this hearsay piece over.
Are we only talking about the order?
Right now, she's looking at the transcript.
No, this is the order.
Okay, the order.
If it's a court order and you're asking the witness to interpret it, I think that's okay. I think she's demonstrated that she has sufficient experience, training, and knowledge.
All right. So the hearing concluded on the 3rd.
It appears that it did. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
This was before my time.
But you were aware of that when you sent the letter to Miss Benefield. In other words, you knew you were sending the letter because Mr. Benefield was not allowed to communicate with Miss Benefield. Wasn't that why you sent the letter?
No, that's not why. Maybe that's why he didn't send her a letter, but that was not the reason why I sent the letter. I sent the letter so that it was a formal request, not in between the two of them directly.
Would you agree that had Douglas Benefield asked that of Miss Benefield, it would have been in violation of that order?
Mrs. Fain.
Let me pass to you, if I can, this document.
Did you see it?
I did not. I don't know.
I need you to show it to opposing counsel before you show it to a witness.
I thought she had a copy. Ms. Murphy, is it not a fact that you knew on September 18th of 2000 that the only matter being heard 3 days later on September 20th was the injunction, not the release of Dr. Broder's report?
No, I think you're getting the dates confused again. So this was September 18th was this email talking about the judge setting a hearing on September 23rd, because in this email, she did say the only matter being heard on September 30th is the injunction. That changed after this time. And you don't have those emails apparently.
Do you?
Well, no, I don't have my file with me. It's 3 boxes worth of documents. But before we even went to mediation, it was agreed and the court was advised that we were going to be addressing only the joint motion for the release of the psychological evaluation.
Which was not said on that day, correct?
You mean the 23rd, which is what they're talking about in this email? Yes. Right, it was not said on the 23rd. Dr. Broder was on vacation.
Okay.
It was going to be said on the 30th.
Did you know whether or not Doug Benefield sent a package to Miss Benefield in November of 2017?
I don't remember the date. I know that he did send her a package before this order was signed, but after the hearing took place in South Carolina.
Okay, so after the judge ordered no contact, he sent her a package.
My understanding is that Doug did not really understand what was going on at this hearing. And Ms. Benefield was even chastised by the court for manipulating that system.
Well, thank you for adding that. Let me just ask you a question. What is it about you may not contact Ms. Benefield that you think Doug didn't understand? By the way, Doug was there and heard the judge say it. So enlighten us, please. What do you think it was about you may not contact Ms. Benefield that Doug would not have understood?
Doug did not have the court order when he went to buy her birthday present. He told me that the negotiations about this mutual restraining order took place in the hallway outside of the courtroom. But I wasn't there, so that's just what I was told. And we had the time that he received this order from the judge, from his attorney's office, and it was after he sent the package.
Okay, so this report by Broder, the one that you acknowledge and the state suggests is the theory behind the homicide, Ms. Benefield had signed a voluntary agreement to participate in that evaluation, correct? It was not court ordered. Isn't that what you told us?
It was not court ordered in the family law court. So I don't know what she signed.
She voluntarily participated.
I don't know. You're going to have to talk to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office because it came out of that office or the CPT office.
Well, you were the lawyer for Mr. Benefield. Was your client ordered to participate?
I don't know that we're in agreement with the word ordered. So when I think of an order, I think that a judge has ordered people to do something. And so we had filed a motion for a psychological evaluation in a family law court. And so if that judge had signed the order, that would have been an order. So my answer is I don't know if either of them were ordered to participate.
You're not aware of any commandment that either Mr. Benefield or Ms. Benefield participate in Dr. Broder's evaluation?
It's my understanding that they were both required to as part of the investigation with the Manatee County Sheriff's Department.
Give me just a minute, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Please.
asking for a moment?
Yes. Please. All right, one last shot at this.
Can I see the document
Yes, same document I showed you.
of the same one from before?
Yeah. Does that document have any impact on your position that the release of Dr. Broder's report was scheduled for September 30th?
It was scheduled for September 30th. We knew before the weekend that the hearing on the 30th was going to address the joint motion to release the psychological evaluations. Ms. Brown and I had extensive discussions about that because Ms. Benefield was agreeing to dismiss her petition.
Ms. Murphy, I'm sorry to cut you off. Is the answer to my question no, that it doesn't change your position?
It does not change my position. It was scheduled for the 30th.
Well, when we say scheduled for the 30th, is it not a fact that the only hearing that was to take place on the 30th was everything other than Dr. Broder's report?
If you
Is the answer to my, let's get a simple answer. Is the answer to that yes?
I don't have the docket. So I guess the answer is I don't know what the docket says. All I know is
You
it was
did not
scheduled for
know.
the 30th.
Objection, Judge Leonard, answer the question.
You trying to make sure.
All I know is that that was supposed to be addressed on the 30th of September.
And were you not told on the 30th September that the only issue that would be heard was the
Objection,
domestic,
asked and answered.
was the domestic violence injunction? That's what I'm asking you. Is the answer to that yes or no?
Initially, that was what we were told. That was not the case by the time we got to mediation. The situation had changed.
Yeah. And do you have any documents that you brought here today to support your contention and the state's theory that the release of this report was the incentive for Miss Benefield to kill Douglas Benefield? Do you have any documents that show that that correspondence with the court's judicial assistant was wrong?
Objection,
And that,
compound question?
and that the only matter being heard was
Objection,
not,
compound question?
was not the domestic violence injunction.
Sustained.
Do you have anything that supports that the release of Dr. Broder's report was scheduled for the 30th?
I don't know what documents you got from Ms. O'Donnell's office. However, I did provide
Do you
emails.
have any documents here today?
I didn't bring anything, nor was I asked to.
Okay,
You should
so
have
you
the
knew,
emails.
wait, you knew you were coming to court to testify before the jury in a homicide case,
Objection, badgering.
Go ahead and answer the question.
that the incentive for Miss Benefield to kill her husband was the release of this report on the 30th. You don't have anything to support that other than what you've told us?
Sustained.
That's all.
Don't, sir, you have one more paper. Mr. Taylor, don't forget your paper.
to approach also. After the witness is issued.
All right, redirect.
No questions, thank you.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Absolutely not. She's under our subpoena.
All right, ma'am, you remain under subpoena. As I said before, same rules on sequestration. So you cannot discuss the questions asked of you or your answers with anyone, including the attorneys. You can't talk with any other witnesses about what happened in court or what their testimony was or the questions asked of them. You can't do anything that's going on.
I don't think I was subpoenaed by Mr. Taylor's office.
Okay, well,
She's released someone.
all right. Commissioner Jury, can you step out, please? I'll answer this legal question. Remember, don't begin your deliberations or talk with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about.
Oh,
You all can have a seat. Subpoenas for depositions and trials in the old days had to be procured from the clerk, which is obviously a branch of the court. That was changed many, many years ago to allow attorneys to save time and effort and money for everyone involved, where attorneys of record were granted the authority under the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure to issue subpoenas for deposition and trial. I would imagine if we pull them up, and I'd be happy to take a look at it, I would imagine that the subpoena that was issued is for the court.
I would have to look at this.
My position is when a witness is subpoenaed to court, and the reason I ask each and every time, can this witness be released? It's because I believe witnesses are subpoenaed by the attorneys on behalf of the court. So whether you were subpoenaed by the state or the defense is of no moment to me. I asked, could you be released from a subpoena? The state said yes. The defense says no. That's all I need. So, Ms. Murphy, you are not released from your subpoena.
Thank
you. The obligations regarding the rule of sequestration in Florida statutes applies to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
that was the judge saying, fuck you.
All right, the witness has been excused. Mr. Taylor, you wanted to approach, but the jury's out, so I figured might as well just take care of it now.
Sure. So now I would ask that the court issue a subpoena to Judge Morland's clerk. The court may recall that we had an in-camera hearing where the court quashed the defense subpoena to Judge Morland's JA and told me that there were better ways that I could prove my case and that the court shudders to think what would happen if every JA were subpoenaed. What the court's just witnessed is Ms. Murphy lied flat out about the reason why Ms. Benefield feared release of that report, and my impeachment of Ms. Murphy indisputably is going to come from Judge Morland's JA, who told Ms. Murphy in the emails that I handed her and showed her The only thing that is set for hearing on September 30th, 2020 is the domestic violence injunction. Nothing else will be heard. In fact, I'm going to read for the record. I'm going to read the one sentence email that was sent.
The reason I'm going to stop you at this point is you're referencing arguments that were made in camera. The state was not present at your request in order to preserve trial strategy of the defense.
Yes.
Present at that hearing, when we stepped back into the jury room, was myself, a court reporter, Mary Ann Floyd, the general counsel for the 12th Judicial Circuit, Mr. Taylor, and Ms. Benefield. The state was not present. They didn't have an opportunity to be heard or know these issues. Now, the issues are being brought to light. In order for them to have a fair opportunity to understand the issues and be prepared to argue against whatever motions the defense may make, I certainly think due process requires they're entitled to notice an opportunity. I would do the same for the defense if there was some issue for whatever reason that I had considered in camera or ex parte for the state, and whatever reason the need for the privilege or confidentiality no longer existed, prior to having a hearing on that issue and requiring the defense to respond to it, I certainly think at a minimum, notice of the issue and an opportunity to be heard. So right now, they don't even have a copy of the order that I signed that you just quoted from, Mr. Taylor, and they have no idea what you're talking about because they have not seen that order because I ordered it to be sealed.
Yes, if the court will allow me, I'll elaborate. And I would like to read the email in particular.
The issue that you seek to have heard right now, I am happy to hear it. However, it is not a pressing matter. You seek to have a witness subpoenaed in order to present, I would assume, during your case in chief.
Yes, sir.
We could certainly address that issue at the end of the day after the state has had a chance to review that order. And I don't recall if the motion. No, the motion itself was public, but then we had the in-camera hearing and my order was, I sealed it.
Yes, sir.
So
we had the email chain also as an exhibit.
Yes, so the email chain is an exhibit. There were two exhibits actually. I can't remember what the other one was. And then we had my order. So I'm going to need to unseal those things so you have you can get copies of them.
I remember what the other one was. It was a prior testimony from the stand your ground hearing.
It was excerpts from the stand your ground hearing, excerpts of Miss Murphy's testimony. Right. That was exhibit 2.
Correct, saying what she said today.
Okay.
So the only thing, if I may, that I want to supplement today's record with is I showed Ms. Murphy an email dated September 18th of 2020 at 10:18 a.m. included between her and the judicial assistant for Judge Morland. And it says as follows: Good morning, Ms. Murphy and Ms. Brown. Per the judge, she will not sign an ex parte order for release of psychological evaluation and report. The judge will allow an expedited hearing on this motion. I have available Wednesday, September 23rd at 9 a.m. for 30 minutes. However, besides both attorneys being present, the judge has stated that Dr. Broeder and Manatee Children's Services must be present at the hearing as well. Further, Ms. Murphy, the judge stated that absent showing where the court granted permission for the other motions stated in your September 17th letter to her, the only matter being heard on September 30th is the injunction hearing.
And that is part of the email string that's one of the exhibits.
Yes, sir.
All right. So like I said, I don't think it's appropriate to hear this right now. I think the state has every opportunity and should be allowed to review my order and the 2 exhibits.
Just, can I just be heard real quick?
I'm sorry?
Can I just be heard briefly on
Of
something?
course.
Now, or you want me to wait?
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if, because I'm unsure what Your Honor is referring to, because we haven't seen it, the seal. I don't know that any of the things that Mr. Taylor just showed to Ms. Murphy were ever provided to the state in discovery, which is one issue. We received a defendant's exhibit list that was unnumbered and in no particular order. It has 391 items on it. I spent more time than I should have trying to organize it in some fashion, and I do not believe that any of those emails were ever provided to the state in discovery.
Wrong.
If they were, I'm still speaking, sir. If they were, I would just ask if somebody could give me the name, because I numbered them, but it has 391 items on it, and it's some of them have multiple things inside them, and they're not named anything that you can understand. So I'm just asking that if in fact they were provided, if we could, the items that were shown to Ms. Murphy, in addition to what Your Honor has said, he's going to seal, please.
All right, I'll let you 2 work on that, and I will look forward to having a Richardson hearing at the same time that we have the hearing on the defense request for me to reconsider my order quashing the mechanic trial subpoena.
I love drama, but I hate cringe drama. If you know what I mean, I love the drama, but when it gets cringy like that, back and forward just now between the 2 attorneys, that was cringy. Just like as you said, a pissing contest. Oof. But again, another example why I like this judge. Calm, collected. Literally just got chucked out of the stream yard. I don't even know if anyone can hear me. Hey, you missed it, Dana. The judge told the jury to spread their legs earlier on. Told them, yeah, hey, go in the back and spread your legs. Yeah, but that was funny. Had to pop out to get some washing in. What happened when she finished testifying? She basically tried to say that she wasn't subpoenaed to come back with a defense. Judge said, "You're subpoenaed, bitch. Get your ass back here when we tell you." Now they're doing an in-camera hearing, which they'll do later on in the week. Thank you, Deb. Appreciate you. I try and treat everyone the same. I just got kicked out. Yeah. You can hear. Did you not see me drop off the screen then? Hey, good flirt. There's a lot of flirting going on, isn't there? It seems that Florida women love it. I might have to move to Florida. Yay. Jeannie likes the judge. Like a genie in a bottle. She did it the right way. Hey, Jeannie. I like the judge too. Wish he had been the judge in Karen Reed's trial. I agree. He'd been a lot better. Hello, Lisa. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Thank you so much, Alan. I think you were chasing chasing the witness. I couldn't handle that. I couldn't handle that witness. No way. She does look nice today. She does look nice. This is why you don't, the state never wants someone like me on the jury, or Dana. Dana being just like, yeah, not guilty. Murphy will be coming back as a witness. She will be coming back, yes. And she is too much of a bigot. She will 100% be watching this on camera. She's like, oh no, of course I would never watch this stream, Your Honor. Bullshit. She's a narcissist. She's going to want to watch herself in action. Do you know what I mean? She'll probably play to her beat tonight. Go, look at me. Let's get it on. Look how I put him in his place. 100%. Here she is, potty mouthed in the house. Cue the TT sound. Maybe it's me and am I the drama? I don't think I'm a drama. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Heather's like 5 minutes behind people. She's always a little bit slow, Heather is, but we love her. Heather, we love you.
And sent to the clerk an order unsealing the prior order quashing Vicky Mechanic's trial subpoena, unsealing the 2 exhibits that were admitted by the defendant during the in-camera hearing, and unsealing the notes and transcripts of the court reporter that was present for the in-camera hearing. I'll sign that right now. That'll should happen pretty quickly, and state you'll be able to get copies of that, and we'll see if we can have this argument by the end of today or first thing tomorrow before we get started. On the defendant's request, or tennis motion to reconsider order quashing, and the state's Richardson hearing. Did you? Or I can state the evidence. Yeah, do 5.
I'm not sure what's going on now. What's going on? Yeah, that's a question.
There's one for the state and one for the defense.
No hearing now. The judge wants to get on with it. He doesn't want the jury to be. So this is probably going to be either later today or tomorrow or something like that. Or when after the state rests, probably. So, yeah. And that's a good decision. Let's get on. Let's get on with it. The state don't know what's going on yet, so let them see it and let's get it on. Good decision. You did, yeah. Yours went into junk for me. You see, I always send it back, but sometimes it goes to junk. I did my online grocery today. I sent some groceries back and they charged me for them, motherfuckers.
All right, go ahead and bring the jury in.
No worries, Joe. I don't think You have to go through not the app, the Safari or Google or something to do it on your phone, I believe. Someone else can explain to you. I'm not really sure, Vanessa, but don't worry about it. It's all good though. But yeah, there's another way. I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure somebody can help you out that knows how to do it. Same. I don't know why. No. You had to do it on the website. There you go. Dylan, you are on my last nerve. His attorney did what any good attorney would do and testify to everything that is right towards the reason AB. I will not be watching you tomorrow. No problems, Granny of 9. No problems at all. It's been a pleasure, Granny. It's been a pleasure. You can do like we tell Kimmy to do if you want, Granny. Not a problem. The door is there. Right, Toots. Like he likes beef tips and lambs. I bet. No worries, Vanessa. It's not a problem.
You saw this, the affirmative testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and everything.
No, it's all right, Erin. Blimey. Thank you, Rehab. Thank you. Thank you to everyone else that will be listening. So, Granny, it's all good. You don't listen. Everyone else, you please come back and listen.
Up to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need. And just speaking in a loud, clear voice, and it should pick up everything.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name.
Chris Gillum, Gillum.
Where do you work?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
22 years.
And did you work somewhere else before for several years? How many years?
Yes, City of Palmetto Police Department for 12 years.
Okay. And what position do you currently hold at Manatee?
I am currently a domestic violence investigator.
And how long have you been in that unit?
12 years.
How, I said in that unit, but if you could just describe, does Manatee County Sheriff's Office have a unit for domestic violence?
Yes, we do. We have 4 detectives.
Okay. And where and how is that unit housed?
We are housed at our building is the 3500 block of 9th Street West is the actual address. And within our building, it's my unit and the Crimes Against Children detectives as well.
Okay. Were you in that same position back in 2017 to 2020?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Back then, did your department house child protection services?
Yes, at that time we did.
Okay. And explain that. Were they with you in the same area or how did that work?
No, they were on the other side of the building. We had our own area and they were on the completely opposite side of the building.
And were they actually employees of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do a lot of stuff with them together? A lot of investigations together?
The domestic violence unit, we did not. Every so often, that was mostly the Crimes Against Children detectives that worked with them.
And as a domestic violence detective, have you investigated violations of injunctions and that type of thing?
I certainly have.
Okay. Now, sometimes when someone is asking for an injunction, or when an injunction is violated, it can be charged criminally, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Or they can take other avenues
That's
to address
correct.
the violation. But you're not involved in that other avenue if it's a different court, correct?
Yes, I'm not involved in that.
All right. Did you become familiar at some point with someone named Ashley Benefield?
I did.
And when was that?
December of 2017.
Okay. Generally, what were the circumstances without it getting into a lot of detail?
She reported that her husband violated an injunction that was in place out of South Carolina.
Okay. And that came to you?
Correct.
Right. And we've heard several mentionings of poisoning. Did this have to do with the same issue?
It was the same case, yes, but I had nothing to do with that investigation.
Okay. So the poisoning itself, you didn't have any contact with. It was just the violation of injunction.
Correct.
Okay. Did you speak to Ashley?
I did.
How many times would you say you spoke to Ashley?
I think a fair number would be 30 to 40.
Okay. And generally speaking, was that because you were contacting her or she was contacting you?
No, she started contacting me on a regular basis beginning around February of 2018.
Okay. And what was she contacting you about?
She was wanting to know the status of the case and when Doug would be getting arrested for the violation of the injunction.
Okay. And when you do a violation of injunction, when you're investigating a violation of injunction, you can do several things, correct? You can, well, explain what you can do with it.
We can make a physical arrest in the case. There could be no charges filed in a case, or we can send the case to the state attorney's office.
Okay. So if you send the case to the state attorney's office, what does that mean?
We're just letting them make the ultimate decision if they think there's enough for charges to be filed in this case.
Okay. So it sounds like there's no charges and then arrest and.
Sustained.
So you said Miss Benefield was calling you asking about the arrest of Mr. Benefield.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
That the case was still suspended at that point, and when I had an answer for her, I would let her know.
Okay. And so that was the beginning of your conversations.
Yes.
Right? So, did she continue to call
Yes, repeatedly, twice a week at least.
and speak to you personally?
Yes.
And what was her comments? What were her concerns?
It was the same thing. When was Doug going to be arrested for violating the injunction?
Had you ever told her that he was going to be arrested?
I did not.
Okay. At some point, did you decide to forward the charges?
I did.
And is that to the state attorney's office like we talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you inform her of that?
I sure did.
Okay. And what was her reaction to that?
She was upset that he was not being arrested.
Okay. Were you able to explain to her that the process and how this was going to go?
Sustained.
Were you able to explain the process to her?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And how did she take that?
She was not happy that I was not placing Doug under arrest.
Okay. At some point, did you speak to Ashley Benefield again? And she told you about a court hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately when was that conversation?
Around the first week of May 2018.
May 2018. And what did she say?
She just got right into the phone call and requested that I arrest Doug for a hearing that was coming up in Manatee County.
Okay, you just said arrest for a hearing.
Yes.
But arrest at a hearing?
Yeah, said that there was a hearing, upcoming hearing in Manatee County.
Okay. And was that hearing involving your case or something else?
It was something else. It was not my case.
Okay. Did you know that there was a hearing or there was even a court issue going on?
I did not.
So she told you there was a court hearing, and did she tell you when it was?
No, that just shows there was an upcoming hearing, and she asked for me to arrest Doug when he came inside the courtroom in front of the presiding judge.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
That absolutely would not occur.
Okay. And how did she take that?
She was upset. And at that point, I would call it a dramatic cry, hysterical cry started happening. And I'm still informing her, we're not going to do that. We're just not going to arrest him in the courtroom. And she made a comment, something to the effect of, if the judge sees you arrest him, this will help me keep my baby. So I thought that was a pretty bold statement. And I'm like, I'm still trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. She just gave birth. Maybe she's confused, and I'm trying to explain to her gently, that's just not going to happen, especially not going to happen for a judge to see to help you in a civil matter.
And did you in fact explain all that to her?
Yes, I did.
And how did she react?
We went back and forth 5 minutes or so. We just kept requesting to arrest him. I said, this is not going to happen. And her tone turned from the crying to very aggressive. And she says, you will effing arrest him in front of the judge and I will make sure you do it.
What did you say to that?
I started pushing back a little bit and I said, it's not going to happen. Whatever you say or do, you cannot make me arrest somebody in front of a judge, and it's just not going to happen.
And what did she do?
I guess she started crying again and came out with a comment, something like, I can't believe you're willing to allow Doug to kill me and the baby.
Okay.
And that hadn't come up in this phone call. That the phone call dealt with me arresting Doug in front of a judge. And then it turned to arresting, or not arresting him, and allowing me to let him kill her and the baby.
Okay. So that seemed kind of different to you.
Yes.
Than what you had previously been.
Yes.
Okay. How long did this conversation go on?
20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
For up to that time, it's probably 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. And during this time, excuse me, did the defendant ever seem to understand the process of what you were saying?
No.
And at some point, did she change from crying again?
She did.
What did she do?
It just abruptly changed, and she let out like a screech or a high-pitched scream. And she says, I'll do whatever I have to do to kill my baby or keep my baby, you a-hole.
Okay. So it's a high-pitched scream, or did you say scream or screech?
Like a screech at first, but it was I'll call it a screech.
A screech.
Yeah.
And tell me, what volume is this?
I could just say it's a very loud, maybe top of lung type scream.
Okay. Could you demonstrate to us?
It's impossible. There's no way I could.
Why would it be impossible?
I couldn't get my voice that high. There's no way.
So it was loud and it was high.
Yes.
And she said, can you repeat what she said?
I will do anything I have to do to keep my baby, you a-hole.
You a-hole. And did she say a-hole?
No, she said the full word.
Okay. And after she said that, what'd she do?
At that point, I had checked out of the phone call, and I was pretty much ready to hang up the phone on her. And she accused me of conspiring with Doug to get her baby taken away.
And had you even spoken to Doug about custody of the child?
No.
Okay. Were there other detectives around you at the time of this phone call?
Yes, there were two other detectives.
And do you recall their names?
Oh, yes. Detective Patricia Hetrick and Detective Brian Morland.
And did they appear to recognize that you were on a difficult call?
Oh, they did. And at one point, Brian even asked me if I needed some help.
It's the same.
And at some point, how did the phone call end?
Miss Benefield terminated the phone call.
Okay. And you seem to have a good memory of this call.
Yes.
And why do you have a good memory of this call?
Because in my 12 years of doing this, I've never had anybody ask me to arrest someone in front of a judge inside of a courtroom. Now, I have had people call me before and say somebody may be appearing in court that I'm looking for so I can arrest them, but I've never had somebody say, wait until he's inside the courtroom in front of the judge.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Afternoon, Detective Gillum.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to ask you a few questions about report writing.
Sure.
Do they teach that to you in police academy?
Sure. Back in 1989, they did, yes.
Okay. It's obviously an important part of police work.
Sure.
How many cases would you say could you average that you handle in a month?
20.
Okay. And over the course of a year, we're talking about
300 close.
So are you familiar with the saying that they give you in police academy, if it's not in the report, it didn't happen?
I've heard that before, yes.
All right. And that's because the report is obviously more reliable than your memory.
I could understand that, yes.
All right. At 20 cases a month, 2.5 years later, you're into like 600 cases. If you got your report, you can refresh your recollection rather than have to recall off the top of your head.
Sure.
Which is why you want to put critical details in your report, because that's what you want to remember.
Correct.
Not necessarily that somebody had on mismatching socks, but that they had something that's significant to the investigation.
Sure.
All right. So your initial involvement, you told us in the case, is speaking with Ashley Benefield on or about May 31st of 2018 regarding the domestic violence injunction in South Carolina.
That wasn't the first time I spoke with her, no. There were several incidents I spoke several times I did.
Did you speak with her on or about the 31st of
I was
May?
prior to that.
Okay, about the South Carolina injunction.
Yes.
All right. And just to be clear, we're talking about the same thing. There was a court that had issued an injunction in South Carolina, stay away from one another.
Yes, in South Carolina, that is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you bring any of the reports that you wrote with you here today?
I did.
Do you recall how many you wrote?
Supplemental reports, 3 or 4.
Yes. All right. So initially, if I can ask you about the sequence of these events, Miss Benefield had gone down to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to complain about a package that she received because it came while the South Carolina injunction was in effect.
Yes.
All right. And it would have been Deputy Wesley Weber, to your knowledge, had requested a capias based upon Miss Benefield's receipt of that package.
Correct.
Just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand, a capias is an arrest warrant.
Testifying. And
Sustained.
it's all hearsay.
What is a capias?
A capias is information where a deputy believes that there's probable cause for someone's arrest.
All right. And that was issued by Deputy Wesley Weber.
Correct.
And that would have been on December 14th of 2017.
That sounds correct.
Now, a month later, well, actually, several months later, on May 31st of 2018,
Objection, Judge. I called for hearsay, but I apologize. I wasn't finished the question.
did you write the first of your supplemental reports?
Yes.
And in that report, you stated that Miss Benefield,
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustained.
in the report, did you indicate
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you write anything in your report in describing?
Objection, hearsay.
Can you approach, please?
Hold on, let me have one more shot at it. Did you document in your report anything different than you told us here today about how you characterized Miss Benefield's demeanor?
I didn't go into any details in that supplement at all, in that one.
May I show him the report?
Judge, can we?
Yes.
Lisa, I think he's on his own tonight. I don't think Mark Bedrow is with him tonight. I don't think so anyway. So Sean's on tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, people. He will be electric as always. Hello, TJ. Nice to see you. First time viewer. How are you? Well, first time you've spoken on this channel, I believe. I don't recognize your name. So welcome to you, TJ. What a great dog that is. Great dog. What's the dog's name? So yeah, I think Sean's on his own tonight. Mexi Texi's in here. Mexi Texi loves the the detective. I can feel it already. He's going to be electric. He texted me earlier on, said he's super excited for tonight. So because there's rumors about Proctor flipping to the FBI now and stuff, becoming an informant. So I'm sure he's got plenty to say tonight. He's like a child. He's super excited. I love to see when he's like that. First time I thought so, TJ. Where are you from? America, UK? Whereabouts are you from, TJ? Frankie, happy days. There you go. Thank you, TJ. Dylan, you need a dog, maybe a corgi or a Yorkie.
During that time, Detective Gilliam, back in May of 2018, you overrode Deputy Wesley Weber's capious request, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you put the case on an inactive status?
Yes.
And I think you decided, as you told us, it would be submitted to the state attorney's office.
That is correct.
Now, on June 5th of 2018, you interviewed Douglas Benefield, did you not?
Correct.
And he admitted to you.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What was his position with respect when you asked him?
Objection, hearsay.
Finish the question.
Did you send the package to Miss Benefield?
Sustained.
Did you make a determination from your conversation with Mr. Benefield whether or not a package had been sent to Miss Benefield?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Did you make a determination as a result of your investigation whether a package had been sent to Miss Benefield?
Yes.
Did you make a determination as to who sent it?
Yes.
Who?
Douglas Benefield.
Did you make a determination of what the contents of the package were?
It was a T-set.
And was hazmat called?
Objection, Judge.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
As part,
Did you say hazmat?
yes, sir. As part of your investigation, did you make any determination whether or not there was a response by
Objection, hearsay.
any other agency to this package that was sent to Miss Benefield?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you tell Mr. Benefield that you would be able to unfound the case if he sent you the receipt? I'm asking him if he told Mr. Benefield.
Can you please approach?
Did you tell Mr. Benefield?
Can you please approach? Can you please approach
Oh,
the bench?
sorry.
Judge is pissed. Smash or pass? Which one? The detective? Probably. I think most of you are going to smash him. I can relate there in hack. See, so welcome to TJ for all the way from Ohio. O-H-I-O. O-H-I-O. So there you go. Heather Taylor, objection, hearsay will always start. There you go. Bye bye, Granny. Oh, goodbye, bye bye, Granny. Oh, goodbye, Granny. Oh, goodbye. Erin started it. Kimmy. Don't call her Kimmy because you know what we tell people who's called Kimmy. I usually do start at Kimmy. Pass. Oh, you'd pass. Okay. Deb has passed. Detective McCotty. I thought Kim would be into it. Welcome, TJ. Sean is like Karnak the Magnificent. He predicts what will happen months before it happens. Yes. Raoul, I agree. Thank you for the welcome. No worries, TJ. Always welcome here. Just make sure you speak. That's all. It's great. The girls from Boston with Maureen. Maureen's all over it. Yeah, I know she's OG. Just the whole continuation of Kimmy, go F yourself. Your Erin Hack song gets stuck in my head. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, hack, hack. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Da 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 da. Erin Hack, hack, hack. That was me wiggling out the thoughts of the thoughts of that potty mouth. OG. The last 10 likes of you. Thank you, TJ. Thank you.
I think the last question I asked you was, did you tell Douglas Benefield you could unfound the case if he sent you the receipt for the sending of this package of tape?
No.
So did you write a supplemental report as a result of this interview with Mr. Benefield?
Yes.
And this would have been on June 5th of 2018.
That's correct.
Now, did you put and document in that report anything about Miss Benefield?
I would have to look. If you don't mind, I can certainly.
Please.
No, I don't see anything about Miss Benefield in this supplement.
Okay, you did determine, though, that the package, once you got the receipt, you determined the date the package was sent.
Yes.
And that was on when?
November 27th, which is when the injunction was signed off on by the judge. It was the same day.
But you also determined that the hearing on the injunction was November 3rd, 2007.
That was the hearing, but the judge did not sign off on this until the 27th, which was the same day. So,
right. But at the hearing, Mr. Benefield was present when the judge announced.
Yes, when he announced, but it was my understanding it's not in effect until the judge granted his signature on the 27th, which is the same day that Mr. Benefield sent out that TSET.
Okay. Who is the lead detective in this case?
For which case?
For the homicide case.
I'm not sure.
Is it Detective Warren?
I don't know.
Do you recall contacting Detective Warren on November 30th, 2020 at 7:47 a.m.?
I do remember contacting him. I'm not sure if that's the date, but yes, I did.
Okay. And do you now recall that Detective Warren is the lead homicide investigator?
I'm not sure if he was the lead. I know that he was at that scene, but I'm not sure if he's the lead investigator.
Okay, so you talked to Detective Warren on that day?
Yes.
All right. You then, 16 days later, Detective wrote another supplementary report, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 16 days later. I would have to.
Why don't you take a look and see if that report isn't 16 days following your contact with Detective Warren.
And when did you say I contacted Detective Warren?
You contacted Detective Warren on September 30th, 2020 at 7:47 a.m.
Yes, I entered a supplement on October 15th of 2020.
Okay. Now, following your conversation with Detective Warren on that day, September 30th, 2020 at 7:47 a.m. in the morning, you write a third supplement, do you not?
Correct.
And it's dated October 15th, 2020.
That is correct.
16 days after speaking with Detective Warren.
That is correct.
In that supplement, you list, do you not, the details of what you described today about how Miss Benefield behaved.
That's correct.
So let's make sure we understand this now. This is 2.5 years following the discussion that you related to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of Miss Benefield's response. 2.5 years later, you remember the details of the conversation.
Absolutely.
And exactly what she said. Quotes. You quote her.
Yes.
But you never mention one word of it in your supplement that you wrote on June 5th of 2018.
You are absolutely correct.
Nothing further. Let me just check. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
You correct?
Why didn't you add that information to your supplement back in 2018?
In my initial supplement, which was May 31st, I did put in that supplement that she demanded an arrest be made in the courtroom when he appeared. At the time of my interaction with her, I didn't see anything She said at that time as a direct threat to Doug. It had no relevance to my case. I saw this as her just having this massive meltdown because she wasn't getting her way with me. So at that point, it was just not relevant for my case. There was no reason, but circumstances have changed. I thought that's information that needed to be heard.
Okay. So, and what circumstances?
Obviously, Mr. Benefield is deceased at this time. And her words at that time may have had an entirely different meaning. I did not take it as a threat. I took her saying that I'll do whatever I have to do to keep my baby, you a-hole, as my manipulation attempt for the court system. Not that she was going to create any harm to Mr. Benefield. Now, she never mentioned anything like that. She was never any threats. But I just took that as a manipulation attempt. When she wasn't getting her way with me, it was a meltdown. And there was just no reason for me to put that in my supplement that she was having this massive meltdown because I wasn't going to buy into it.
And so after she murders Doug Benefield, you thought it was relevant, obviously.
I thought that was very relevant information that needed to be heard.
And did you reach out to someone about that?
I did.
Or did they reach out to you?
I reached out to him.
You reached out to Detective Warren, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Did Detective Warren direct you to write this up?
Absolutely not. I wouldn't take orders from him to begin with.
And 2.5 years later, you remember that she said specific things. This will help me keep my baby if the judge sees you arrest him, quote unquote.
Yes, because it's a very, very bizarre comment I've never heard before in my career.
That's like 600 something cases later.
That's fair.
That's all.
Okay, can you be released from the subpoena?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from the subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry.
Detective Gillum. Hold on. Sir, you have not been released from your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked by the attorney. That means that you cannot discuss with anyone your testimony here today, the questions that were asked of you. With the attorneys, parties, anyone else. You can't talk with other witnesses about their testimony or the questions that were asked of them. You can't watch any of the proceedings that may be online. You are still sequestered pursuant to your subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Linda.
State calls Detective Brian Morland.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Hey, how are
As
you,
the
sir?
deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches away from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right. And if you're just speaking a loud, clear voice right at the microphone, it'll pick everything up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name.
Detective Brian Morland,
How do you spell both names?
Brian Morland.
And we've had some testimony about a Judge Morland. I just want to make it clear. Is there any relation between you and Judge Morland?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What is your employer?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been there?
Since 2004.
What is your current position with them?
I'm a crimes against children detective.
How long have you done that job?
Since January 2011.
And crimes against children, is it known by an acronym?
CAC.
CAC. Okay. So if you hear CAC detective, that's what we're talking about.
That's correct.
All right. So you've worked in that capacity for several years. So you were working in that capacity between 2017, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What does the CAC unit investigate?
Any crime that involves a child, any crime against a child, I should say. Sexual abuse, physical abuse, malnourishment cases, things of that nature.
And we heard that your office, you share an office space with other departments?
Yes.
And what are those?
The domestic violence unit is also in our office.
Okay. And back then, 2017 through 19, there was another entity in there with you? The child protection services, were they in your?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, DCF was sitting there.
DCF. Okay. I apologize. The letters have changed over the years. So
Obviously, yes.
all right. Did you do a lot of investigations alongside specifically DCF or Child Protection Services, what I call it?
So being in a crimes against children unit, we often work very closely with other agencies, DCF especially. My job as a law enforcement agent is to investigate crimes, basically. The child protection investigators, their job is to protect the children and offer services when needed.
Okay. So they have different goals.
Correct.
All right. When there's an allegation of child abuse, just generally, what is the protocol? To who investigates, who gets the information? Like, how does that go?
Generally, a report will come through the abuse hotline. Law enforcement gets notified, and DCF or child protection investigator will get notified, assign the case, and go out. We usually do that in tandem.
Okay.
So we're all there at the same time, and like we said before, different goals.
Different goals, but you're there at the same time,
That's
typically? Okay. And sometimes reports can come in, someone can just walk into the station, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Or call or do something like that with the sheriff.
And if we get it first, then that deputy or whoever's writing that report can contact the abuse hotline.
Okay. So I want to talk about, well, first let me ask you about Detective Gillum. So you said you're with the domestic violence unit.
That's right.
Do you know Detective Gillum?
I do.
Have you worked side by side or at least in the same space?
We've worked in the same office for many years, yes.
Okay. And he just testified about a phone call that he had that he remembers quite well.
Yes.
Do you recall him having a interesting phone call?
I remember the phone call. Yes.
Okay. Were you sitting there?
We shared a cubicle wall, so we couldn't actually physically see each other, but we could hear, obviously, everything that was going on.
Okay. And did this seem like a typical phone call that he
seemed quite exasperated at the end of that phone call.
Okay. At the time, did you know who Ashley Benefield was?
Yes.
Did you later become involved with Ashley Benefield with reference to CAC?
Yes.
Okay. And around December 2019, were there several investigations that came in, started a series of several investigations that came into your department?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you about the first report or the first investigation.
Mm-hmm.
About when was that?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure, go right ahead.
December 10th, 2019.
Okay. And generally speaking, what was the complaint?
Judge, based on prior motions and we.
Yes, sir. I understand. Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. This investigation involved allegations of sexual abuse.
Okay. So sexual abuse, obviously, of a child.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the child?
Emerson Canny.
And who was the complaint against?
Douglas Benefield.
Objection. Oh, I'm sorry, withdrawn.
Is it the same objection?
No, withdrawn.
Go ahead.
So did you get assigned to the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so just as a matter of procedure, when you initially, when Manatee County Sheriff's Office gets a case, you're not initially assigned right away, right?
No.
What happens before you get
Generally, what happens in cases like this is, however we receive the report, whether it be through the hotline, whether it gets reported directly to the sheriff's office, a uniformed deputy along with a child protection investigator will go out to the scene. The uniformed officer will normally write the information down in a report, and that information gets filtered through our supervision, and if it needs to be assigned, it's assigned.
Okay. So theoretically, on this particular complaint, there had been some work done before you got it.
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you continue that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of that investigation, was Emerson sent to the child protection team?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the child protection team?
The child protection team is a state-funded team that, for
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
for my criminal investigations. Oh, I'm sorry. Sustained.
Next question.
Okay. Did you talk to Douglas Benefield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also speak to Ashley Benefield?
I don't recall if I spoke with Ashley on that particular case. I believe she was interviewed already.
Okay. And what did you do with the case? Were any charges filed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the second report, and that was what date?
Report date was March 21st, 2020.
Okay.
March 21st.
2020.
Generally speaking, what was that allegation?
That was a physical abuse allegation.
Okay. Physical abuse against,
Douglas Benton.
and the victim of that would have been?
Emerson.
Okay, same parties.
Mm-hmm.
And how old was Emerson at the time, approximately?
2 years old.
Okay. And again, the same question, had some things been done before you got the case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you continue that investigation?
I did.
And at some point, did a second complaint come in before you were finished?
On the 23rd of, so March 23rd, 2020. Yes.
Okay, so a couple days later.
Mhm.
And what was this complaint?
It was again physical abuse.
Different than what came in a few days before?
Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate those two things together?
I put them in the same report. Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those cases?
No charges were filed.
And I'd like to talk to you about the third report. When did that come to MSO, or when did you get it?
April 5th, 2020.
Okay. And generally speaking, what was that allegation?
Physical abuse.
Of Emerson?
Yeah.
And by Doug
Douglas.
Benefield?
Yes.
And once again, before it was over, did you get another complaint?
On the 27th, another deputy responded.
Okay. And what was that complaint?
Again, physical abuse.
Same parties?
Yes.
Did you again investigate those two case numbers together?
Yes.
And what did you do with those cases?
No charges were filed.
At some point, were you a part of what's called a staffing?
Yes.
And what is a staffing?
A staffing is when the entities, as I mentioned before, come together and try to find a good way, or moving forward, a good way to protect the child.
Okay. And did you attend a staffing on this particular case?
The Plethora
The
case,
Benefield,
yes. Mhm.
yes. And as a result of that, were Ashley and Doug assigned to go to therapy with Dr. Broeder, or not therapy, an evaluation with Dr. Broeder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Cross?
Yes. Just a few questions for you,
Yes, sir.
Detective Morland. The cases that you referred to, I think you said there were 5 of them.
Yes, sir.
I don't want any details.
Okay.
Those cases have to be reported, correct?
Yes.
That's how they're initiated.
That's correct.
And would it be safe to say that in this case, the reporters, without any names, the reporters were,
Objection calls for hearsay.
Go ahead, finish your question.
reporters were not all the same.
That I wouldn't know. I'd have to go look.
Do you have the reports with you?
I do have the reports with me. I don't know if it's going to tell me who the reporter was. Whether
Clicking something over here. If you are, please stop.
I don't,
Go ahead.
I don't want to know names.
Okay.
Okay? The names are confidential, are they not?
That's correct.
Okay. I just merely want you to tell us whether or not, in fact, the reporters were different individuals. Would you search your
I can look. I don't think the reports are going to tell me, but
Judge already checked the hearsay.
Right now, the question is just,
whether the reports were from different individuals.
so it appears the report on 12/10/2019.
I just want to, because we're in a bit of a delicate area, Detective, I just want to establish whether or not, if in reviewing your reports, you're able to tell us if the reports were initiated by different individuals.
By looking at my reports, I cannot tell you that indefinitely.
Did you at any time personally interview Ashley Benefield?
I may have. I don't recall if I ever interviewed Ashley. I know I interviewed Douglas quite often. Initially, when I get these cases, the interviews with her were already completed. So.
Did you at any time personally interview the child?
No.
I don't believe I have anything else. Let me just check, Your Honor. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
I believe you said, with respect to did you interview Ashley, that you said by the time it gets to you, a lot of times those interviews have been done.
That's correct.
And that would be by who?
Uniform.
Uniform. And then he asked, did you interview the child? Do you normally interview children?
No.
What is the protocol for children?
Forensic interviews are done by child protection team.
Okay. And so generally speaking, you wouldn't say you interviewed children.
No.
And was this child of an age to be interviewed anyway?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Sir?
That's all.
Can this witness be released?
I'm sorry.
Can this witness
Yes.
be released?
Sorry.
Mr. Taylor, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Sir, you're hereby released from your subpoena. You're free to go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, members of the jury, we came back early. We went to an early lunch, so we got back a little bit early. It's now, I think, a good time to take our mid-afternoon break. It is about 2:50. So how about if we take, we'll probably end up being about 15 or 20 minutes. So you can go back in the jury room. You are free to use your phones. If you need to send and receive texts or emails or phone calls, just don't talk with anybody about the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. And of course, as we discussed, don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. Stretch those legs, and we'll see you back in a little bit.
The judge got it right this time. He says, stretch those legs, not spread those legs. So for those that don't know, earlier on, he said, right, just spread those legs, jurors, instead of stretch them.
All right. Jury's out. You have a seat. State looking at the list in front of me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more on the list.
Yes. 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 I have a question about that.
Yes.
So we've had Dr. Vega kind of on hold. And so I don't know how far we'll get with these next 3 witnesses. I can have him come here, but my question would be is if it was gonna take us past 5, if he comes, can we still do it? Because he's very busy and I hate to take up so much of his time. Or would Your Honor rather, because I know you want to deal with some other things, would you rather me tell him first thing in the morning? I know you don't know how long these witnesses are gonna come. Take.
I can tell the court that Dr. Broeder is going to be up there for a while.
And so my question is, if I have him come, can we deal with him today? Or do you think once we hit 5 o'clock, if it's beforehand, you're gonna wanna go home? Which I understand either way.
Yeah, I would imagine that if it starts pushing 5 o'clock, we'll probably break and start again tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, that's the schedule, that's all I have.
Okay.
I do have something else, if you don't mind, not as scheduling. So the clerk was kind enough to unseal your order, but the items that were attached are evidently in that room locked up. And so I just don't know how we could get a copy because I haven't seen them. And so I just want to address it with the court of how to get a copy.
The evidence clerk is making copies.
Oh, good. Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right, anything before the break?
Right.
Yes.
Here we go. You've all been asking for it, so here it is. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. Here we go, everyone. Here we go. Yeah, Mexi loves a sing song. She loves a sing song. Hello, welcome everybody. So we got some new people here for the first time. TJ's first time here. Vanessa, thank you for becoming a member, my darling. We've had a few members today, have we? Let's have a look here. Oh, no, 2. We've had Vanessa became a member of Paddington Club, and we got Melissa who became a member of Erin's Taco. And also thank you again to Steph for sending the Snapchat. Got to pay that once. Andrew and I are pissing, laughing. There you go. Stormcat was 142. Stormcat, you should be like number 10 or something, Stormcat. What are we doing, Stormcat? Are you out there on the high seas? Looks like you're on the boat or something. Talk about boats. Where's Sea Dog? Sea Dog, my friend, where are you? Oh, I didn't know Sea Dog. I would have. Hey, Karen, how are you doing, my darling? I would have tried watched you sooner if I knew we had musicals. We do. I do like to sing. I do like to sing a little bit, but I don't promise that I sing in tune, Karen, and I don't promise that I know the words to all the song. I just make up words. So I will be honest. And also, I'm obsessed with Christmas. Jingle bells. No, I won't start. I'm obsessed with Christmas. I love Christmas songs. But welcome, Karen. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Jody Lee, love what you sing. Thank you, Jody. Again, a great supporter of mine. I hope you're feeling much better now after COVID. You know, it was quiet here without you. I hope you are feeling better. But yeah, what are we thinking, people? I mean, today's been a bit slower, a bit more drama-esque today. Do you know what I mean? It's like a musical drama. I hate the cringe, though. I just can't do cringe. Sean is doing a show center. He is. So he's going into different various stuff. As he's told you all numerous times, he's gone away from the whole. He's concentrating on the FBI stuff, and apparently, allegedly, Proctor has flipped to the FBI. So I'm sure that's just gossip, by the way. We don't know. 7 o'clock for Sean tonight. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock Eastern. 7 o'clock Eastern is when he's going live. He texted me this morning. He's like a big kid. He's like, "Oh, you got to watch it, brother. You got to watch it, brother." I was like, "I'll watch it. Might be in the morning, but I'll watch it." Come to the auto corner where we love Christmas and we don't give a shit what the words are. We don't. What was the song? The song, The Mighty Meat. What was the song with Mighty Meat? We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. It wasn't that one. Something about Detroit. Don't stop believing. Da 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 da. Don't stop believing. Yeah, that song. I need to learn the words of that one. Raul, we need a life-size cardboard cutout of Jesse. Jesse, I've not missed Jesse. I've not missed him coming from behind and just being like, wow. I hate when the singer on the radio sings the wrong chord while I sing the correct words. Kings, I'll be honest, you're going to hate me then. You're going to hate me because I never remember songs, the words. That's the problem. 7 o'clock, Jody, 7 o'clock. Lisa, Dylan, so proud you ignore the trolls who forget we all have an opinion. Bless you. I try to. I mean, Granny was a bit rude, but I can't please everybody. Depends if I'm in a mood. Sometimes I just tell them to fuck off. But today I was in a bit of like, if you don't like me, don't like me. Do you know what I mean? I think there's plenty of streams out there, people. Plenty. Today's better day. No worries. Yeah, I was worried. I think you gave me a note to say that you were ill. I think I answered you back. But yeah, jeepers, I was thinking where you were. I just thought you weren't just in this trial. That's all. Like a genie in the bottle, we do it the right way. Then I love your channel the best. Oh, thank you, Jeannie, my darling. I don't expect everyone to like my channel. It's all good. As we say in Wales, it's all gravy, baby. It's not. It is what it is. But yeah, I appreciate everyone that is loyal to me and in the chat here and contribute and are very polite. I think 99% of the time the chat is very good. Just the occasional time, sometimes somebody loses it a little bit, but the mods normally deal with it in a great effect. 7 p.m. a lot is going down here in MA. Yes. I'm really angry with the whole Bleach situation with Dennis Sweeney and everybody. I'm, angry. Don't stop believing. Journey. I cannot wait for Sean. He always gets it right. He does. If you were here for the Karen retrial hearing, sorry, not trial hearing, he told you that on the Thursday night, so the verdict came back on the obviously mistrial came on the Monday. The Thursday previously to that, he was told the verdict. There's a mole in the jury or in the courthouse that he told me Friday morning that they were deadlocked 6-6 or something like that for manslaughter. I was like, no way, no way. He goes, no, I'm telling you, my source is telling me it's 6-6, and they're unanimous for not guilty for second-degree murder. That's before the verdict. That's how clued in Sean is. And that came from a source. Oh my days! Do you know what I mean? So, and if people want to report him for all that, go ahead, because I can tell you the other side would be in huge trouble. I love the song "Driving Home for Christmas." Yeah, I love that song as well. The Prophet. I'd like to read that if true. There will be many, many more. Oh, there will be. Yes, Sean will cover it. Starship. We built this city on rock and roll. Hold on to the feeling. 1985. I do so hope you're all right, Raoul. Yeah. I don't know that one. Would be a great new song. Yeah, I don't know that one. He's got nothing to lose, no. Except, hey there, potty mouth, hello. Cough, cough. I'm not sure what that's about, but normally something rude with you. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Boom, 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 boom. You're so polite and kind. That is huge. Oh, thank you, Lisa. I'm not always polite. If you're rude to me, I can be rude back. I mean, I'm I don't like people that are very rude to other people. Like that. But normally I let the mods who are very bitchy, like Josie, she'll normally sort them out for me, or Erin, or Sarah, or Murph. They normally sort it out. I love the chat. We are family. We are family. Jody, sing along, baby. We are family. Yeah, 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 yeah. The prophet couldn't have been any good, otherwise they would have given him immunity. I agree. Sean knows he had the intel. He did. I promise you, people. He had the intel on Thursday night. He told me on Friday morning what the score was. I did not. It's not that I didn't believe him. It's a case of we were both like, no way. How can they be stuck on manslaughter? No way, no way. It was true. 4-8, then a soft 3-9. Yes. So I think it's like 8-4, 3-9. A soft is like one or two could have maybe flipped either way. Do you know what I mean? So. Thank you, Vanessa, my darling. Love having you here as well. It's the well-behaved. Okay, you're not well-behaved, but we love you. Google it. I will. I thought Sweden McAlbert had hired a venue for a party. Why would you do they? We didn't think she was going to be found guilty. Zach? Yeah. Hoping to turn the right side. He might keep his job. His job's gone, but he gets protection. He might get a deal, sweet deal done. I mean, I know it's expensive to fly to Boston, MA, but you have a place in Sudbury, MA to stay. Take Logan Express to Farmington. I pick you up. There you go. I don't know where any of that stuff is, but thank you, mediocre chicken pub. Yeah, I'm definitely coming out. I'm going to stay in a few places. I don't know where that is, Sudbury, but I want to stay. Obviously, probably stay in Dedham, Canton, that area. I want to go to Peabody as well. And visit Chrissy there in Salem as well, and visit Champions Pub. So we'll see how it all goes. I reckon defense done good past. Yeah, I think they've done well. I think they've done fine. Except for the potty mouth. I love the 80s songs. Chucky's in love. Now you got me singing. There you go. That's what I'm trying to do. Get everyone singing. Don't take yourself seriously, people. Get up and sing, get up and dance, whatever. Let's dance to buddy buddy but I don't know what I'm singing there. Grew up in Concord. Only mischievous, not malicious, all in fun, of course. Yes, Heather, you're always fun with you around. Now I'm walking around singing Jingle Bell, Jingle Bell Rock. I love it. Proctor, now he's basically lost his job. I bet he's singing like a canary, especially if he thinks he may go to prison. Yes. Yes. Joe, where are you now? Proctor could have a ghost written book that would sell. If he sold a book, he would sell. Give Trooper Proctor Tully vibes. I said there was a mole before the jury was sent out. Just having the McCalbers there on closing just pointed out. Yeah, because we don't know if the mole is on the jury. That's the one thing we don't know. If there was definitely a mole, but whether he was on the jury or not, that's what we don't know. Because I think Sean's leaning towards they weren't on the jury and that he was one of the court. Because obviously, was it Fanning or Tully, whoever was in charge of the jury? So I suspect it's probably from there. I think more than from the jury, but we don't know. We don't know. It's somebody. It's either jury or somebody very close to the jury from the court. Moved to New Hampshire a few years ago, but have a business building in Concord still. They go. Guys here, Nurse Kim's video with Dave yesterday. Do you know what? I haven't. Cullinane. I need to get Cullinane back. He's a random Cullinane. I did invite him on here a few weeks ago. He didn't turn up. The mofo. Absolutely foreman and state trooper Fanning. There's some crazy news out. Just can't find. I think it's about Proctor that he's flipped. I think that's what you probably mean. I almost fell off my fucking chair, Heather. What's going on? Those areas are all pretty close. Like, get a map of Mass and put your pins on all the places you want to see. I've got a map. I got a T-shirt from Joni. So I got it. But I've heard Boston traffic is the worst kind of traffic I've heard. Brace yourself before you watch it. I've seen about 10-second clip of it. If there was a male on the jury, the FBI will be very just. Yeah, there's definitely males on there. Keep at this pace they are with cops getting out. Ugh. Half the police force on the case are gone yet. Yeah, you can be graphic, it's fine. There you go, yeah. I know Sean had said just flip Proctor, flip. Oh, hang on. Traffic is horrible. Yeah, that's what I heard, Dana. McAlbers. I've heard that Boston's one of the worst places in the world. Proctor flipped his minor flip side. Flip sides, apparently. Allegedly. We don't know. Allegedly. I heard Fanning has a male on his body. Oh, mole. Yeah, he's got a mole on his body, yes. I'll take you to a few places when you get no lamb. Yeah, no, it's fine. I could do without that. I've not actually had lamb chops for years, Dana, so I could do without it. It's fine. The clip starts with a dude saying I was forced to suck his dick. Word is it's Fanning and Bukaki. Creepers. Just took me an hour and a half to go from Charleston to Brockton. I don't know if that's good or bad. That's probably bad then. That sounds of it. People are sending me stuff here, so I need to just. Da, 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 da. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, hang on. Let's share this, Chris. I'm just going to share it, Chrissy. I'll share it now. So Chrissy just sent me these. This is from Champions Pub. Steak tips and fries. Chips, we call them, but fries. That looks delicious. And that's the daughter going, give me the middle finger going, F you, bam. Right, hang on. Dennis Sweeney sent me something as well. What's Dennis Sweeney sent me? Big man himself. I don't know what that is for. Then almost done. Oh, Dennis with the garden. Good luck, my friend. So people that don't know, Dennis's garden got bleach thrown on it. Him and Brenda. That's what he means. Sorry, I got it now. Right, let's close them down. I can share this. Okay. Male, not mole. Mole, not male. You must be tired. I know. So yeah, I got it. I fell off my goddamn chair, pretty much same as Kim. The card house is falling down fast. Traffic is terrible today in Boston. Proctor isn't going to flip. He can't. He's been involved in way too many shady activities to flip unless he confesses to everything, gets placed in protective custody, and only. Yeah, that's allegedly what's happening. Is that he's flipped, and he's now in protective custody. Again, allegedly, there's a source out there saying all these things, so I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. I don't know, but allegedly he is confessing because he's got nothing to lose, basically. Others hate when Sean goes live. Trust and believe. Jenny Jen probably watches it. Oh, they all watch it. Yeah, I just seen it. At times it'd take me 90 minutes to go 40 miles just get to work. Cheapers. A470 just off the M4 is worse traffic than yeah, no, I remember I used to go A470. That brings back memories. It's down in Pontypridd. Lived in Treforest there for like 5 years. So yeah, that was always A470. Oof, never good. That's the stuff. Yeah, I can't wait to try it. 90 minutes. Jeepers, Dennis. We love Dennis here. I do have to say, yesterday on my dock, I had you on Bluetooth while sunning and swimming on the lake. Oh, happy days, Lisa. Happy days. Nice to have a dock, innit? Look at that. I thought Bruins. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we steak tips and steak fries. Yeah, they look good. Go Bruins. Now I want steak tips and steak fries. We call them steak chips, but yeah, just for when the stream is over. Apparently, a mole is on his dick. Proctor's my guess. Karen can file civil rights violations. He's so screwed. Spacey, that's horrible. I travel south to north, not through the city. Thank God. There's flying cars. Yeah, the cars are going down, down, baby, down. Damn it! I've already got ready. You already got removed. Or I tried to share the to nurse. Yeah, no, it's not removed. You just can't post it. You can't post links. You see on YouTube. Only the mods can. So it's not being removed. It's just YouTube removes it then if they did. House of Cards is falling. Imagine putting on a few workmates over your family. Unbelievable, Crafty Cow. Ringglass Tunnel. Yeah, that's another place. Newport. That's a terrible place. Right behind it. He was meant to have had a hearing this Monday, but nothing has been said, so I reckon Sean's right. Morrissey might not realise that pay rise. Might not realise, yeah, hopefully not. I thought you meant his mole removed, Heather. Dana! Dennis Sweeney's in the house. Hey, Den. I'm just telling people about your bleach problems. Brenda speaks well as well on TV. Send me her, Brenda, my love, as well, Dennis, please. Minimum restaurant wages going up. Proctor's lucky again. Gitmo. Touch, is that what he's saying in the filing? I know he likes the. Okay. I'm behind live, but still Sean telling Kimmy to go fuck yourself live that morning was hysterical. I hurt myself laughing. That was funny. That was funny. That was funny. That just heard from Nurse Kim's post. Yeah, so heard steak tips. Yeah, champions. Champions pub. Yeah, so when I get over to Boston, Dennis Sweeney, he's making fries. Sorry, Dennis is not. Brenda's making fries with macaroni and cheese for me Can't wait. When I come over, it'll probably be quite dour weather-wise, so probably not a barbecue, but chat's on fire, feed them a possible proffer, and chat comes alive. Yes, I know. I don't know how Aidan's going to get his 60 charges dismissed. Well, now he's got Mark Bedrow on there, Peggy. Now he's got Mark Bedrow on there as well. That's Chrissy. I did see it. I'll try and post it at the end now to remember. So Mark Bedrow's joined his team, so Tutsinsak, I think, was Swan P. There was a copy of some actual court docs with the accusation. There you go. He's having some kind of interview, Kevin Clapp, 26th of the 7th. No, I was sitting here boggled on what you meant. Then Dilly got to my comment. Makes perfect sense now. I hope I can invite Dennis. I'm sure, Dennis, Dennis will invite you, Dana. He actually has said that he'll invite you, Dana. He'll get the fat boys together. You know, if I'm allowed in, you know, you celebrities, you know, you guys are celebrities now, you know. J.O. Spicy. Believe Proctor gave it all up. I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's a good question for Sean, though. Oh, I think they're back. Proctor flipped. He may have gotten a good deal. Maybe retire quietly. Maybe get his pension. Maybe. Here we go. We're back. Bedrow's not an expert in witness intimidation case, but he's a hell of a lawyer. Hell of a lawyer.
All right, we're back on the record. State ready?
Yes.
Fitz?
Yes.
All right. Let's go and bring in the jury.
No need for a belt, no. It's all good, Heather.
Ellen, the transcript for hearing in Birmingham, is that what you were? I did it, but I haven't.
All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did anybody begin deliberations amongst yourselves? Talk with anybody outside the jury about anything about the case? Or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you bring on?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Call your next witness. Get the state.
State holds Dr. Brad Broeder.
Stand up, please, face the clerk, raise your right hand, you sworn in.
You saw the swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Well, sure.
Good afternoon, Judge.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. You want to be about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone, so you should probably scoot up just a little bit. Adjust this left, right, up, down. And just speak in a loud, clear voice that should pick up everything. So you breathing and humming.
Fair enough.
Bless you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Judge, just for the record, we renew all prior objections.
Yes, sir. The whole room.
Please state your name.
Brad Stephen Broeder,
How do you spell your last name?
Broeder.
What is your profession?
I'm a psychologist, clinical psychologist licensed here in the state of Florida and in New York State.
And how long have you been a clinical psychologist?
I got my PhD in clinical psychology back in December of 1986.
And when did you move to Florida? I think you said New York. You were in New York
Correct.
before.
I first practiced in New York and relocated here in the summer of 96. I was licensed here by February of 1997 and have been practicing here ever since.
Okay. And do you have your own private practice?
Exactly. I'm a solo practitioner.
Okay. Do you also do some, what I would call consulting work for the child protection team or child protective services?
Yes, I've been a consulting psychologist to the Sarasota County Child Protection Team since the summer of 1999, and several years later was hired as a consulting psychologist by Manatee Children's Services, which is their name for their child protection team. Pardon me. And recently have been contracted with the Fort Myers Child Protection Team. That's just as of this summer.
Okay. And can you just briefly explain what are your duties with reference to being a contractor for the child protection team? What do you generally do?
Well, through the Department of Health, each county in the state of Florida is supposed to have a consulting psychologist on their team. And that is for several reasons. One, it helps out with supervisory cases if on an as-needed basis, as well as once or twice a year, there's supposed to be in-service trainings where you conduct seminars, do presentations to help the staff there. But primarily it's to attend the multidisciplinary staffings, which they're asking the consultant to come in and discuss a certain case, what might be going on, if you have any kind of impressions or recommendations. Based upon those kind of meetings, then sometimes the psychologist myself would be asked to conduct an evaluation.
Okay. And ultimately, were you asked to conduct an evaluation of Doug and Ashley and Emerson Benefield?
I was specifically asked to conduct psychological evaluations on each of the parents, both Doug and Ashley, but not their child, Emerson.
Okay. The child was pretty young, correct?
2 years, 4 months to be exact, during the time I did the evaluation in the summer of 2020.
Okay. So you started the evaluation about when? You said summer, but.
I believe it was June 1st to be exact when I first met Ashley, and the next day I had met Doug for the initial intake interviews.
Okay. And what was the general goal of these interviews? You eventually were going to report back, I would assume, to the entity that hired you?
Yes, each psychological evaluation is meant to be submitting a report with diagnostic impressions and recommendations based upon the data that's been collected. The evaluation is based upon whatever the CPT recommendation was, meaning referral for the recommended evaluation. In this case, Manatee Children's Services had specific questions about each parent.
Okay. So, and your evaluation is generally focused toward the best interest of the child. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So you said you first began this around June 1st of 2020?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately complete evaluations of Doug Benefield and Ashley Benefield?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as part of this evaluation process, did you review documents?
There's a series of steps in any thorough psychological evaluation, which includes collateral data, which is both defined as interviewing other people as well as reviewing documents. Yes.
Okay. And did you do that? You reviewed documents?
If I may, I just brought the reports along with me in case I had to refer to them. But yeah, there was
Sure.
a series of documents reviewed for each of them.
Okay, and we don't need to get into specifics about what the documents were, but you did review several documents for each of them.
I certainly did, yes.
Okay. And what is a collateral interview?
That's when I asked each person to give me a couple names of people that they think understands their situation best that I could contact and call and just do kind of a phone interview. If possible, obviously a face-to-face interview is preferable, but based upon where people are situated and located, sometimes it's just easier to have that telephone conversation. So there are certain people, like the people through Manatee Children's Services, that I was going to be speaking to, for example, Kimberly Griffin, who is the case coordinator. But
But in addition to that, I asked both Ashley and Doug for their own people that they'd want me to speak to. But then, of course, doing the evaluation, I have the kind of wherewithal based upon what I learned from them if there are other people I need to speak to or that I believe I should speak to in order to get a more complete picture of the individual.
Okay. And did you, in fact, do that with reference to both of them? Speak
Yes,
to collateral contact?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. Did you meet with Doug and Ashley and Emerson together or separate?
Given the structure of their family unit, I had multiple interviews with each of them individually. I had several interviews with them together, a couple of interviews with them together as the couple, but several additional interviews with them when they would exchange Emerson at my office and when we would, kind of see how that the drop off for the exchange goes. But I had also seen each parent with the child both in their residence as well as in my office. So there were multiple interviews.
Okay. So this sounds pretty extensive. So how much time did it go on over?
Throughout the summer of 2020, I think the report was actually completed and submitted on September 14th of 2020.
So I want to speak with you about Ashley specifically. Did she ever show any hesitation about meeting you with Doug present?
No.
Okay. Did she act differently when she was with Doug meeting you as opposed to when she was not with Doug meeting with you?
As I had indicated or described in my report, she did demonstrate or present with a different demeanor when seen together versus when I would just see her individually.
Okay. And when you saw the two of them together, did they discuss the plans for going forward? And I'm talking about moving. So did they discuss that with you?
Ashley had made it very clear that she had every intention and desire to relocate back to her home state of Maryland. Doug had the impression that this was something that he too could do because he had some connections through the Defense Department and some of the work that he did. He felt he'd have more clients up there, so he was perceiving that as he shared with me, a fresh start that they could reconcile and be together in Maryland.
And when Ashley and Doug met with you together, did Ashley indicate that this was the plan, that they were moving all together as a group?
Ashley had no intention of moving together as a group. She had every intention of moving with her mother and Emerson and becoming situated in her grandmother had passed away and the mother had inherited the house. So they had their residence established. So she had that plan.
Okay. And so I guess I wasn't being very clear. Were they moving their items together, like same U-Haul truck?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. So Ashley never told you about that?
Quite to the contrary, she made it clear that she did not want him to move in, regardless of what he thought or whatever he was planning. That was not part of the plan.
Okay. And when she was alone, she would indicate to you those things that you just described? Or
Yes,
did she indicate that when she was with Doug?
When she was with me during our individual meetings.
Okay. When she was with Doug, how was her demeanor? How was her attitude about those issues?
She would basically respond in a very deferential way. She would let him say what he wanted to say, but my focus was not so much on what their future plans were. It was, they weren't even officially divorced. My focus was, again, getting back to the point about the best interest of the child. Child protection team is, how do we get this family out of this stressful situation and then create something that's going to be better for Emerson.
Okay. Did Doug, during your joint sessions, did Doug express in front of Ashley that his hopes that moving forward, this was going to be an attempt at reconciliation? Did he express that in front of Ashley?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did Ashley ever correct him and say, whoa, wait a minute. No, we're not doing that?
Not really. I think the closest she ever got to that was to kind of say, well, just kind of slow it down and, we'll talk about that later. And that's, that kind of thing. She would kind of deflect attention away from that.
And did she ever say in one of her individual sessions with you, did she ever say anything to you about she was running out of time and needed to move to Maryland or something like that? Do you recall?
Yes, we had that discussion in one of the sessions.
And can you just explain what she said about that?
In essence, she was very frustrated and concerned that
I'm not going to object to, as I understand that he's called as a fact witness, and he's giving opinions.
Okay, you can answer the question. What was it that she said about the issue of running out of time and wanting to move to Maryland?
she was openly sharing with me her utter frustration with the sheriff's office, with CPT, with the court system, indirectly with myself, although she had also complimented me by thanking me for doing a quote unquote thorough job. But who was going to look out for Emerson, who was going to help Emerson, and she needed to do something. She needed this to be over with so she could get on with her life. She used the phrase, "My life is in a shambles."
Okay. And did she make any statements to you about why she needed this to be over so quickly? Or why was it, did she feel it was taking too long? I guess should be my question.
But she certainly felt it took too long and she just wanted to get on with her life.
Okay. Did she admit to you that she was in fact going to marriage counseling with Doug?
She had been in agreement with them starting with a second marriage counselor, Dr. Quintal, after their attempts at marriage counseling with Sharon Foster had not worked out.
Okay. So she indicated that their intent to go to Dr. Quintal. But during the same time, was she still saying they would not reconcile, or she was saying they did want to reconcile?
I don't think she ever used the word reconcile when with Doug. She clearly made it very clear to me that she had no intention of reconciling.
Okay. And during this time, I would say the year at least before your meeting, did Ashley talk to you about doing things with Doug? And for instance, I'm talking about lunch and activities. Did she talk to you about that?
Throughout the time that I worked with them, it was very clear they were very open, sharing with me the things that they would do together, such as, for example, the hit movie that particular summer was the sci-fi thriller Tenet, T-E-N-E-T, and they had agreed to go see that so the grandma could watch Emerson. They have a quote-unquote date. They enjoyed the movie so much, but also found it kind of confusing, hard to follow, that they agreed to see it a second time together and had a follow-up date for that movie. But in addition to that, they had done other things. She would go to Doug's apartment complex where they could use the community pool and take Emerson into the pool. They shared with me that they had gone to the beach. She described in detail watching Doug, I think it was Father's Day specifically in my notes there, where she described how nice it was to see Doug playing with Emerson, playing in the sand with Emerson. And so then from there, they would go out to lunch or go out to dinner, sometimes with Emerson and the grandmother, sometimes without. So they were, throughout the time I was working with them, they were seeing each other.
Okay. Did Ashley ever talk to you about the birth certificate for Emerson?
Naturally, in this kind of evaluation, since it concerns a child, they talk about the child and the marriage and the relationship and see each parent with the child. So yeah, that came up. She gave birth at Tampa General Hospital and signed the birth certificate, Emerson Grace Caney.
And do you know whose name Caney is?
She wanted to keep her grandfather's family name, and so therefore she used that name.
Okay, so the child wasn't named Benefield.
Was not.
And did she ever put, or did she indicate to you whether she ever put Doug on the birth certificate as the father?
She did not. That became a point of contention for the two of them, things that they were discussing, changing the name from Emerson Grace Caney to Emerson Caney Benefield. That was an issue that they were discussing.
And did she ever admit to you that she didn't tell Doug that she was even giving birth?
She shared that she did not inform him.
Okay. And you mentioned a little while ago that she was frustrated with some of the agencies. I think you said law enforcement, the courts, that kind of a thing. Did she express why she was upset with them?
She felt that Doug was unfit to parent Emerson, that he was only using the child to get her back, to win her back, so to speak.
Okay. And these agencies, they played into that, or they didn't play into that?
What was described and came out of our discussions in the interview sessions was that she felt that no one was willing to step forward to protect Emerson, that they all got it wrong, for example. So when CPT evaluated the situation where she had bruising on the neck, she described to me that it was several days later, so the bruising didn't show up, and that went down as unsubstantiated, so it was never followed up on. And
okay, so she basically felt like they were getting it wrong. These agencies were getting it wrong.
No one was protecting Emerson. She did not agree with that.
During one of your last meetings with Ashley, did you have a conversation with her in your waiting room?
The day after, a day or two after the report was submitted on the 14th, Ashley showed up in my waiting room, unexpected, unannounced, and she wanted a copy of the report. And I had explained to her procedurally that the work product that I produce is then the property, in this case, of Manatee Children's Services, and had submitted to them. But I let her know that, she'd be able to get a copy through her attorney, but they did have to get a court order to release it. And that's usually what happens. It's kind of a formality, but it's no longer something for me to share or divulge.
Okay. And did she have a reaction to that?
Her reaction was that she felt, again, very frustrated, thwarted in her efforts. She wanted to get on with her life, and she felt, she needed to know what was going to be recommended so she could move on.
Okay. And during that conversation with her, did she say anything that that struck you as interesting during that conversation with her?
Well, she had explained previously and then repeated it then that once she was able to relocate to Maryland, she wanted to establish residence, as she had, in essence, researched it, knowing that if she had established residence for at least 6 months, she could then appeal to the authorities in Maryland to get relief and have Emerson, basically have full custody of Emerson and not that. So she had used the phrase during that conversation that she would take matters into her own hands.
Okay. And did she express to you at that time about being frustrated about the timing, things weren't going fast enough?
By that time, she was, again, ready to move on, and she was frustrated with the entire system.
Okay. And did she make any more statements to you at that time?
Not that I recall. Again, I tried to encourage her to be patient, that her attorney would definitely be able to get a copy of the report, and they could, work things out once they read the report, and they should be able to settle things.
Okay. And did she ever say what she would do if it wasn't fast enough?
No, I don't think she specified anything more than her desire to, again, get on with her life.
Okay. When was the last time that you saw Ashley? Was it that day that you're talking about?
When she came to the office unexpectedly, yes, that was the last time. Prior to that, the last time I actually saw them was, I saw Doug on September 7th, and then I believe I saw them together on the 10th of September.
Okay. And the last time that you saw them together, how did they seem? Did they seem the same as they had the times that you had seen him before?
Well, Doug too is becoming frustrated because he was viewing this as a fresh start, as I said, and
Sustained.
Okay, I'll move on. Did you complete the report for Ashley Benefield?
yes,
And how long was that report?
27 pages.
And did you do the same type of a report for Doug?
Yes,
And was it about the same length?
I think 24 pages.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 25 pages.
Okay. And I think you already explained this, but you turned your report over to CPT when?
September 14th.
September 14th. Okay. And then what happens to it after that is not in your hands.
It is, sometimes I find out, sometimes I get feedback, sometimes I don't. It's the work product goes to, in this case, Manatee Children's Services. And
And did any of your evaluation or contacts give you any concern for the safety of Ashley or her child going forward?
Their original marriage therapist, Sharon Forrest, had concerns. She certainly expressed concerns, yes.
Did you have any concerns? Well, let me ask you this. Did Ashley Benefield ever say to you that Doug physically harmed her?
No.
Did she present you to you as being fearful for her own safety at the time she was having sessions with you?
Her concern was all about the safety of Emerson, not about herself.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
Excuse me.
Cross.
Give me just a moment, Your Honor. Dr. Broeder, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
We've met before.
Yes, sir.
Your history in this case has wound its way through to where we are today, and it's encompassed prior proceedings, has it not?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had occasion to sit for a deposition in this case.
Yes, correct.
And you've also given previous testimony.
Twice before in the
All right.
dependency case.
Don't tell me where.
Okay.
So you've told us that Ashley would act one way when she was with you, but she would act differently when she was with Doug. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And your conclusion that you reached was that she would appease Doug. Was that not the case?
Ashley had shared with me a number of times that she felt the best way to keep Doug at bay so he wouldn't hurt Emerson was to kind of appease him, to kind of go along with him.
Yes, in your words, I believe in your report, go along, get along.
I believe that's correct.
Correct?
Yes.
And that would be especially the case when Emerson was involved.
Yes.
All right. So, for example, if she didn't particularly want to be in the...
We're back. Guess who's back? Every time the prosecution love to object. It's as if they're scared. I do understand. This defense attorney does like to go into stuff, but I mean, come on. Ba 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 ra, ba ram, ba. So, somebody wrote a song down here just now. Lisa did, and I've lost it. Where's it? Oh, hello. Didn't see you there, Lady Law. Sorry, my darling. I didn't see you. How are you, Lady Law, if you're still here? I didn't see you there. Sorry, my darling. There we go. I got chills. They're multiplying. And I'm losing control. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's electrifying. You better bump. 'Cause I need a man. I'm a honey set on you. You better shape up. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. You're the one that I want. You are the one I want. Lady Law, honey. The one that I want. You are the one I want. Lady Law, honey. The one I need. Oh, yes, indeed. Working. Lady Law's working 9 to 5. Grick, Gem, I miss for now. I'll watch, just keep up with chat though. Yeah, keep up with chat. It's all good. Da, 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 da. Whatever will be, will be. Da, 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 da. Thank you, Lilo. I love you too. Also, I wish I only worked 9 to 5. Hee hee. You know, I can always put a smile on your face, Lady Law. Oh, we're not far. We normally finish by 5, 5:30. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So about an hour and quarter, hour and 3/4 left today. No, I'm always awake, Chicken Palm. Just the fact that I don't like to speak when they're doing the whole trial thing. That's all. Okay, another song that you ended with yesterday. What was that? Funky song. Oh, what? The outro. The outro. Hang on. This one. Where's it gone? That one, yeah, okay. Anyone with any bit of money. Look at Heather, looking for a man with money. Hey, Heather. Didn't I just wake up? Done Zuko. I don't remember the words. That's the problem I got. How long is this trial planned for? A week and a half to 2 weeks. But well, they were going to arrest first thing in the morning, but I think they're going to go on till probably the afternoon. The state will arrest tomorrow because they got 2 big witnesses tomorrow, allegedly, if not more, because we've slowed down a bit. There's, I believe, 4 more witnesses after this one, and I think there's 2 big ones. So yeah, there you go. That's Mexi Texi. She does that one. When I go to appointment with my husband, the first thing they always say to me is, "Are you comfortable with your husband being in your health appointment? Coercive behavior is real." There you go. Agree, Heather. Unless they purchase 3 days prior, never stand policy because automotive. The line your voice suits super tanker. What's super tanker? What's a super tanker, Lisa? You're gonna have to explain that on me. Crime Junkie, hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. You were here yesterday, but you're not been here today. Oh, Crime Junkie, busy, I'm sure. Look good in the picture now. Thank you very much. Free Zachary Anderson. Go and watch, listen to wrongfulpod.com. I mean, when my parents died, we made a claim for policies. This is what you do and hope it comes inside the pay for funeral. Stop right now. Thank you very much. I need somebody with a human touch. Hey, you, always on the run. Da 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 da, gonna have some fun. Da 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 da. How about Super Trooper? Super Trooper. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Bara, bara, bum, bum, bum. What did I miss, Vicky? I had to make me hubby a meal of food and watch House of Dragons. Never watched House of Dragons. Not much, just a sidebar. This witness, you don't miss much, to be honest with you. I've been with Seth 14 years and neither of us have money. There you go. No, he has no money because he spent it all. I'm joking, Ed. I'm joking. Have you heard Teddy Swims lose control? No, I haven't. Crime Junkie, sorry here about that. Not nice, I know. Hope you feel better soon, Crime Junkie.
So I think you told us, Dr. Broeder, that this policy of appeasement was designed by Miss Benefield to basically placate Doug Benefield.
I think I would use the word strategy. That was her idea of trying to.
Yes, to placate him. In other words, to not set him off.
She knew that she wanted to reconcile, so she wanted to kind of, I think, feed into that so he wouldn't, given her belief that he might hurt Emerson.
Okay. And you, did you decide whether or not the signs were there, but that Doug Benefield refused to recognize them? That she wanted no part of a marriage to him?
Let me make sure I understand the question. Are you saying, did I discuss with him about the signs?
Did you acknowledge during the course of these evaluations that the signs were there that Miss Benefield did not want to be in this relationship with Doug Benefield, but he misinterpreted them and insisted on trying to be with her?
Unlike therapy and evaluation, you're constantly generating hypotheses, meaning asking other questions to make an assessment of the overall situation, different than a therapeutic relationship where you might be making interpretive statements and recommendations.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you consider that Ashley's position was that Doug was only interested in her and not in the child?
I certainly considered that, yes.
And that was Miss Benefield's position, was it not?
That his sole aim was to win her back, yes.
The abuse complaints, without giving me names, they were initiated by more than the same person, correct?
Correct.
In fact, there was
Objection herself.
Finish your question.
In fact, there was at least 3 different sources.
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
I believe there were 3, correct.
And 2 of those sources were professionals.
Sustained.
She expressed to you, did she not, real frustration with the system and its responsiveness to her situation?
Yes, she did. She was very forthright.
And she told you that with respect to taking matters into her own hands, it was going to be by virtue of her going to Maryland and petitioning the authorities there.
My concern was that she was going to impulsively abscond with the child and go to Maryland and, yes, establish residence separate and apart from Doug.
Okay, that she would have access to the authorities there, that they might be more responsive.
That was her hope, her goal, yes.
All right. Are you familiar in your practice with domestic violence?
Yes.
Have you treated it before?
I've assessed it and treated it on occasion, yes.
Did Douglas Benefield, from what you learned as a result of your involvement in this case, exhibit
Objection.
Couldn't finish your question.
exhibit symptoms consistent with the domestic violence abuser?
Sustained.
Give me a minute, Your Honor. I do have one other area of inquiry, if the court will allow me. Did you find anything aggressive about Ashley Benefield?
No.
Did you find that Ashley Benefield had any impulse or was prone to angry outbursts?
Well, that's two different things, impulsivity and angry outbursts. I did not find her to be having angry outbursts, no.
You in fact concluded she was a good mother.
Yes, I observed her many times.
That's all. We'd like to keep Dr. Broeder under subpoena.
Redirect.
You're familiar with mandatory reporting laws, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does that mean, mandatory reporter?
The mere suspicion of any kind of abuse towards a child or an elder, as well as domestic violence, needs to be reported.
So if someone goes to their child's pediatrician, or someone comes to you as a doctor and alleges abuse, what would you have to do?
I would have to report it.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, doctor, at this point, we're done asking questions. However, as you've heard, you remain under subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked in this case by the parties. So that means you cannot discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with anyone else,
right,
including the attorneys.
Okay.
You can't talk with any other witnesses about what their testimony was or the questions asked of them. To the extent there may be anything online about this case, you're not to review it or watch any of it. All right, so remain available in case you need to be recalled.
Just point of clarification, remain here today or be ready for tomorrow or what?
No, so you're released for now. Just if one of the parties reaches back out to you during this trial period, you will need to report that.
Understood. Very good. Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Jason Quintal.
Please stop and swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Hi there.
My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. As the deputy may have said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Okay.
You'd end up wanting to be about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right as you need.
Okay.
If you just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, it'll pick up everything.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Sorry, I spilled water.
Please state your name.
Dr. Jason Quintal.
How do you spell your last name?
It's Quintal.
What is your profession?
I am a mental health counselor
How long have you been a mental health counselor?
since 1998.
And where's your office?
My office is in Lakewood Ranch, off of State Road 70.
And how long have you been there?
That location we moved into in 2018. Prior to that, we were on Lena Road from 2008 on, and then prior to that, 2006.
And at some point, did you become familiar with Doug and Ashley Benefield?
Yes,
Okay. And when was this?
that would have been in 2020.
And do you recall about when in 2020 that was?
They came in for their first visit as a couple's visit on 7/15/2020.
Okay. So we heard from Dr. Broeder, he was talking about his goal was to do an evaluation. What was your goal with meeting with them? Was it an evaluation or something else?
No, I was referred by another therapist to do trauma resolution treatment for both Doug and Ashley.
Okay. And as part of that, did you meet with them together as well as separate, or how did that work?
I did. I met with them originally as a couple. We ended the treatment as a couple, and then there were individual sessions in between.
Okay. I won't hold you to this, but about how many times did you see them?
So I met with Doug twice individually, Ashley 5 times individually, both of them as a couple twice. There was a total of 4 hours for couples, 10.5 hours for Ashley, and 4.5 hours for Doug.
Okay. And at the first session, did it seem to you as though, let me back up. The first session, was it together?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And during that first session, did it seem as though they wanted to work things out?
During the first session, they talked about, yes, they wanted to work things out.
Okay. When they were together, did they indicate they wanted to get back together, like reunify?
The goal was for them to reunify and moving to Maryland.
Okay. When Ashley met with you by herself, did she still make that representation?
That they were moving to Maryland, yes.
Okay. And was there anything different about her representation?
Ashley was different when she was separate from Doug in terms of more descriptive of things that had happened between the two of them that troubled her. So some stuff that was scary.
And we won't get into specifics, but
Ask the question. He's entitled to complete his answer.
so did she indicate she still wanted to reconcile with him when she was with you alone? Did she say she wanted to reconcile with him when she was alone with you?
So I don't recall whether she said she wanted to reconcile with him or not. I think that there were challenges in their marriage and she was questioning whether she wanted to be with him or not.
Okay. Did Ashley tell you that she and Doug were also seeing Dr. Broeder?
They both mentioned that Dr. Broeder was doing an evaluation, and I didn't know what it was regarding.
Okay. And did Ashley say to you at any time that she was frustrated with the system?
I think Ashley was discouraged. There had been many things brought up, accusations, CPS, judge, that didn't go her way. So I think there was definitely some discouragement with that.
Okay. And I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Did she express any frustration at the time it was taking for Dr. Broder's report?
Yeah, she thought that that was taking a very long time.
Okay. And did she express to you that she was worried about what his report would say, or worried about when the report was released?
She was worried about what it would say. She said if it were to be disparaging of Doug, she was concerned that he would be upset and take some form of retribution with that.
Okay. Did she, the last time that you saw them was when?
The last visit was on 9/25/20.
Do you remember what day of the week that was? You might not, but.
Maybe Thursday, Friday. I can look if you need that.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
And about what time of day was it?
I believe that was a morning session, 10:30-ish.
Okay. Did they say Dr. Broder's report was done?
I don't recall them saying that the report was done. I know that they had been waiting on it, and it was supposed to determine specific things for how they move forward.
Okay. And did they indicate when they were going to court next?
I do not know that. I don't recall anything mentioned about when court was.
Did they indicate to you when they expected they were going to have access to that report? Excuse me.
No, I don't. There was not a when the report was going to be released. It was going to happen at some point.
Okay.
My understanding is that they still had plans to move to Maryland.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Dr. Quintal.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good. So tell us why, when you met with them, Ashley was different when she was alone and when she was together with Doug in meeting with you.
So Ashley presented that she was concerned about Doug. There was prior acts of violence, shooting a gun, no
sustained.
Not going to hear this.
Okay, without. Yeah. Oh, you have no idea. Without.
Why don't you go ahead, excuse me, Deputy, would you please go ahead and take the jury out? Remember, please don't begin your deliberations. You can use your phones, but don't talk with anybody outside of the jury. And don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. Dr. Quintal, I'm going to excuse you to the hallway.
Okay. Take my stuff with me.
Yes, sir. The rule of sequestration has been invoked.
I don't even know what that means.
That's I'm going to explain.
Okay, sorry.
What that means, you can all have a seat. What that means, sir, is that you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions that have been asked of you here in the courtroom. It also means that you can't discuss other witnesses' testimony, and that's with anybody or the questions they were asked. That's with the attorneys, other parties, witnesses. It doesn't matter. You can't discuss anything that's gone on inside the courtroom when you've been in here. Also, that I understand this may be online, and you are not to watch anything online until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been released from its duties.
Okay.
All right, so
sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you. This way. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, is there anything you'd like to share before I begin speaking?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping. I'm not quite sure why, but go ahead.
I believe that you expressed you're a veteran of over 400 jury trials.
Yes, sir.
This is all rhetorical. You can feel free to answer or not answer. My assumption is that you're familiar with trial process and procedure, that you're familiar with, as you had mentioned earlier, the rules of professional conduct and decorum. I'm also sure that you realize that if this court makes rulings that you disagree with, whether it's a passing disagreement or a fundamental disagreement with a ruling, I would imagine you're aware of the fact that if ultimately your client is convicted, either you or another attorney or a public defender, if she's indigent, will have every right to appeal to the Second District Court of Appeal every decision I've made. From the minute I sat down in this division and started making decisions in this case, all the way through the end of the case. I also would imagine that I'm not the first judge that has made rulings that you disagree with. I would imagine I'm not the first judge that you have looked at up here and said, where in the world did he or she get that from? I would hope that you have not engaged in the conduct like you just did. It was inappropriate. It was unprofessional. We're going to take just a few minutes break. I have this position and I understand criticism. And I expect that. I have often said that I think my job early on as a youth sports referee and umpire prepared me well for the criticism that comes with the job. However, those sorts of side comments are just, they're not appropriate. And I would caution you, sir, not to do that again. That's extrajudicial matters that have nothing to do with the case or the consideration of the jury. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back.
I thought he dealt with that really well. I thought the judge dealt with that. I thought he was going to lose his top. I was like, no. I thought he dealt with it well. Whew. I was feeling anxious there for a second, if I'm being honest. I think the judge is just like calm your tits. Like, this is why he sent everyone out. He calmed down. He was probably going 100 miles per hour in his head. He probably calmed down. And he's all right. Calm your tits, right? He's speaking to himself. The judge was, calm your tits. Calm your tits. It's fine. Don't lose your shit. He's not worth it. Don't lose his shit. Just live TV, everything. Just give him a bollocking. Give him a whooping. But calmly. Just calm your tits. Calm your tits. And he calmed his tits. And he was very polite, very straight about it. I liked it. I liked that a lot. No screaming, no nothing. Do you know what I mean? It was just like, to the point. I like it. Marky, just the defense attorney made a snide comment about, you wouldn't believe it. Just like, should have done that. He knows he shouldn't have done that. But yeah, it's fine. Dude, but tits are calm. Bit south, but bit south. Did a good job. I agree. Right, hang on. Let me put this in now. Break 3:41:30. No. I thought he dealt with that very, very well. Also, Curly, hey, Young, did you think, oh, you have no idea, was that bad? I think it was bad in the context because this defense attorney has been pushing his buttons all day. And when he said, oh, I wasn't sure I could say that, yeah, you have no idea. I did think that he was having a dig personally, but you can interpret it differently. I just think the way he's acted all day today, this defense attorney, I think it was a snide remark. He didn't need to do it, but yeah, it's fine. I get why the teachers have said. Do you see how they are now allowing any of the past abuse? How is that possible? It was said out line, but some things need to be said. Yeah, I mean, look, he knew what he was doing. The attorney knows what he's doing. He's not inexperienced. He's directed at the judge ruling right before. Yes, I would have expanded the buffer zone an additional 50 feet. The judge definitely knows how to control it. He does. All gravy. We're all gravy here. Jury wouldn't know any of that. Yeah, but that's why he sent the jury out, though. Do you know what I mean? He was very. I do think some people in the jury would have picked up on it. But it doesn't matter. Look, it's done. He needed to say something. He said it. He said it in a very calm manner. So I think he was very good. Might have also been out of line. This is happening 20 minutes from me. I'm watching with Dylan and friends. Everyone glued to their TVs here. Hey Terry, how are you doing there? Nice to see you, buddy. All this was dealt with in pre-trial hearings. Many parts were accusations, but not evidence. Yeah. Oh. So everyone's gone away now to calm their tits, and then they'll be back, and then we'll resume. We might squeeze. Maybe. Do you think we can squeeze another witness in today? What did he say? He said 5, didn't he? We've had 1. Now this one. And so if we squeeze another one in, that means we'll have 2 long ones tomorrow then. So, yeah, there's been lots of pre-trial stuff, Katie. I'm only, yeah. Calm me balls. I don't know. I always say tits because it's a saying in Wales, calm me tits. I always say it because men have got tits as well. Do you know what I mean? So, not all women don't have balls. That's the problem. So I understand there's some places it might be offensive. Here it's not offensive, so that's why I say it. It's just a saying I have always said, really. Calm your tits. It's frustrating when you rule lots of stuff out. I mean, I understand why, but we want to see it all. Yeah, I'm not only judging this case on what is put in. Yeah, we want to see it all, but it's only what can come in, Lol. Also, that's the point that the jury isn't supposed to see bollocks like that. There you go. Bridget, the best a man can get. Bridget, the best a man can get. How are we doing, Bridget? Bollocks or bollocks? Bollocks or bollocks? There you go. HT, Heather Taylor, the Potty Mouth Express. Bum, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba. What's been going on? Oh shit! I've got the wrong times here. Hang on. We got on for nearly 8 hours today. Wow, it's gone quite quick, but I'm feeling it a bit now. A lot more evidence, but I get that a lot of it was stuff that was happened, but not evidence, so it makes sense. I see your nips. You're nipping out. Girls gone wild. Heather Taylor. Nippity nips, nippity nips. So yeah, we might have another witness after this one. I hope we do. That means there's only 2 more left tomorrow. Then it'll be quite good. The doctor, who they said will be quite a long, and then the star witness or whoever they said they got saved the best to last. So that'll be maybe full day tomorrow, just 2 witnesses. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But whatever happens, we're going to get the defense. But look, if you notice how many of these witnesses the defense have said they want to recall them. So all these people might be back. So no, they've not mentioned, but it could be a while for the defense because if they're going to call all of these witnesses back, and plus they'll have some of their own, and will she testify? If she testifies, that could take, who knows? All the jokes. Oh. Detective Morland only interviewed Doug in the allegations of abuse against him, never Ashley, and then no charges ever filed. Disgraceful. Florida really doesn't give a shit about his children. Bridget, right? He looks like him, right? Did they mention how long the defense? No. I think the heavy metal stuff would make her look cray-cray, like Julie Carpenter cray-cray. Lol, so it's maybe good they kept that out. As the others were involved in interviewing now.
All right, let's round up Dr.
Quintal.
Quintal. Get him back in here.
Yes.
As he's coming in, I want to remind both sides that the court has made a number of rulings over the last couple of months regarding the admissibility of certain evidence. Until those decisions and orders are revisited and changed, it is the responsibility of both sides not only to operate within those bounds, but also to advise their witnesses of the prior court orders and admonish them to stay within those bounds. All right, go ahead and bring in Dr. Quintal. All right, welcome back, Doctor.
Right.
While you were outside, did anybody attempt to discuss the case with you or speak with you? Or did you speak with anyone at all about your testimony or the issues we talked about?
I did not speak with anyone. There was a reporter that came up to me, but I didn't engage with him or interact with him.
All right. Did that person ask you questions?
He said that he knew I couldn't talk, but here's a card. I said, I don't want that.
Okay. All right. Anybody want to follow up questions about that? All right. Everybody says no. Let's bring in the jury. All right, y'all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Anybody begin deliberations, talk or communicate with anyone outside the jury about anything we've talked about, or do any research?
No.
Everybody says no. All right, Mr. Taylor, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, did you, as a result of meeting with the two of them together and separately, did you reach any conclusions about the relationship?
Objection, relevance.
All right, you can approach.
Straight away. I don't, Young. I don't know who that is. I don't. What are you, potty mouth? What are you on about? Toots absolutely tell me to STFU. Shut the fuck up if I cross any lines that truly set you or anyone at any time. I mean that wholeheartedly. I don't know what you're on about half the time, Heather. It just makes it interesting when you're about. Oh, come on, let's sort this out so we can just get on with it. Yeah, I think humidity and stuff, isn't it? They need gel and stuff, don't they? I wish we could listen into the sidebars as well. It'd be quite good. Just as a reminder to people that might not know, but the jury, there's 6 jurors deliberating and 3 alternates. So not 12, 6. 5 are women, 1 male, 1 man, and then the alternates, 2 women, 1 man. So that's the ratio, sexist ratio in Florida. 7 women, 2 men in total, but 5 women and 1 man deliberating. Oh, Lou, I didn't see you. That you changed your picture. Oh, is that the doggy? You put a picture of your doggy. I had to look twice there. What? Lou Barber? There's 2 of you. There's only 1. Oh, look at that. I just caught up. I had secondhand embarrassment when the judge gave him a whooping. Same here. If he started shouting, I would have been crying. I hate that stuff. But rest in peace to Lou's doggy as well, who died yesterday. Rest in peace. Ah. I hope baby Archie's well as well, Lou. And fill out the verdict form, yes. Just because I start off with nonsense and I'm always just joking, but if I ever upset someone, I don't want to know, so chill the fuck out. So I chill the fuck out. I think you're good. I think you're good. I think everyone knows you're here for a bit of fun. And I think people would probably tell you straight if you step too far, but you never do. Tell you why you never do, because most of your messages don't even make sense. So there's always spelling mistakes everywhere. I don't even know what they say half the time. So you're all good. Rosie last year, she's on the right. Her brother Bernie, we lost yesterday. Hope they're together again. They will be together. Rosie and Barney. Rosie and Barney. Well, they will be together. Rest in peace, Rosie and Barney. Hey Jude, you make me happy. Mm-hmm. I'll just look this up here.
Did you make any inquiry, doctor, about why Doug Benefield would want to stay in this relationship?
Judge, you were saying.
You can answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Was there any observation by you in response to why Doug Benefield would want to remain in this relationship with Ashley Benefield?
I questioned why both would want to stay in the relationship, but specifically to answer the question with Doug, I did bring that up in a session, that it seems like Ashley is saying very disparaging comments, and I'm not sure why and what you see in that ongoingly moving forward. I did bring that up to him.
In fact, you were perplexed by it, were you not?
I was confused, sure. It did, yeah.
Would it be a fair conclusion to say that he was hell-bent on staying with her?
I would say that he really wanted the relationship to work from everything that he told me.
Okay. We're going to have to recall you, so I'm done.
Redirect? No. All right, sir. So at this point, you are going to remain under subpoena.
Okay.
You're free to go now, but one or both the parties may actually call you back later. So all those instructions I gave you earlier still apply. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone, even the attorneys, any other witnesses. You can't watch anything that might be online or read any news.
No interest in anything of that anyway.
You're free to go now. Thank you, sir.
Have a good rest of your afternoon.
You too, sir.
Thank you.
Approach about scheduling.
Okay.
Okay. Approach about scheduling. Yeah, I just went to look, and he's not there today or tomorrow. But yeah, that he was him. I got to know him. He was covering the Karen Reed trial, so so guessed it was him. So scheduling. Let's see if they go one more today, or if it's just like 2 tomorrow. Or maybe they go 1 left today.
All right, members of the jury, the next witness may take quite a while. So instead of keeping you so late tonight, the attorneys and I have agreed it's probably better to just come back tomorrow morning and start fresh. So I'm going to let you go for now. If you would please say tomorrow time. Are you guys okay with the time?
Yes,
All right. Let's again plan, what would we say today, 8:45? And get you up here and hopefully get started right about 9. So let's do the same thing tonight. Please remember, no discussion amongst yourselves. Talk about the weather, nothing else. Don't talk about the case with anyone outside of this jury. And don't do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics that you heard anything about.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Judge.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. You too. Take care. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Oh, he's not doing the hearing.
Just before we. Sorry. When you unsealed, we got the copies of I got the original order that you did, and then the clerk provided me the transcript and the emails. I think you said something, when you said transcript, was that the transcript you were referring to? Because the court reporter hasn't transcribed what happened.
Correct. I sealed, if you look at my order, I sealed her raw data, her notes, and any transcripts.
Okay, so I was gonna ask her to do it, but I wanted to clarify before I did something wrong.
I have not requested it. I don't even know if one has been done, but it has been unsealed if there's one.
Thank you, sir.
Does your order, Your Honor, allow the clerk to give them a copy?
Yes. Everything's been unsealed.
I thought they were going to do the hearing. Yeah, she's on bail. Yeah, she's on bail. She's out on bail. She is. I thought they were going to do the hearing now. That's why I stayed on. I was in. Let's see if they do actually go and show anything outside or anything now. I don't think they do. There's the pens. What else do they do now? But yeah, I mean, it's still got a hearing to do, so maybe they'll do that tomorrow. But they're back same time tomorrow, so we'll come back the same time as well. It was an okay day today. I mean, I won't say it was. It seems like we've got either 2 or 3 left tomorrow for witnesses. Who's that then? I'm just checking, see what. Why is she going there? Edits. Okay, I thought there might be something that they might do, but no, they decided not to do it. Fine. Let me apply that. Just set the streamer for tomorrow. I am now 25th. We'll go live at 8:30 again. Then might as well. It's a good time today, just to go live. Saved it. Done it, mate. Done. Who's Angelina? I don't know who Angelina is. But anyway, we're here. She's a purse, so I'd say, yeah, she's out. She's out on bail. Look differently here. Why do I look differently? Camera looks like it's closer to me. Don't know why. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, she's out on bail. I'm not sure how long for, but she's out on bail. Take that out now. Yeah, I do feel closer. Why is this? Why do I feel like I'm closer to the TV? I've not moved anything. Maybe I don't, but anyway, it is what it is. Shut the front door. Cheese and rice. Yikes, my eyes. It's interesting because it's 6. Do you know what I mean? So that's what's going to be interesting here with 6 people. So it's going to be smaller deliberations, but will one hang? Do you know what I mean? You absolute. Oh. But do you know what I mean, though? It does look differently. The camera setting looks differently. Normally, you can see the whole thing up there, and normally you can see my tits, but today my tits seem to be down here, and that seems to be lower as well. It's zoomed in, right? But how do I zoom out? Hang on. How do I zoom out though? Because on my camera. No, I didn't whack the camera. It kicked me out. That's what it did. So I don't really know. I don't really understand why it's so near me now. Shake it about. I know. Angles, tits, and like thing. Yeah, but it's too much. Hang on. Let me take myself down for a second. Hang on. My camera's not even working now. Can you just see? Yeah, I know. Beginning to get concerned though. Not seeing Miss Gold for weeks. Yeah, it seems like no, she was here one day last week when you weren't here, Heather. You weren't. Can anyone get in touch with Gold? Not gonna lie. What's that? What's Gold NG? Can you even hear me? No, I'm on StreamYard. Right, can anybody even hear me? Hello? Oh, you hear me. Thank you, hippie chick. What did Heather say? Little G is around. I don't think she wants to watch this trial though. She liked my tweets yesterday and today, but she's just and she was here for pre-trial stuff, but she's not been here for any of this stuff. Why is the integrated camera not working then? Right, let me get this. Hang on. Let me get this ready. 2 seconds. Let me unplug it and plug it back in. Right. Let's see if this will work then. Hang on, people. I'm trying here. I'm trying. Settings. No, I need to unplug it again. Hang on. Oh, 2 seconds. Okay, let's try this bad boy again then. Right, let's try it again. Camera. No, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work, people. What if I try this? Yeah. Right. Hang on. Right, I might not be back. I hope I'll be back. 2 seconds. I think I got it. I think I got it. I'm back. Guess who's back? Now I just need to adjust it. Look at that. It worked. Fuck, I'm sweating. Do you know what I mean, though? Hey, that's Erin's taco up there. It's tasty taco as well. But do you know what I mean? So, because here, like, you normally can see there, and you can normally see the man boobs as well. Wiggle, jiggle it just a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So we're back. Bye, Dawn. Jem, you can hear me fine. I had to literally unplug everything, boom, 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 do all this stuff. Like Crime Junkie can hear me. Heather's blocked somebody. Fuck Heather. Blocked at all. Turns out I didn't block anyone. So I don't know what. Right. I am back. Yeah, court's ended for the day. Court's ended for the day. There you go. Yay, yay. Like, well, I'm back, but I'm glad I fixed it because it wasn't right. Do you know what I mean? So at least now it's done. It's fixed. It seems like it seems too big. It doesn't seem. Does it not seem too big now? Because I don't remember having that much. No, that much. Fuck finger. That much space for that side. First world problems, people. First world problems. Anyway, right. Let's see what the poll was in the end. I enjoyed this trial. 77% of you say yes. 18% say it's okay, and 5% say no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll cancel that. You also saying back to normal now. Oh, actually, yeah, because I normally can't see on the shelves. Yeah, I don't think we normally have that much. Oh, fuck my finger. That much. It's good. It's fine. It's fine. You're right. Back to normal now. That's fine. It's got to rewind now and watch what I missed. Have a cheeky game of Fortnite at the same time. See you all tomorrow, Jem. See you tomorrow, Jem. Hey, Jim, we no longer need the woods. The land's been recovered. I had to call it the CERT team. Happy days. Hang on. Well, Dennis Sweeney sent me something. Let's have a look. Oh, hey, does everyone see his garden? Let's show Dennis's garden. He sent it to me. Let's see Dennis's garden, then we'll finish for the day then. So Dennis Sweeney is a legend, and he had his garden splashed with what do you call it? Bleach and stuff. Look at those pieces of shit from the anti-Karen Reid people. So I've got 2 videos here, so let's have a look at it. Haha. Yeah, exactly. El Chatty makes up for it. I know, twat waffles they are. Right, I see the Dennis, I'm showing it now, sir. Oh, look at me. That word. Dennis. Dennis, what a legend you are. Like, he's had to redo all that. Fair play to you, Dennis. And there's another video as well. Oops. Hang on. Let me. Ah, look how beautiful that is. Look at that. That's a gorgeous garden. Look at the horses. Oh my God, Dan. Let's watch it a second time. Dennis Sweeney, that is gorgeous. And your doggy. I hope they're not real horses then. So there you go. And that's, what do you call it? People trying to destroy that. Those anti-cannery people trying to destroy all of that. That is beautiful. And Dennis, he's had to go back and try and repair all that himself over the last few days. So shout out to you, Dennis. Keep your chin up, sir. You're a legend in my eyes. So, right, people, let's finish it. You need to remember, though, that tonight is the night when two become one. I need somebody like I never needed love before. Right, this man is on tonight at 7 o'clock. Do you remember him?
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
So Sean is on. Sean is on going through the motions tonight at 7 o'clock. He was also on Howie Carr at 4:30 today, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just been on probably, just come off it probably. So please go and support Sean tonight. He's got a lot to say and ask him questions about the FBI and all that sort of thing. So with that, we will finish for the evening. I need to speak to the mods as well, Josie and Erin. I think we can do members only next week with you guys on here. So, as the mods take over. So everybody, I love you all. I really do. Genuinely thank you for being here, spending time with me and El Chatty. You don't have to be here, but you are here. So I appreciate you. Lovely to see you all. Hopefully see most of you, if not all of you, back here tomorrow. And with that, let's end the stream with a little bit of an outro. Thanks to Mexi Texi for these outros. Let me get up here. We'll do members only next week. I'll try and get the mods one on. So thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Yeah. Props to Dennis and Brenda. Yes. Right. I don't know, Raul. I don't know. Twitter is where I see him. Ruka, Raul, Vanessa, everybody. Have a good evening, people. Brands. Where's it gone? Here it is. No, wrong one. Here it is. People, take care. Good night.